Good morning. I want to call this workshop to order. Today is April the 12th, 2022, and we have a workshop which will probably last all day. We'll be breaking for half an hour at lunch between the, I think, 12 and 12:30 time frame, and then we'll continue with the other topics as they are presented. Up first this morning, we have brought to us at great expense, right, Megan? From Tallahassee, we have our Capital Cities legislative update with Megan Fay and Ron LaFace. Megan?
Thank you so much. Happy to be here this morning. I'm Megan Fay. Ron LaFace is also joining me today for our 2022 end of session report. And we'll go ahead and get started. Ron's going to kick it off with a highlight of the budget and what happened from a financial perspective this session. And then I'll take over with an update on the bills and policy.
Good morning, everyone. If you want to go ahead and move into the first slide, I'll get it kicked off. As you're doing that, just as way of introduction, as everybody knows, we wrapped up the 2022 regular session. Going into overtime on the budget, they ended up having to extend session just for the budget and vote on it 3 days later. It wasn't, it was just because, frankly, they couldn't get the budget printed on the desk in time to vote on it during the regular session. And that was really an occurrence the last week of session. It didn't really have to do much with legislative decisions around the budget. It was more that there was a delay because the legislature and the governor were in a disagreement over the congressional redistricting maps, and that slowed the budget process down. But ultimately, they decided to put the congressional maps aside and go ahead and complete the budget, and they'll be coming back for a special session April 19th just to deal with the congressional redistricting maps that the governor has since vetoed the legislative proposal. But as you know, this session involved many divisive policy bills that Megan will go over because many of those were related to K12 education. But first, if you want to go to the next slide that has some bullets on the budget. As it relates to the budget, the K12 education budget is a very healthy budget, was increased by over $1.7 billion this year in the FEFP. But I do think it's important to note only about $1 billion of that increase is in the base student allocation with a $214 and about 50 cents per student increase. But even though there is a $1 billion increase in what's considered the flexible dollars of the BSA, I will note that not all of that is actually going to end up being flexible because there are some additional costs in this budget. Mainly, there's about $319 million for new students. It's about 70,000 student FTE growth. About 400 million of that billion will be needed from an estimated standpoint to meet the new budget requirement that all district employees be paid a $15 minimum wage by October 1st. And about 156 million of it statewide will be eaten up by a Florida retirement system increased contribution. So in reality, out of that $1 billion BSA increase, about 128 million of it statewide will actually be flexible and certainly will be used to cover the cost of inflation, gas prices, and similar cost increases that the district is experiencing. I did want to note a couple of categorical increases that are important. Mainly the legislature put an additional $250 million into the teacher salary allocation. And of that 250 million, they said that half of it needs to be used if you're not at the 47.5 for beginning teachers. So half of that 250 has to go towards that number if the district is not already there. And then the other half can be used for veteran educators. So 125 million of this 250 can be used to increase salaries for veteran teachers, which is a different policy change than we've seen in the past with this categorical. Certainly the transportation categorical increase of 56 million will help with gas prices and bus driver salaries. We have a mental health allocation increase of 20 million. And one thing I really want to point out, and this kind of ties into an issue that I'm going to talk about in the education budget conforming bill, but the reading allocation was increased by $40 million. Which is a significant increase in reading. We haven't seen an increase like that in many years. And that's mainly due to Senator Broxson, who was the Senate Education Appropriations Chairman. He really dug into why statewide we have such low numbers of third graders reading on grading level, and what do we need to do different. Certainly Sarasota participated in many one-on-one discussions with him, and as well as presentations to him about things that we're doing in our district to get third graders on reading level. And the senator was successful in adding additional funding to the reading categorical, as well as providing us with some flexibilities on how we spend it. One other item to note, in the tax bill, the legislature did make clear that districts can use the capital outlay surtax funds for school bus purchases and maintenance vehicles or leases. There were some districts who were using that source for that purpose, and we're getting some adverse audit findings. And so the legislature clarified that. If you can go to the next slide. Great. So one issue that I know is of big importance to Sarasota, and something that you are aware of, is in the implementing bill of school recognition funding. This issue originally was a penalty of shifting $200 million in the FEFP that the legislature proposed, or at least the House proposed, for districts that they felt were in non-compliance with the state emergency rules regarding masking. So the original idea was to take $200 million from the so-called 12 districts that were found to not be in compliance and shift it around to other districts that were in compliance. I do have to recognize Senator Gruder's efforts on this. He really engaged on this issue because of its potential impact on Sarasota schools. And at the end of the day, the legislature abandoned shifting the money around in the FEFP and decided, instead of treating this issue like a penalty, they would actually instead just reward schools who they felt were compliant by putting an additional $200 million into the school recognition line item that would only go, the intent of the legislature was that it would only go to schools that were in compliant with the masking policy. We are, I will say, continuing the conversations around this issue in an effort to try to get Sarasota funding from the school recognition program. I will say the governor is very supportive of teachers who are due bonuses because of their performance to receive those bonuses. So we do have an open ear there onto how this actual provision is going to be implemented. And also, Sarasota is somewhat unique in its situation because it was never actually found not to be in compliance. We certainly received a letter of probable cause from the commissioner, and were scheduled on the state board agenda where they had, I think it was 10 or 11 districts to find them not in compliance, but we were actually dismissed from that hearing because by the time the state board met, we were in compliance with our masking policy. At least the state believed we were in compliance. So we never actually had a finding, and we're going to continue those conversations in an effort to see if we can make sure that Sarasota's teachers get these recognition dollars. I will say a final resolution on this is not going to be until after grades are assigned. So we're going to be working on this through the summer, but I just wanted to give you that context as to that this is a continuing issue, and I don't believe it's settled yet at this point as to how it's going to be implemented. And oh yes.
Well, another thing, it also, the charter schools in our district who never had a mask mandate, why would they be included, or why wouldn't they be included in these dollars? But I appreciate you continuing to look at it because, like you say, we were never found to be non-compliant. You know, it was for 3 weeks while the numbers were very high. And when we got the letter, by that time, we had already backed off. So I appreciate you still fighting for us on that.
Yeah, certainly. And the way that it kind of looks at the moment is there were 11 districts that were put on the state board agenda. 3 of them, including us, were actually withdrawn from the agenda and never brought up, or an order was never filed, and then an order was filed against 8 districts. You know, certainly we stand in the best possible scenario because there was never a finding, and that's what the language in the school recognition bill says is found to not be in compliance. But with that, I do want to mention that the governor is looking at this holistically as well, because he has been on record and continues to feel that every teacher who earned a performance bonus, which is what school recognition is, should be given that bonus. So they are definitely taking a hard look at it system-wide, but certainly we have a unique set of facts around us. And then the last issue I did want to mention, this ties back to the 40 million additional dollars in the reading categorical. Along with that additional funding, the legislature went in and gave districts much more flexibility on how they are able to spend the reading categorical dollars. It removed, the legislature removed the ability of the Department of Education to actually approve our reading plan. So now we just have to submit it. And they really don't have the ability to make changes to what we believe is the right thing to do. And then another issue that they addressed, which was brought up by certainly the superintendent, as well as other districts as well, is that there has been for many years the requirement to use reading categorical dollars for intensive interventions. The teachers had to be reading endorsed. And the reading endorsement is a very difficult endorsement to obtain. It's over 300 hours of training in order to do it. And it's very difficult to get teachers to actually go seek that reading endorsement. And frankly, it's not really that focused on early literacy, which is what Senator Broxton was focused on. So what he did in the conforming bill is replaced the reading endorsement with a new micro-credential in reading, which will be less than 60 hours. It's currently under design, but in many places where we previously would have to have a reading endorsed teacher to access these funds for students, for student interventions, now we will just need a teacher with this micro-credential, which should be much easier to obtain. And they also provided some funding to assist teachers in obtaining the micro-credential. So we're very excited about that. And frankly, a lot of the reason that the legislature reacted this way was because districts were coming to the state and basically showing what we were doing with some of the federal funds and funds that didn't have all of these state restrictions on them to improve reading. And the state recognized that there was a lot of innovation going on in districts when the state wasn't dictating exactly what districts should do with reading. And so the legislature decided to follow through on that and grant us more flexibility when it comes to the state funds for reading. So with that, I'll turn it over to Megan to go over some policy bills, unless there's any other questions on the budget at this point.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
Okay.
Next slide, please. All right, I'll kick it off with one of the biggest changes that the governor actually announced this as an initiative. I believe it was last summer. It's sort of been in the works for a while. This is Senate Bill 1048, student assessments. This is the bill that essentially eliminates the Florida standards assessment, moving away from the quote unquote high stakes testing and to more of a computer-based progress monitoring system. The bill essentially will replace the FSA with a 3 times per year progress monitoring that will be administered by the district. The progress monitoring system will be paid for English language arts and math by the state. There is an appropriation that is going to fund that, and the DOE has been underway as far as awarding that contract. They have selected a vendor and they are working on implementation. So I anticipate that you will hear from the DOE in the coming months about the rollout and implementation of that for this coming school year. The next bill, 1557, parental rights and education. I think that everyone has probably read about this in the newspaper. This is the Don't Say Gay bill. And the bill requires that that parents are notified if there is a change to their students' mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being, unless there is risk to the student of abuse, abandonment, or neglect. It also implements a prohibition on discussing sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3. As kind of anticipated, just because of the controversy surrounding this bill, we know that litigation has been filed. So it will be challenged in court, but kind of remains to be seen how the courts will find and whether this bill will withstand the scrutiny. Next slide, please. House Bill 7 is another priority of Governor DeSantis. This is called Individual Freedoms, but this is the Stop Woke Act that was announced by the governor several months before the legislative session begins. This bill impacts school districts in two different ways, both as an employer and as a teacher of curriculum. The bill essentially prohibits the use of concepts or theories related to critical race theory, both in employee training, but also in instructional materials and curriculum. House Bill 758, Education by Senator Diaz. This bill has been around for several years and did pass this session. It creates the Charter School Review Commission, which is a state level commission, sort of a second venue for charter schools to go to for approval. The Charter School Review Commission will be appointed by the state board and confirmed by the Senate. All of the criteria for approving a charter school would remain the same. It just essentially establishes a different venue for a charter school to seek approval. And then the school district will continue to be the sponsor of that charter school. Next slide, please. House Bill 1467, K12 Education by Representative Garrison. This bill originally did include the elimination of school board member salaries. It also had several variations that lined up school board salaries with legislative salaries, but the ultimate bill that passed established 12-year term limits for school board members, which is effective beginning with the election that will be this November of 2022. So any term that was served before November of 2022 will not count towards the 12-year term limit. The bill also increases transparency and public involvement around instructional materials and library materials. Many of the processes in place already by Sarasota School District, I believe, will comply with the instructional materials portions of this bill. However, there are some new requirements related to library materials, including training of media specialists by the DOE. The DOE will be putting together that training course. There's also a requirement for the school district to post a list of all library materials for elementary school students on a publicly searchable website. House Bill 225, Charter School Charters by Representative Hawkins. This bill, it kind of came about in response to a situation that actually took place in Hillsborough County School District, where the school board terminated the charters of 3 charter schools over the summer. And so the bill puts in place new timelines, specifically the 90-day criteria of if you are going to terminate a charter school, you have to give notice of termination within 90 days before the end of the school year. The purpose of this is to make sure that parents have ample notice that the charter school will be closing so that they can find alternative arrangements for their student to attend school for the next coming school year in August. Next slide. House Bill 235, Restraining of Students with Disabilities. This bill makes clear that that teachers should not use handcuffs with students with disabilities. That is the use of mechanical restraints. The exception for this is for school safety officers, SROs, and police officers who are arriving at the school to Baker Act a student. House Bill 899, Mental Health of Students by Representative Hunchofsky. Essentially just, it's a change to the reporting requirements that make sure that DOE and DCF are including charter schools in the existing requirement to report the number of Baker Acts in K12 public schools, and also requires the district to identify and appoint, if they don't already have one, a mental health coordinator for the district. Next slide. Senate Bill 1054, Financial Literacy Instruction. Many school districts, especially in the high school curriculum, are already teaching financial literacy, but this bill specifies that next school year, so the 23-24 school year, students who are entering the 9th grade will be required to take a half credit elective on financial literacy, which will replace or kind of be in lieu of the embedded curriculum. Typically, financial literacy is taught within an economics course. And so the DOE will be working over the next year before the 23-24 school year with the districts on how to implement this, because it will be a change to the curriculum and a change to the school calendar. And so I would anticipate guidance from the department on implementation of this over the next year. And House Bill 921 campaign financing. This does make several changes to how a school district, as well as any other local government, is able to advertise to their advocacy groups the contents of a ballot referendum. Next bill, please, or next slide, please.
Could you explain more what that last one was?
Sure.
Like we have a 1 mil referendum. So what can't we do, or what is allowed?
Absolutely.
I mean, is it the vote for or vote against we can't do?
No. You can still absolutely have the referendum on the ballot, and I know that's important to the school district. It just tightens up some of the ways, the language in which, and this is something I think that it's sort of there's a question mark certainly around this, because it's going to be tested, I think, for the first time, coming up into this this season, whether it's a September ballot, an August ballot, or a November ballot. But it essentially tightens up the ways, the criteria, and how you can describe what the ballot initiative, like what the dollars are going to be used for. And we've spoken with the superintendent. We're going to make sure that the district has the exact language that passed. So your general counsel or any outside counsel that you're working with on the ballot referendum has that. I'm not sure it really has that big of an impact on what your current campaign would say, but it will just be something to keep in mind as you're advertising the fact that the referendum will be up for a vote by the public this fall.
Thank you.
And just to expand on that a little bit, I mean, the intent of these changes, where there were some local governments that were crossing what the legislature considered a line between providing information on what the referendum would do and in generating support, really advocating like a full-on political campaign in order to pass the referendum using taxpayer dollars. And so the legislature attempted to define that line in a clear way, which certainly from the lawyer's perspective has created some more gray areas as to where that line is, in order for a local district to stay on the right side of it when they are supporting a referendum. There are some safe harbors in the new language, but as Megan mentioned, a lot of this stuff is going to be tested this fall, and we should have better understanding on the potential impact and how the law is being interpreted following that. But there are the general councils are all looking at this. The general councils, at least with districts with referendums, are all looking at this and making sure that everybody is staying on the correct side of the new language.
Thank you.
Okay, the next piece of legislation I'll cover is House Bill 1421. This the Senate version of this bill was actually sponsored by Senator Gruters of Sarasota, and he has been fantastic to work with on this bill and others. So I kind of want to give him a plug there. But the main thing, this bill essentially adopts all of the remaining recommendations from the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission. I do want to note that the bill did extend the authorization of that commission and its duties until July 1st of 2026. And kind of the discussion behind the scenes was that they do not feel that the DOE, the Office of Safe Schools, is set up to continue kind of the monitoring and enforcement of some of the requirements that have been put in place. And so the commission was extended through 2026 with the goal of essentially working with the Office of Safe Schools to get them in a place where they could be more of an oversight and enforcement arm than they are today. And a resource for school districts who have questions, who need, advice on best practices on how to comply with these laws, to put them in more of that posture. Next slide, please. All right, so these are education bills that did not pass, and I'll just kind of hit quickly unless anyone has any questions. One that we talked about probably the most is the first, which is the sovereign immunity changes. These bills did not ultimately pass, but both would have raised the limits, the sovereign immunity limits in some way, shape, or form, which would have had obviously a financial impact to the school district, but did not pass. None of the changes to the virtual franchise or virtual charter school bills that were proposed by an education conforming bill out of the House ended up passing, although there were some changes in the large education conforming bill that Ron mentioned that do change the per student funding formula, but didn't have no impact overall on the district's ability to offer, whether it is an in-house virtual school franchise or to work with or contract with a virtual charter school. Next slide, please. A few more bills that did not pass. These are mainly, I'll just hit on the terms of office for school board members. So interestingly, that was a proposed joint resolution that was proposed as a constitutional amendment. As y'all know, the piece of that did pass and put in 12-year term limits into the instructional materials bill, but the constitutional amendment did not pass. The partisan elections bill for school board members also did not pass. There was another bill, Schools of Innovation, that we were watching and we were interested in seeing it pass just because of some flexibility that it would have granted. We'll continue to work with the sponsor on that next legislative session to see if we can get some more traction. But I think just to Ron's point, this session in education was kind of consumed, as you can tell by the bills that I described, with the culture wars and really very much driven by the governor's policy initiatives. And so there were a lot of other bills that did not make it to the finish line because just there wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough oxygen in the room.
Ron,
Next slide.
I have a question. I missed Vern Pickup Crawford this past year because he lived in Palm Beach and he would come over frequently and visit with us and so forth. And I know that you're expanding your staff and that this new person will be more involved with Sarasota. Could you have that person give me a call so that we might arrange to have he or she come over and visit with our board members and superintendent?
Yes, and I think you're speaking about Micelle Green, who is a new member of Capital City.
Yes.
Yes. So Micelle is going to be working with Megan and I directly. She's really going to be kind of an extension of us. So
Okay.
What we're planning to do is certainly, if you'd like for us to spend some more time down there, it's likely going to be Megan and I, continuing to do the direct interaction.
Well, I'd like maybe in the summer to have a little powwow. We got behind the out over our skis, or maybe not on our skis at all last year. So I'd like for us to get together and maybe have a planning session and look at our calendar and make sure it's thoughtful and that we have everything in place for the next legislative session. I know I won't be here, but I'd like to make sure that that's all in play. Next year's session will be later, of course. But I think it's good to get this and get these things on the calendar now so that we can go ahead and start looking at our platform.
Sounds like a plan. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Brown.
I also think that, when we're looking at this in the summer, that, some of these issues that did not pass, that, we were glad they did not pass, like the sovereign immunity. I mean, I think we need to bring that up to make sure that the new board members understand the impact of that bill and what it would, how it could harm a district and perhaps some of these other ones, so that we can let them know, that these are the things we need to watch and perhaps include some of those no things in our agenda next year.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to try to keep on schedule today. Are there any other questions? If not, thank you, Megan and Ron. Have a wonderful Easter week, and we'll see you and talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay. Thank
Bye,
you so
everybody.
much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
No, it's not. Next up, we have a presentation by Florida House, and we have Dr. Amber Whittle, who is the Managing Director of Southface and Florida House, and Jody Dumas, who is our COO, to discuss this. Let me just put a little caveat on this. For some time now, there's been discussion in the county with commissioners and with county staff as to what to do with the building we love and call Florida House. It was moved, for those of you that don't know, from where Suncoast Polytech sits back in, 2006 or 7, and sat for a long time due to the recession on planks and boards and without access. At that time, I was running the Home Builders Association. Nobody had any money to do anything with it, and all of a sudden, a 501c3 was formed, and folks worked together to put it back into place, and it is the wonderful building with the beautiful gardens that it is today. And Amber has had a lot to do with that, but I thought it might be interesting for us to see from her perspective what's being done, what has been done, and what kind of opportunities our students are taking advantage of now under her direction. Jody, you want to start?
Well, you took all my lines, Ms. Goodwin. But anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Ms. Whittle is the Executive Director of Southface Sarasota, and so she's got a wonderful presentation to take you through this morning to show you kind of all the great things that are going on in what we affectionately call the Florida House. So with that, Ms. Whittle, go for it.
There we go. Bring up. So, as the chair said, we're now Southface Sarasota, but in 1994, we were the first green demonstration house that was open to the public in the United States. It was a partnership between the school board, because the house sits on school board property, the county, because it's the county took ownership of the building, even though the funding came from SwiftMud and a variety of other sources, Sarasota Bay Estuary Program. And the county staffed it until 2007, when it was moved to make way for the big stormwater pond on the corner of Proctor and Beneva. And because of the recession, they pulled their staffing. So once the staffing was pulled, the Florida House definitely went through an evolution in the last 15 years of trying to figure out how to become something other than a government entity. And so the Florida House Institute has been part of this partnership since the very beginning. We're going on 28 years next Saturday. And in 2013, we got another grant from the county, and it was rebuilt. Since it was moved, it was raised up, added on to, improved. In 2021, Southface, which is an Atlanta nonprofit, it's very much like the Florida House, except for it really got its feet under it. And we have about 40 people up there, and it's very technically oriented. So we really focus on energy efficiency in buildings. And so that is what Southface Sarasota is really trending towards to keep growing the way it is. So this is our mission and vision, but I really sum it up to say that what we do is we focus on energy efficiency in the built environment. So that's in buildings and in gardens or any sort of landscape opportunity. And we focus on the environment and equity within those two things. That's what we really try and positively affect. So this is our house. These are last year's statistics, but we had over 100 tours. The community comes through, whether everyone K-12, through homeowners associations, the general public, visitors come. We had over 2,000 community volunteer hours, so half by local high school students. So as you guys know, we're on a very big campus. Is it 80 acres? So we're on there with Wilkinson, Fab Lab, the Polytech High School, and the Technical College. So the Polytech students come by every Tuesday and Wednesday and do volunteer hours there after school. So as the chair mentioned, we have had in-kind partners since the very beginning. It was built by people who wanted to demonstrate. The Technical College built a huge part of it. They were the volunteer students who came and built it. But we also have tons of vendors. PGT has donated to us twice. One of our board members, Matt Ross, he owns EcoSmart, and he has donated the flooring and tons of other things over the years. But last year, we got about $32,000 in-kind donations. And so people demonstrate their products, and we go, when people come and tour, we tell them about it. We have a wall that talks about all of our different products, and so with QR codes, so they can go really find good vendors for sustainable products. We also host the Watershed Improvement Network. So this is a group of bringing in business leaders who then talk to our political leaders about needing to improve water quality in Sarasota County and projects that can go towards that aim. Partners for Green Places. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a program. It was modeled on our Southface program, and now it's coming back to us since we're here. But it does energy efficiency up to solar panels in nonprofits. And so nonprofits can take those savings and put it back in their mission. So they usually save about 30% on utilities and water each year. And so that goes back into their mission. It's a really, really popular program with foundations. And so we have our three major foundations who are funding it: Gulf Coast, Bransic, and Sarasota. So they're funding phase 2. And then we also have a policy person who works on energy efficiency within the Utility Rate Commission, which I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but it's very wonky. So this is our gardens. We really focus on permaculture, which really is just a philosophy of keeping everything on site. So we compost, we take now that we've really cleared out the gardens. I don't know if you guys have seen the difference in the last year, but now that we can maintain all of our waste on site, we do. We have a food forest, which is really popular in the community right now, along with pollinator gardens. And then our vegetable garden, we've started, and you'll see on the next slide that we donate our vegetables to Transition Sarasota, so they go to local food banks. We really promote native plants because they need less water and less energy, and it's just a demonstration. We have several different areas so homeowners can see what they might want to plant based on basically no effort once it's established to lots of effort. We talk about shade and urban heat islands. That's why we have our EV charging station underneath a shade. It's about 13% more efficient and faster to do it under shades. We partner with Apollo SunGuard for that. And then we talk a lot about stormwater retention because homeowners, they absolutely can keep all the water on their property, and that helps what's being put out into the bay. So we talk about how people can take action. So this is our community partnership with Transition Sarasota. Church of the Palms is 4 minutes away. So Joyce, who's the ED of Transition Sarasota, comes about every other week and gathers food and then brings it directly over there. And so just since December, we have donated 326 pounds of fresh organic produce. And that's mostly lettuce. So think about how much lettuce that is. And they love it. We also partner with Sunshine Community Compost. They put in just the last couple months, Tracy's brought about 2,500 pounds of compost. This bin was built by a local Eagle Scout and then tweaked by the technical college community construction students. So we use that compost on site, and we get our compost that Tracy brings. I think the last batch was from the hospital and from Ionis, so from her partnerships. So we have a lot of educational partnerships. Like I said, the Suncoast Technical College, they have put over 2,000 hours in last year. We actually right now have the construction students there and the digital art students use it as a location shoot quite a bit. The Polytech High School students come over and use it for their volunteer hours to get bright futures and to graduate. The Riverview High School Media Club, when we had our visionary dinner, they came and did interviews with a lot of the people that were there, and then we've used that promotionally. Wilkinson Elementary STEAM, we've been working with Tessa Healy. She also did one of our podcasts, but they have a little garden in the back that is very dilapidated. So this summer she's going to revamp it, and we're going to use our starts and work with the students to get the garden going again. Fab Lab is right next door, so we're close partners with them. We table at each other's events. Their kids come over and use our area for their botany classes. They fix some of the stuff for us. They build things for us. So it's a really good partnership, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we're expanding that later on. I don't know if everyone remembers, but from 2014 to 17 was when we were really the most active in recent times, and we had every fifth grader come through for a STEAM field trip. And so we're really looking to restart that. I can talk about that later again too. And then we partner with the universities. We have different classes come through. We also get the Cross College Alliance interns. We have on the 20th another class is coming through from New College with Frank Alcock. And we also work with Dr. Diaz to do soil. She uses our property as sort of like an urban agricultural area in her soil analyses. So the technical college, like I said, we had 2,200 hours of green workforce development just last year alone, and it was a lot of plumbing. They really worked outside, and then we had the construction students quite a bit, but we've also had electrical and HVAC students. It's been a really great partnership, and Shauna's been wonderful to work with. We talk probably several times a week. Like I said, we've had location shoots for digital arts. We added it up and we have about 50 filming days that they have been there, and they use the inside and the outside and do setups. And then the teachers have us kind of critique not only their videos, but also sort of their professionalism as if we're clients, and how they treated the house and how they communicated with us and set up the schedule. We have the special needs culinary students there, and we're also working with them to kind of set up a compost program. So they're setting up a compost program, and then we're going to work through that with how much is left over from the culinary program. So for the future, Jody and I are on the Schools and Sustainability Partnership that the Charles and Marjorie Brancic Foundation put together, and we just got a doodle poll to kind of restart that based on a bunch of federal infrastructure funding that's coming down. I talked about restarting the STEM program. So we have a foundation that has shown interest and is willing to restart it. It'd be for 3 years and in partnership with the Fab Lab. So they'd come to us for half the time and Fab Lab half the time. So I've been working with Ping on that. But that's on hold. That's a $750,000 grant. But until we get the lease settled, they won't give it to us. So that's a huge opportunity that we can't follow through on right now. We're also working with a different foundation to research market demand and creating a green badge for STC. So STC, as you guys know, is very based on market, right? They're not going to start a program and hope the market develops. You have to have a market. So this would be a way to sort of interview and look at what's going on, especially with funding coming down. Is there a market for what? And then start green badge programs within STC. And another part of that would be then setting up a curriculum with STC students. So right now the students come over, but it's kind of random, and they'll come over in huge spurts. So this would be working with Shauna to really come up with, they're going to come over these days and look at HVAC and crawl through the attic on these days, et cetera, et cetera. We did just get funding from the Duckwell Foundation and the Selby Foundation for greenhouses and extending and fixing our pervious pavers. So that's really exciting. We'll have a place where we can start our seedlings for Wilkinson and for Fab Lab and others. And then finally, we have another funder that's also on hold until the lease is figured out to do an interpretive tour. So that would be people can come through and self-tour. We do tours on Friday mornings, but people want to come through and look at the house all the time, and it's kind of too time intensive to do constant individual tours. So this would be a great interpretive tour. So that's it. If you guys have any questions.
Well, thank you, Dr. Whittle. That was very thorough. So you're really kind of put on hold until we decide what is happening with, at least with you in the county, with your contract, your lease expiring this summer.
Yes, it expires July 9th. And certain parts that are really tied to the house absolutely are on hold until then.
And I had a pretty in-depth list of things from Ron DePillo of support and things that he has done there over the last couple of years. But as Jody and I noted some months ago now, Jody, I think, when we started talking about this, there was another person that had approached the county and wanted to take over Florida House, pick it up and move it. And the potential for moving it has not worked out. That was to move it to the celery fields. That's not going to happen. So I got a call from this particular person who runs the Manatee Sarasota Building Industry Association. He really doesn't have a relationship with us here in Sarasota County, and he was interested in having and taking over the building and leaving it in his care and their care on our campus for at least 3 years, if not longer. He also wanted the metal building next door, which, as we know, is the Fab Lab. I wondered if he had been down Beneva in the last few years, because most people know that that's a very active building. In fact, Ping Fall Harbor last week was talking about all the exciting programs that they're doing for children this summer, the camps that they have. And my granddaughter, when she was in elementary and middle, went to the Fab Lab every summer, and it's a great place to experience science. So that's kind of becoming like a STEM corridor, and we have those recharging stations out there now, which is another thing. The gardens are fabulous. The gardens look better than they've looked since the master gardeners had them on the original site all those, years ago. And I know that this lease is coming up for renewal, and you'd like to keep the lease, and of course, we're just a owner of the property, but we do have something to say about this since we do. Our lease with the county does not expire until 27. However, in reading through this lease agreement, which is dated 2007 and signed by my friend Nora Patterson, that was a while back, it states that the lease agreement may not be assigned in whole or in part, and no portion of the leasehold premises shall be sublet without the prior written consent of the landlord, that being us. So where are we in this negotiation? I have the packet of information that we received from Jonathan Lewis. Didn't have my letter in it, but I also sent a letter as well. Turn your mic off. Too many things on my desk. Can you update me, please?
Well, and Dr. Aspen, I don't know if you've got an update that I don't have, but my most recent update is a letter I think you guys were all copied on, which Dr. Aspen forwarded to you.
Yep.
Was through from Mark Cunningham through Jonathan Lewis to the County Commission in terms of options and dates, and that's kind of where we are at this point, at least from my perspective. I'm not aware of anything additional.
Yeah, that's correct. There are 4 options. If I may, I can tell you the options there. Yes. One option is to take, for the county, these are options for the county, to take no action at this time prior to the expiration date of the sublease on July 9th, 2022. The Florida House building could be evaluated for the county's staffing needs. Option 2 would be prior to the expiration date on July 9th, 2022, the county could solicit proposals from outside agencies to operate the Florida House in a manner consistent with the county's lease agreement with the school board. Option number 3, the county could list the Florida House building for sale with the condition that the buyer would have to relocate the structure at their own cost. And then option number 4, since Florida House is located on school board's property, the county could offer the structure to the school board for just considerations and terminate the county's lease with the school board. So I know Jonathan and I have been going back and forth with phone tag to find out, when are they going to make this decision? I do not have the answer to when they're going to make a decision on those 4 options.
Bridget?
Well, I actually requested to speak, but you covered a lot of it. So thank you, Dr. Whittle. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you do a great job highlighting the synergies and the value that Florida House has brought forward. Again, I wanted to, for the viewing public, I know I read through the lease and wanted to understand what our options are. And so my questions have been answered. But Dr. Aspen, so if I understand correctly, this falls upon the purview of the county commission to make the final decision at the end of the day, the 4 options that you just listed. Okay.
Well, it falls on them to make their final decision, but then it falls on us to agree or not to agree.
Okay. No,
because
you
it's our
said
property, so we're going to always have a say in whatever their decision is. It's unfortunate that we have a lease that ends this year and then our lease ends in 27. It would have been a better situation if it had all been at the same.
right. And that's not. Is there an option to extend that lease so that it does line up, or?
If we got our 5-year extension, we've also put in a renewal request. If they renewed, this would be our 4th renewal, then yes, they would line up.
Okay. And you already put that in.
Yes, because we had to put it in 120 days. But you can see that that's not one of the options, is just to renew it. They'd want to go to RFP process.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Well, for me, I like item 4. Are you surprised with that? But I would like to see us, perhaps get together, and it has been difficult. I know you've been attempting to get together for a couple of months now. I'm going to talk to somebody on the commission as well, and I think we can all maybe make an attempt to do that. But I'm really strong on having this for our students. Rhonda Pillow is very eager to be more involved. as I say, we have done the maintenance on the house, on the gardens for a couple of years, and there's a lot of opportunity for our students in the trades to go there and to witness and to be a part of things. Plus, if Dr. Aspen, wanted to have a small conference or something, that's a great place to do it. We attended your event. How long ago was that?
October.
Was it that long?
Yep.
See, time flies. But it was a great event, and somebody cooked dinner for us, and it was, it was just a lovely ambiance and a wonderful, warm environment. So if you haven't visited Florida House on the board, I'd encourage you to go there and look at the garden, not snip. I guess there are snippers around who are snipping plants. I was going to go do that until I was told that wasn't really a good idea. But everybody knows that I'm a gardener, so it's a wonderful place. And sustainability is really that point where I think our interest in the environment, our interest in the trades and construction, which are looking more and more at sustainability. We have new offerings in agriculture. And I'm so excited about this at McIntosh, at Wilkinson, at Sarasota High. And we're looking at, more involvement and in that intersectionality between those points of construction, sustainability, ag, being good stewards and teaching students those things. And then, of course, the farm is being expanded with new barns and so forth at McIntosh. So this is an interesting time for us to have this. And I've had several conversations with Ron and Tripp Jennings about this. So anything that we can do or anything that any of you can do to find out more information or to be a part of helping to promote this, hint, 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 will be greatly appreciated. Tom Edwards.
We had a lot of reading to do in the packet that was sent to us for this workshop, and this was the one that I honestly didn't have to read because I've stayed on top of this conversation since I became a board member, I think. And I thank you for hosting us, and I enjoyed the tour. And Dr. Aspen, thank you for fighting for this. I think it's important that this stay as an option for our students. What I also enjoy is that as we're coming out of the pandemic, you've ramped up the tours and you're increasing the work that we're doing with our students, and that's really the name of the game of what it's all about. The other thing too, Dr. Aspen, this is since we've been working on this Trades Academy, what I love about this also is it gives us synergy of sustainability and green technology. Not that our Trades Academy isn't going to be working from those environments as well, but this is a place to go see where it all works together and it's the future and all of the new products that become available. So I like that combination for our students as well. So if there's a way that we can help you with the county and the commission with their decision, we'd be happy to do that. I think you know that already, Dr. Whittle.
I appreciate it. I'd also like to invite you on the 23rd. We're having our Earth Day event. So if you haven't been, come and visit. We've got over 20 electric vehicles will be out front, food trucks, and then about 20 sustainable vendors too. So it should be fun.
Well, thank you so much for coming today. It's always delightful to see you. And we'll stay on top of this and see what we can figure out. Anything else, Jody? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our strategic plan, Goal 3, one of my favorites. So we could bring forward the strategy leaders and Allison Foster, our Director of Human Resources. Do we have enough chairs? Allison, before you get started, I would really like you to introduce everyone because I don't know everyone and I don't think everyone else does either, but it would be good to put a face to the names that we do know.
Oh, okay. Good morning. All right. First of all, thank you for letting us present Strategy 3 today. We're excited to be able to share the things that are happening in human resources. So I'll go ahead and introduce our team. So over here, these are Strategy 1 of Goal 3. We have Danielle Schweid. She's our staffing administrator. And Rashia Johnson and Christina Rogers-Air are our 2 recruiters. And then for Strategy 2, we have Al Hereda, who you know is our equity and employee relations administrator. And we have our 3 new HR generalists. So we have Alana Smith, Valita Clark, and Kaylin Tully. And then we have Lynn Peterson, who is our supervisor of risk management, and Erin Singerman, who's our wellness coordinator. So thank you for letting us present this morning. We're excited, as I said, to share what's happening in human resources. So goal 3 is to recruit, recognize, and retain a premier workforce. Our goal in human resources is to create a structure that drives excellence and innovation to position our district as the employer of choice in our community. And we're really working to transition from being transactional in our department, of just processing paperwork, and really being more strategic, that we're part of making the decisions in our organization that really help drive the organization forward. And we know that our people are the key factor to student success. This includes attracting the best candidates to work in our school system and then supporting them throughout their career so that they want to continue working and growing in our district. We know funding, community involvement, instructional strategies, and other factors all play a role in school improvement, but at the end of the day, it's the best people that get the best results for students. And we feel that's our role in human resources, is to bring in the best people in every position, whether it's the bus driver greeting the students in the morning, or the cafeteria person providing a warm meal in the cafeteria, or the teacher that's standing in front of the students. Our goal is to support all employees so that they can fulfill their personal goals and implementing the district's vision of working as one for the success of all. So we're going to look at our key metrics here. We have 3 overall key metrics. The first one is to increase the percentage of vacancies that are filled by the October FTE survey date. So looking at this year, as far as administrative positions, we had 100% of our positions filled, which is great. Instructional positions, we had 55 instructional vacancies in October out of 2,859 instructional positions for a 98% fill rate. So in working with other school districts around the state, I would say that, you know, we're doing it incredibly well, because at the end of the day, we want a teacher in front of every single student learning in the classroom.
Are those percentages better than we've had in other years, Allison? Is that percentage of 98% better than we've had in the past?
I would say, you know, going back pre-pandemic, we were probably sitting closer to, and that was an human resource, but I would say we were sitting closer to probably 99, 100% fill rate.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more challenging this year. And so what we recognized at the start of the year, if we had some vacancies in positions, it was harder to fill, whereas in previous years, there were still applicants out there. So that's where we want to have people ready to go August 1st, or so that.
I was trying to give you a little attaboy, you see, saying that this is something that you had affected.
Another thing is to increase customer satisfaction of services provided by the Human Resources Department. So one thing that we've been tracking is with our new hires, doing a survey about the hiring and onboarding process. And so far this year, over 89% of our new hires have responded positive feedback of either strongly agree or agree to things such as the HR staff was responsive during the hiring process, directions for completing application were clear, HR provided assistance in a timely manner. Our third metric is to increase the number of qualified applicants for posted positions. Administrative positions, we had 495 applicants at this point last year. So far this year, we have 513 for an increase of 3.6%. Instructional applicants, we had 2,219 last year. This year, 2,423 for an increase of over 9%. So this gives a little overview of some of our metrics. Our purpose in looking at the data is to really have it impact our decision making. So I'll use metric 3, for example. We look at the positions, and if there are positions where we're not getting applicants, then we need to say, what can we do differently with those? So for example, when we went through negotiations this year, I'll use the SSP4 classroom aid positions, we were not getting applicants. And so it was something where we said, what do we have to do to be able to bring people into that position? And that we were able to then change the SSP4 to an SSP5, and then of course we added the $2 on top of that. So it has allowed us to get more applicants, and we'll continue to monitor that. Another example is the day custodian position was we changed the classification of that position. So one thing when we're looking at the data, and this has been one thing that's a little challenging, there's so much, and it's a matter of what do you do with all the data. There's the term analysis paralysis where you have so much, and I don't want our team to get so caught up in just doing that we're not doing the work. And it's kind of the same thing I know when I was the principal at the school, I would say to our teachers, we're going to look at the data from last year, but I want to make sure we're spending equal or more to how we're going to move us forward next year. So we're working closely with the Urban Schools Human Capital Academy and Betsy Aarons, and she's been an incredible resource and the organization to really help us sift through it. And as we go through the presentation, you'll hear a little bit more about a data dashboard that we're working with, and they're helping us decide what to collect and what's the best to take us forward. Our key strategies, we have 3 strategies. Number 1 is to enhance recruitment efforts to attract qualified and diverse applicants to decrease vacancies in all departments. Our second strategy is to provide an exceptional employee experience to promote retention of high-quality employees. And our third is to refine and communicate a competitive compensation and benefits plan. And I'm just, and this shows the heat map, and so you had the whole stock tank in your folder or in your packet. All of ours are in yellow, which means like we're moving kind of forward and making progress. I think one difference with our goal as opposed to some other goals required that they hired staff to get things moving. I'll use pre-K, for example. They needed, to hire a pre-K director in order to move those, that department forward. Ours, it's a matter of kind of setting our goals in the HR department and then starting to move toward those goals. So all of ours are indicated in yellow here. I'm just going to briefly run through the major accomplishments, but then Danielle, Al, and Lynn will go a little bit more in depth. Some of the big things, we've restructured our department to maximize efficiency. We have 31 people in the department, and 19 of the 31, including myself, are either new to the department or new to their position within the department. So we've had a lot of changes to kind of get to where we are today in HR. We continue to collaborate with multiple technology providers to update and streamline processes. I just want to give a shout out to Joe Benswanger. He's been incredible to work with. So we've been looking at everything, whether it's ESD, and Al's going to get into a little bit more of this, but we've been looking at a lot of different technology resources, which makes it much more efficient for us. We've connected with foundations and other stakeholders to provide innovative programs. Our recruitment team has expanded efforts to include classified and substitute positions. So when they were hired as instructional recruiters, and they have taken the ball and run with it, going down to transportation, recruiting subs, going to schools all over the district. Our negotiations team has worked to increase our salaries. We increased classified by $2 an hour, and we're going to have to do another one now based on the recent bill that passed to get us up to the $15. Instructional salaries increased 5.25 to bring us to $50,000. We added 3 salary lanes to provide for technical salary positions. We have the request for proposal out right now to select a firm to do a comprehensive salary study. And we're also working closely with Deb Jackalone and her team to continue to provide for wellness initiatives. So some of our challenges, obviously the number one challenge is the labor market. You can't go anywhere where you don't see a sign where help wanted, now hiring. And obviously we're feeling that in the school district as everyone else is. So we're just continuing to try to be as innovative as we can to get the word out, to try to bring people to our district.
Allison, I just had a thought over the weekend when I was reading through this material, and I tried to do some research on it, but I just didn't have the time. But there is an association of teaching colleges in the state of Florida. Are you familiar with that?
I am not.
There's 17 or 18 schools, colleges in the state of the Florida that teach teachers. And I was invited to one of their meetings, and it was during the pandemic, and it fell through, and I didn't go. So I'm trying to reach out to Terry Osborne, who's a friend of mine, who teaches at USF Sarasota Manatee, to find out. That would probably be a good organization for you to look at being a member of and perhaps going to some of their meetings. they meet in Tallahassee or in Orlando a couple of times a year.
Okay.
But it would give you a real, a better shot at talking to some of these providers who are teaching teachers and perhaps, developing a
Right. That sounds great.
relationship.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'll
well, thank you.
get that
Okay.
information for you.
And on that note, we just recently went down with State College of Florida. They've added 2 new 4-year programs, which I think is going to be great for our community to keep the students right here in Sarasota. Another challenge is just, over the past few years, department has added many things, including recruitment investigations, some financial pieces from the finance department, certification responsibilities. So obviously, as all departments are, we're stretched a little thin. I think it's probably even more so this year with HR. It's because of all the things that are happening, it's a little bit more on the recruitment end, and there's more on the retention end and on the wellness end, just with everything that employees are working through. Topics that we want to discuss with leadership. First of all, we just want to say we're very excited that HR is part of the strategic plan. It's important for HR because it touches every single part of the district to be part of that plan, because it really makes a difference, whether it's in the area of transportation, whether it's in the area of instruction. So we're happy to see, and actually it's great that it's goal 3, because the first 2 goals are on the instructional side of the house, and the next 2 goals are going to be more on the operations side, and we kind of fit in the middle because we touch both. We want to thank you for supporting our department. So if we go over the last few years, in 2019, we added 2 recruiters. I can't imagine trying to maneuver the waters today without having a recruiting department. In 2020, we added the 2 investigators. And I remember as a principal sitting there and hearing that we were going to add an investigator, kind of thinking, how is this going to work? And now seeing it on this end, it's incredible just that everything is organized. It's all in one spreadsheet. We know where everyone stands. If we're working with a police department or DCF, it's organized. I think it's great for the district, and it's great to keep everyone in a fair and equitable manner, and making sure that every employee is being treated the same way through the process. And then we were able to add the generalists this year, which they've made a tremendous difference in being able to provide services to our employees. And next year, as part of Goal 5, but will be housed in HR, is a new training position, which is going to be key in really moving our classified staff to different positions. So for example, if someone is an SSP4 and SSP5 and they want to be a registrar, they want to be a bookkeeper, and they want to move up within the district, that we have someone that can help provide that training and support to get them to where they want to go. So, we just as a topic to discuss with leadership is, as we continue to work with other districts and see different departments that they have, is to continue to kind of look at that in our staffing model to see what we can do to continue to make our department even more so that we can provide more services to the district. I want to share that we have HR University that will be here on June 2nd. So this is something that we had many, many years ago, and over the years, the SLI was shortened from 5 days to 4 days to 3 days, and HR kind of got lost in that cycle as we went down to 1 day. So we're excited to bring HR University back. It will be a comprehensive day with lots of things related to our department, the hiring process, the investigative process, benefits, wellness. So we invite you to come and be part of that. And we have that also going out to all administrators, and hopefully all will be able to be part of that as well. And finally, just want to once again summarize that our goal is really to move our district to being more strategic and really helping everyone prioritize our people, which is, we know the key factor to student success. And, we look forward to continuing to work with you and the leadership team to make that happen. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Danielle. She's going to give us an overview of Strategy 1.
Shirley, do you have a question?
Wait till they're done.
Okay.
I'm okay to go? Okay. Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to review with you Strategy 1. I have the next 3 slides to give you an idea of where we're headed. Strategy 1 is to enhance recruitment efforts to attract qualified and diverse applicants to decrease vacancies in all departments. So just to begin, and not to read word for word from the slide, our key accomplishments. One of the really amazing things the recruitment team has done, they've attended over 30 events this year, this fiscal year. We have historically been able to attend events, but to be able to attend 30 events is incredible to me. And so we've been very blessed with that. We've guided those decisions based on data we've started collecting. It's called our new hire data, which tells us where we've successfully found people in the past. So that's one of the ways that we are working toward this strategy. Additionally, we've hosted 23 events. We historically have never hosted events. So that's enormous that they've been able to offer that to our district. And by doing that, we're able to meet people where they are. So we're going to our North County sites, we're going to Mid-County sites, we're going to South County sites. So we can bring in the folks that are in those areas and bring them into our district. And we feel like that's going to be one of the key ways that we better recruit folks that represent our students, because we're meeting them where they are. So we have had a virtual job fair the last 2 years. We're going to have our third virtual job fair April 28th. Next week it starts. We've had great success with that, so we're so excited for that. And one of the pieces we're hoping to also do in the very near future is a face-to-face, not just virtual. So we're trying to shift back to that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. They've started a database which tells us who they've had direct impact with. And they've had direct impact with their efforts, 400 subs, 351 instructional folks, and 214 non-instructional folks. That's a lot of folks. And these are folks that they are just able to capture from their direct efforts, not everybody we've captured, but their specific efforts. So I feel so fortunate to work with them. Poor Rashia, I keep touching her, sorry. Okay, so I'll try and keep my hands to myself. All right, so we've also, going further, we've increased our applicant pool. We've had greater connectivity with applicants, because one thing they're able to do, they contact every one of them. They help walk them through the process. They take our laptops to these events and say, how can we help you get started? So we're getting a lot better connectivity from the get-go, which I think is so important. And then if they have glitches of any sort, we're able to walk them through, and they have a contact person already in HR. So that's huge. We're sourcing candidates through multiple platforms. We've started an HR sponsorship fund, which hopefully will allow us to do additional things through HR, such as at recruitment events. Our table hasn't always looked amazing. We stand next to businesses, other school districts, which put tremendous money into giveaways. And so we've been working really hard to try to figure out how to improve how we look. Because while we can try to light up a room, people come for the giveaways at events. So we're working to do that as well. Let me see if I've touched the key pieces of this slide. We can talk more about anything you have questions about. I won't go through and comment about every bullet. We'll go ahead and go through perceived challenges, which is our next slide. We've identified 5 key perceived challenges. We have a limited ability to reach candidates without advertising on a larger scale. So although we've reached so many applicants, we don't spend the money, I guess you could say point blank, to go big. And so that's a bit of a perceived challenge. We also have decreased engagement with candidates. I think everybody probably does, but we've been doing so many virtual events. You can't stand at your table and say, come here, come talk to me. They pop in at a virtual event and speak to you. So we have a little bit of a disconnect by virtue of the platforms being used by a variety of universities and colleges right now. We're recruiting for very specific positions. So while the recruitment team has been doing amazing, they're also being asked to do more, which is incredible. Where our comment used to be, is it for the greater good? Now we get a lot of requests which may not be for the greater good, but unique to certain schools or programs in our district, and we want to be able to offer them the very same customer service and results. And so that's been a little bit challenging. And then along with that, we've had what we fear could be a bit of diminished customer service with our very initial applicants, because as their applicant pool grows, the ability to offer them phenomenal customer service is hard. There's just so many people. It's the lift that becomes a little bit challenging. And then the impact on instructional focus has been impacted because we need so many classified folks. So while we hired them with the intent to increase our instructional pool, we realized we need to get our kids to school. We need to be able to clean our schools. So we've been focusing on just as much classified and classified positions as we have instructional positions. So that's also a bit of a challenge for us because we want to continue to do things as strong and positive and great as possible. So then the next slide is our immediate next steps. And I know I talk fast, so I'm going to try and whip through quite a few of these. We've talked a little bit about the urban schools and our dashboard. Our hope is to be able, and the next strategy will touch on it as well. So our hope is to be able to provide recruitment data, key performance indicator information at a glance. So when you all are asking us questions, it's right there at our fingertips and full transparency. And then furthermore, we are continuing to focus on recruitment, diversity recruitment efforts. We've really built in tremendous strategies to recruit diversity. We want the pool to be as diverse as possible, again, to model our student demographics. So we are working very hard. There's a few examples, but I can name many. We are working to revitalize what was previously known as CDEA, which is the Cultural Diversity Enrichment Association, an association that had been in our school district for years and supported diverse employees in a number of ways, recognized them, identified students that we could also support and recognize. We are working with a local sorority to share opportunities within our district, but also with all of their mentees, with so that they also know what's available and we can try to recruit them as they work through their school path and their career path. And that's with Delta Sigma Theta. We're exploring local fraternity networking opportunities. We would, sort of as a joke, but not really, we'd love to recruit from Puerto Rico. That's in my notes. I thought I'd mention that. We are posting on additional diversity job boards. The reason why Puerto Rico comes to mind is because we've really focused on historically Black colleges and universities, as well as Hispanic serving universities, which are universities with greater than 25% of a Hispanic population. So we are trying to explore as many options as possible. We have, we're working with the 2 Gen at some of our in some of our schools to better represent our student population. It's the parents of the students that we'd like to get in our district. We feel like that would be a really great way to better represent our student population. And then we are always working with the Barancic Foundation. We have a partnership in which they are supporting our emerging educators. We're on cohort number 3 with a specific focus on diversity. As was cohort number 2. Our first cohort, we just wanted to get it off the ground, but now that we're on cohort number 3, we're really trying to be strategic in who we're supporting and to be successful in our district. They're also helping us with exploring J1 visas. So we've done tremendous research. We're communicating with some folks. We haven't yet brought them on board because we're trying to understand how big is that lift. So Barancic Foundation is helping us with that. With Allison's leadership and with our amazing team, we've been able to do incredible things, and our focus continues. I would say we're also planning to work with the Office of Equity and Innovation and Dr. Harriet Moore to learn what else are we missing? What could we be doing to increase our efforts to recruit diverse folks? So we have another piece on our immediate next steps is to offset the expense of drug tests and fingerprints. We are trying to figure out if we could partner with Barancic, actually, to offset that cost, because sometimes when people come to the front door, that will just make a difference, right? So one thing they can do, and we're making sure that everyone knows, is they can take that out of their first few paychecks until we can establish a different avenue. We've been making that more aware from the front line, and that seems to be successful. We'll continue to do that. We're going to take a deep dive into the applicant tracking system. I've heard from a few of you that...
Excuse me, on the cost of the drug test and the fingerprints, how much is that? And do we still require a physical?
Good questions. So no, we no longer require a physical. Drug test and fingerprints. Drug tests are $90 and fingerprints are $38.75. Did I get it right? Did I reverse it? Dang it. I knew that was going to happen. Anyway, that's the cost, $90.
So fingerprints are $35 and drug is $90?
Yes.
Fingerprints are 90.
Caitlin, you say it. Did I say it backwards again?
fingerprints are 90 and the drug test is 38.75.
There you go.
And that means that substitute teachers don't have to have a physical.
Correct. That's
Because,
right.
I mean, I couldn't understand that. I really had trouble with that one. Well, I
Fair.
have heard really wonderful things about what you all are doing. I've heard marvelous things about what you're doing, Danielle, and I want to thank you for your hard work because I know you've got a great leader there now with Allison, one of my favorite people. But I really appreciate the work because for years I've gotten calls for people who are trying to apply to be teachers and fall down in the well of the hole of whatever the application was and couldn't get out by themselves. You know, we actually walked some people in, so I'm really happy to hear about all this. How long does an event last? You said we've done 30 events. What is an event? Where does an event take place? What does that mean? A whole day of work? I can remember when I was in marketing and traveled and did events.
So that depends. Our virtual events typically are about a 4-hour block of time virtually. When we travel to events, the event itself is still 4 hours, but of course we're traveling there. Pardon me. So it's a day's work to then sort of wrap up whom you've met with, to give them feedback immediately, because really their goal is to give them feedback immediately. Thank you for coming. Here's next steps. And so our touch points have increased quickly and greater touch points so that people know they're important to us, because what we don't want to do is have them visit us and then feel forgotten. So they're doing great.
Tom, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I just want to compliment thinking out of the box and looking for those recruitment sources. That was my first business, was recruitment. So I'm happy to come and brainstorm anytime you want, but I'm going to throw some ideas out, and I hope I don't get, to use your expression, over my skis.
Please don't.
But do we have an advertising budget? Do you have a marketing advertising budget? We may want to look at that. So that might have put me over my skis. But here's some thoughts. You know, our organizations and foundations have events all through the years, and at those events they have programs. Good place to advertise because they might know somebody. Jim Shirley at the Arts Alliance, get into playbills, programs. People are constantly flipping through those folks. I don't know if we do this, and again, I'm cautiously going out over my skis. Talking to our charter schools, they're in the same dilemma that you are, and sometimes they might have great applicants that they can't use for whatever reason, location, salary, whatever, and vice versa. Can we exchange best practices? Can we exchange an applicant pool? And digital advertising on social media. Not super expensive, but everyone's on social media, everyone's Googling, everyone's on Facebook or some platform, and it's a good place that, you know, to see Sarasota school districts. We have to start thinking, honestly, everybody wants the same profile of a liberal arts grad to be a school teacher or whatever, or if we have retirees that are looking for something to do, maybe they become classified. We're all looking for those folks, and we're going to have to start treating ourselves like a business and advertising to go get that exposure. I hope I didn't say that too many times.
And I just want to share, because Craig and his team have been great in working with us as well, and really thinking outside the box and kind of collaborating with us with the communications department. So, but yeah, we've got this.
Bridget?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't know I don't know. Did we finish?
I don't think we finished, but go ahead.
Well, I'll be brief because I don't want to go ahead of it, but I really do want to say I applaud your work, all of your team. I mean, this department has come a long way, and I know Mrs. Goodwin and I have talked about this being a major priority. And while I always say I want to ensure that we're not really investing too much at administrative level and keep it at the classroom, when it comes to administrative level, this is very, very keenly important to invest in this place because it goes straight to the classroom, especially when we're talking about support staff and our teachers. But you mentioned KPIs, and so I think you're going to talk about the dashboard or something you're going to bring forward, because when we talk about advertising budget, you can see a direct impact. And so I'm glad you guys are going beyond and thinking outside the box, because not only are you guys stretched thin, so there may be more human capital that you need inside your department, so to keep that level of service up, but then even from the advertising piece, which will also bring in more applicants. And so whatever way you can present that to us, I think will be really helpful.
Okay.
And then the last thing, and I can add in some other ones, but was when we were talking about the creative recruitment. I don't know if this has been done yet. And again, I think utilizing particularly pseudo quasi-government or taxpayer dollars, but Visit Florida and the EDC and aligning with them, however, whether you're doing it through communications or not, because they have a lot of, particularly Visit Florida is very focused on, or Visit Sarasota, excuse me, sorry. But we could embed ourselves into that and so forth. But I will let you guys finish. I had a couple of other thoughts, but I will stop.
Shirley Brown.
I had just wanted to interrupt on that one question. I'll wait until they're done. I'm sorry. Yes. I'll do this.
All right, good morning, everybody. So after that, the team does their hard work in recruiting, we want to make sure that we retain those people, right? And that we keep them here and that we are the employer of choice. So some of the things that we have done with the bringing on the generalists have really tried to beef up our customer service to our current employees to make sure that they have a person to contact. So what we did was we broke down with the 3 generalists, we broke down to teams, what we call engagement teams. So that each generalist has a cost center that they're attached to, or that cost center has that one person in HR to call about all general questions. So every school knows who their generalist is. We broke down with Alana, her team are the bigger departments of food nutrition services, facilities services, and transportation. And then the schools and other cost centers are broken down between Valita and Kalen. That has been a one-stop shop for our cost centers to be able to call about anything in HR. Also, what they've done is they've taken a lot of our paper processes and we have digitized those to be able to, for our employees to be able to have a smoother transition for any kind of supplements that they're doing, any kind of requests that they're making out of HR. Everything is done digitally now, and they don't have to send in paperwork through Pony. We're trying to put Pony out of business is our goal, right? So taking care of those things so that people can get compensated for whatever extra duty days that they've done, any kind of supplements that they've done quicker and faster, so that they see that they're not waiting for us to process the paperwork. So it's all digitized. We've also started the process of digitizing our employee files. If any of you have been over there, we have a huge room that has over, probably 3,000 files in it, actually 4,000 because we have 2 years of retention files in there as well. We pay $2,500 for our fireproof filing cabinets that we're not going to have anymore. So we currently are working on that project. Hopefully that will be completed by June. We're scanning them all into Axiom Pro, which is Joe Binswanger and his group have been great at assisting us on that. They did that with student files, and they've been assisting us so that we don't make the same mistakes that they made, right? So it's been great, and their help has been wonderful. So we have 3 people working on that to get that accomplished, and then we'll be able to clear up that space in those filing cabinets. We've also, one of the things that we did in working with the cabinet, with cabinet and other stakeholders, is we revamped the new employee orientation. So the new employee orientation used to just be solely online, and the people, our employees, had 30 days to accomplish that. Well, they didn't have a means to ask questions. They didn't have anybody to connect with. So now it's interactive with Alana, Valita, and Kalen, and they show there are certain parts of our videos, and then they interact with them all on kind of like a, what's the platform? Teams platform, thank you, on the Teams platform, which also helps with not taking the new employee out of the cost center. So they don't have to travel here. They go and they do it in their cost center 4 hours, and then they can go back to work, and we're not having to provide subs for the entire day. They're able to interact and ask questions on the chat right there to get their answers to any questions they may have as a new employee. Also, as a new employee, our generalists are reaching out to every new employee personally calling them to assist with anything that they may need, to welcome them to the school district, to give them any resources that they may need to help them through maybe their benefits packet and anything else that to assist them to align them to be successful in their new career with Sarasota County Schools. A couple of things that we've also done is with the addition of the generalists is we've also taken some things that were traditionally housed out of finance, but probably really were an HR function, such as salaries, raises, extra duty days, contracts, and some of those things that are now being done by the generalists, which again, like I said earlier, expedites them being paid, but also brings it to the one-stop shop so that they can be taken care of. Dr. Foster had talked earlier about the investigations, and I just want to highlight them. They're not here, but we have 2 investigators. What that has done for us has been amazing to really help the district not have, basically stay out of trouble, and because we're doing it the same across the board for all investigations. We, any kind of questionable investigations, we talk to Patrick, and we figure out if we need what we need to do with that. We work hand in hand with DCF, and our local police departments and law enforcement agencies. So it really does have everything be together so that everybody knows what's going on. This year alone, we've had over 300 investigations that we've handled with the 2 investigators that we have. Some of our perceived challenges. We are still working with our cost center heads and our stakeholders to get to know the process of working with your generalist, to get to have the one-stop shop. Most of them love it, having just one person that they call. But a lot of our cost centers are used to doing things on their own, so they sometimes question, why do I have to do that? Well, so we're being consistent across the district so that we don't get into trouble. We continue to work on communicating with our employees. We know that everything's doesn't just work in email. We have lots of employees that don't check their emails, so we need to figure out better ways to communicate with them. So we're constantly doing that. I know that one of the things that Alana has done, and she can attest to this, is she's worked in food and nutrition services in the cafeteria. She's been down at the bus depot so that she can, when she's talking to people, she can honestly know what they're going through and what they're dealing with. And then, of course, the other 2 generalists have gone to schools, gone to the staff meetings, and those kind of things there. And like I talked about the moving the files. The other thing with investigations is one of the perceived challenges is listed there, and I wanted to point it out, is because we are doing the investigation, some of our cost center heads have said, I could have had that done within 2 days. That probably is true. But because we are making sure that we are looking at video footage, that we are looking at telephone records, we are interviewing every student that may have been a witness, every staff that may have been a witness, without us, because we are outside, so we don't know. Yes, sometimes you might have a cost center head that says, yeah, I'm sure that teacher did that, right? So we're not doing that because we don't know this person. So it does take a little bit longer. However, we're making sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's with the investigations. So immediate next steps, as Dr. Foster talked about, we have HR University where, and I've been part of that in the past, where we've been able to present to our cost center heads and other administrators on ways to do things. So I've had a lot of feedback personally about people who are excited that we're doing that in June so that they can have their new administrators come to that. And then at the university, we're hoping that people will be able to, we're going to all be there, and we're hoping that people will be able to ask the questions that they have as it relates to investigations, as it relates to anything salary-wise and those kind of things. Our department continues to work with John Reichert. A big part of that is working on hiring, stay, and exit surveys, which is something that we really want to implement. Our old exit survey was, I would say, it was a hit and miss if somebody sent it back, and then they were already gone before we even got the information. So we really want to be able to have a stay survey that this is what's going on, this is what they want to see in the future, and see if we can implement that. So that will definitely help with our retention, we feel. We still, and to piggyback on Danielle's dashboard, we are also going to have a part of the dashboard with the urban schools, where we'll look at some of the retention stuff, some of the things that we get out of the state surveys, and some of that information. Well, that will also be on the dashboard to be presented to you. Like we talked about, we are one of the big things that Valita has taken as spearheading, which is pretty cool, is she's looking at, we're working with Joe's team to look at an app on your phone that accesses everything as an employee. We know that not everybody has a computer, but we know everybody has a mobile phone, right? So we're looking at having a mobile app that will allow for them to access our website, access their employee portal, some of those kind of things. We've also worked with ESD to put on the employee portal leaves, and it will be implemented soon to be able to put any kind of leaves that the person wants to take. They can go right in and do it right there instead of sending in paperwork and having their doctor sign something and all of those kind of things. And then the last thing is, of course, everybody likes swag, right? Danielle talked about that. So we really are working with some of our stakeholders to be able to give welcome bags to our new employees when they are hired on.
All right, I'm going to start strategy 3. I just want to make one other comment about John Reichert. So John Reichert and Bill Vogel came in January of 2019, and they presented FADS. FADS had done a study of our HR department and gave a number of recommendations. So he's working with us. In fact, he was planning to be here today to be here to observe, but he's up in Orange County as part of their search up there, so he will be here tomorrow. But he's working with us, and the hope is to come back in June, and he's going to give a report on how have we done based on the FAD study that was done. Have we implemented the recommendations, and then give further recommendations to how to continue to move forward. So that's kind of an exciting thing. And what's great is the work that Bill Vogel and John Reichert put into that was all based on Urban Schools Human Capital Academy and the work of Betsy Aaron. So it really aligns with what we're doing with that organization as well. So goal 3, or strategy 3, I'm going to start, and then I'll turn it over to Lynn. So I'm talking about the salary and contract part. So we have really 2 pieces to this. We have salary and benefits. And so when we go and we're sharing with our applicants, we're sharing not only the pay, but also the benefits that you get to work for our organization. And Lynn will talk a little bit more about that. But as far as salary negotiations, some key accomplishments, and I've shared that we increased our classified by $2 an hour, and our starting instructional pay is $50,000, and we added the 3 salary lanes for the technology positions. We shared the results of contract negotiations with principals during a Zoom meeting, so that was something that was brought up to make sure that all of our principals are aware of everything that's in the contract. Generalists have gone out to the school, and they have hosted multiple sessions. So one thing that's in our agreement is to bring back the +30 and +45, provided we're able to get collaborative planning language in there. And so they're actually going out to the school sites, meeting at staff meetings with the teachers to share the process and how do you qualify and what qualifies. And I shared we've got the request for proposal out. So I'm going to turn it over to Lynn to talk about our accomplishments with benefits and wellness.
Good morning. So one thing that's not on this next slide, I want to just mention, we've talked about the recruiters, and so part of our communication strategy to be able to convey to our applicants and our employees is the robust benefit package and that we have, and it's over $11,000 package that we provide to our applicants. So we've provided them with that information so they can distribute that to new applicants, so it's not just the salary that they're looking at. So another accomplishment that we've done is we've implemented the new benefit system with Business Solver, and we did that in October of 21, and Business Solver was introduced during open enrollment, and we successfully were able to get 91% of our employees to participate in open enrollment and introduce themselves to that system, which is really where we're housing all of our benefit information. So we were happy with that number and happy that the employees were able to get in there and see what is available to them in one place. The system, we were able to successfully negotiate that, and it comes at a zero cost to the district because we negotiated $274,000 worth of technology credits from all of our providers. So that's an every year give to us to be able to have that technology and that system. So we're very happy with that. Benefit Solver was capable of customizing communication to the employees. So we're able to pull out certain members that have certain benefits and be able to communicate in the method that the employee wants it to be communicated to them. So whether they want a text message or they want the email, or if they utilize the app and go on the app and go through there, we're able to customize that communication for them. The system has the capability of 3 languages. It has French, English, and Spanish. I said it in an odd way, but I'm not looking at my notes. So, but you can go from English to French to Spanish, and then there's a virtual assistant on that system that speaks 20 languages. So that's a nice feature. We were able to capture some data with the virtual assistant. So, you know, when we're not around to help with the questions, employees can just ask Sophia. And we've had over 1,800 users utilize Sophia over the open enrollment time, and 2,500 chats with Sophia, and 39% of that occurred on weekends and evenings. So when we're not here to help our employees, we have been able to supplement our department for, you know, helping our employees answer their benefit questions and not be frustrated. So that's a win-win, I think, for our employees to have that capability. We've also continued to expand our biannual health and benefit fairs. We have one at open enrollment up here in North County and then in South County in March. And we've expanded the opportunities for screenings, for employees to have communication with our providers and our partners, our wellness partners in the district, in the community. And employees are able to obtain these at no cost. So percent of the schools have already had biometric screenings at their site. This time last year, we only had 12% of school sites. So we were able to do that successfully. We're communicating via our HR newsletter, which just came out last week again. It's quarterly. I hope you had an opportunity to take a look at it. It's jam-packed with a lot of HR information, benefits, retirement, for certification information for teachers. So has a lot of good wellness and some tips. There was a little recipe in there. So seems to be well received by employees. We have also been successful working with the Barancic Foundation to provide funds for us to fund employee interest groups. So we're working on that at select sites. We're going to start it out slow, and then hopefully we'll just have them everywhere. And also a wellness space at Tuttle. Barancic selected Tuttle Elementary to have a wellness space. So we are going to be working with them directly and their employees and sending out surveys to find out what it is they want in their wellness space. And then we'll be able to help them get that off the ground. Hopefully that'll be taking place over the summer. And we continue to look at new benefit opportunities as best we can. Obviously, some, they cost money. So if we can do it, we will. We utilize the Health Insurance Committee, as you know, that we've looked at a lot of benefits. And the newest one that we looked at that you'll be seeing and hopefully voting on at next meeting is the teledoc with the mental health services. So.
There was a big article in the Sun Sentinel yesterday about teledoc, or about being able to telecommunicate with a psychiatrist or a psychologist or whatever, and it was a very, very professional article. I couldn't get it off to send it to you.
Oh,
they have such
too big
firewalls, but it's well worth reading if you have an opportunity.
I will certainly
to get to Sun Sentinel.
Take a look at that. Yeah, that's definitely, there's a shortage of mental health professionals. So if we're able to utilize teledoc's capabilities nationally, then we can, and as long as they're licensed in Florida, then they'll be part of the teledoc community, and we'll be able to use, how our employees will be able to benefit from that. And finally, we have a new voluntary program, I'm sure, the Pathways to Health, that you know that will be, we're communicating that to employees. It won't take effect until January 1st of 2024, but it is a requirement for a wellness exam to get any of the benefits, employee-only costs for free. Otherwise, if you choose not to participate, then the low PPO will be the one plan that would be the free plan for employees. So we're starting to provide lots of communication to employees so that they can, it's a wellness exam once every 24 months. It's a look back from, we'll be looking back from July 1st, 2023 back. So we'll capture 24 months, and anyone who's had that will be eligible for any of the plans that employee only for free. So the perceived challenges. So obviously, you're all very aware of the current competitive job market. So that is one of our biggest challenges. And it puts the district, in a difficult position. So in order to compete, most of the time it's your salary. So it is crucial that we have competitive salary schedules, so that we are in the process of selecting a firm or a consultant to complete a comprehensive salary study, which will at some point possibly require us to redo some job descriptions and some salary lanes. So that is what is currently going on right now. We also have the challenge of the cost to live here in Sarasota. So, we may attract people, but it's getting very difficult to live in this area. And although we are increasing our communication campaign for the compensation and benefits, employees have the option to not participate in that communication. They can choose not to read our emails. They can just choose to not be involved and not participate in our wellness activities and events. So that becomes a challenge. So we're always working with trying to think of how we can attract in different ways, get employees engaged in what we have to offer. And finally, with so many competing priorities, we continue to determine the best avenues to provide as many wellness opportunities for our employees as we can, just to keep them engaged and to keep them healthy.
The last slide just shows the immediate next steps that relate to those challenges with salary and benefits. And I just want to share with the affordable housing project. So we're really excited to partner with the Barancic Foundation with Lofts on Lemon opening in June, hopefully. And 15 units have been earmarked for teachers. So that's an exciting thing that's coming up, and we'll get that communication out to the teachers once everything's been finalized, and look forward to hopefully having some more affordable housing discussions. I know a lot in the community, a lot of people are, and foundations are very engaged in that discussion right now. So we look forward to being part of that. So that concludes our presentation, and we have our team here as well. So if there are any other questions that you want to ask specifically of the recruiters, generalists, or Aaron, we're available.
Bridget?
Well, thank you again. Like I said, I believe the evolution of this department is profound and cannot be understated. So I'm very, very impressed. I know you guys have done a lot. I know you've recognized there's some great opportunity and how important it is. And as a board member, I'm a big supporter of the significance of human resources and the roles they play. The one thing I wanted to ask, the salary study, for example, when I've certainly had, non-scientific but frequent conversations with people who've either left or who are in the teaching profession, and one of the biggest challenges often that comes up is it isn't necessary. While additional money is always wonderful, it really comes down to more some of the supports in the classroom and or this challenges with behavioral issues and not feeling supported by administration. And so when we do a salary study, how does that line up? Because specifically as we're really looking at the capturing and not just retaining, but getting people in, if that is the sentiment, and I don't know, again, unscientifically, how are we melding that together? Because one's just about salary and one's about, the working environment.
So the salary study will focus specifically on salaries. One thing that we're looking to do also is expand our surveys. So stay surveys. So a lot of districts do stay surveys to say, okay, you're staying in the district. Why are you staying? What are the things that keep you working in Sarasota County? And then, of course, if people do choose to leave, then the exit surveys provide that information as well. But our hope is to get them on the stay surveys. So we'll take that information, also work with the instructional side of the house to get feedback that they're getting and connect that. But the salary study in and of itself, hiring that outside consultant, will be specifically to look how our salaries align with either other school districts or other industries. So for example, I'll use bus drivers. That's not going to be only looking at other school districts, but what else can people do that have a CDL license, and then how do we compare with that pay? So it's kind of, that one specifically focuses probably more on the salary part, but we'll work with our instructional team as well as the stay surveys to just get more information as to what helps people to stay.
Okay, and then I'll be two more points, is that with that, and this is, I know that over the years, again, I don't know if this is a reality or perception, but when we do surveys to the teachers, I think it's so important to hear, all staff, excuse me, to hear from them, and ensuring that they feel that they can be, I mean, we used to have, I don't know, with it was multiple choice, but then there was a comment section. And so, again, expanding on that, really needing to know from them and them being honest, and there's no retaliatory or no way to track them. And I don't know however you do that, because I know that's been brought forward over the years. And again, doesn't mean it's a reality, but it has been a perception, and their feedback is so critical so that we can respond to that. But the other piece is, how is it, when I think about, we have really key niche, high demand positions in instructional, if you think about ESOL, ESE, et cetera. How are you guys targeting when we're trying to recruit in those positions? And some of it may be expanding on professional development with current, but I was hoping you could address that. Anyone? I'll just put that open.
Well, I can jump in on some level, and that is, we are targeting specific, we quite frankly always reach out to Sonia Figueredo Alberts to ask where we might be wanting to recruit from, and other people in our district that can lead us into paths that we might not otherwise think of, where she has been a teacher in our district for a very long time. So sometimes she has suggestions that I don't think of. So the CEC is a way that we do that. We go about going to programs that are specifically targeted for exceptional student education. And then we also review statistics as to what schools are graduating the most students with ESE backgrounds. And we try to get to those sites as well. So there's probably a whole host of other things we can be doing, and we hope to, continue down those paths. But we are targeting those folks. ESOL is a little bit different because we try to offer that coursework for folks. So we offer that internally. But ESE, we are super mindful the minute we learn anyone is interested in ESE or certified in ESE, we're trying to grab them in advance. We've had the fortune of working with the budget and finance department, and they are allowing us and are aware, and our superintendent is aware, that we can offer advanced contracts for ESE folks because we don't want to lose them. So we have some targeted areas in which we're able to do that, and we've gotten the permission to do that, where we sort of are able to hire them in advance, knowing that we'll have the vacancies and we'll be able to fill seats.
Okay, well, and I know Dr. Foster and I have talked about that, so I'm glad you brought that up, is embedding some of these conversations into the budgetary aspect, going beyond just the traditional contract, trying to be out of the box for our high need areas, whatever they may be. So thank you again. I could ask many questions, but I'll do that offline, so thank you.
Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Foster, you and your team are definitely thinking strategically, and it's much appreciated. That's obvious. Out of the 2% vacancies, is it safe to say that a good deal of those are in exceptional student education?
And I would say most, and I actually have what we had in October, but the two areas where we have the hardest time filling are ESE and then Title I schools.
And that's been age old. That's been forever, way back in time. So I am a strong advocate, not only in the advanced contract, which I agree with, but in increased salary compensation. So is there Any knowledge of any other districts that are increasing compensation, salary for exceptional student education teachers or Title I school teachers?
Yeah, there are a lot of different districts that are being very creative in how they're attracting teachers to certain positions, and even working with urban schools. Because Betsy Aarons comes from New York. She worked in New York public schools for 7 years, and really out of the box. And they did some really innovative things of paying significant money to attract teachers to certain schools. So those are things that we're getting the research and kind of exploring. Those are things that would involve lots of people in our district to see if we want to go down that road, and how much funds we have available to be able to kind of make those decisions. I know it came up in negotiations this year. We had a lot of discussions with it. At the end of the day, we're worried about trying to make sure everyone was getting more money, and we needed to get our base, continue to move our base pay up. But those are discussions that we've had. So our thought is that we'll collect that information, present it to the board, present it to Dr. Aspen to continue to explore.
And I just want to reiterate that this is age old, and that those vacancies have continued forever, and that we definitely need to, in my opinion, make some changes, and I look forward to what those might look like. When do you expect for us to have the results to the salary study?
So we're still in the process of the RFP that just went out 2 weeks ago. So we hope to have the firm selected. I think the deadline is June that we're looking to have that. So then I think it's just going to depend as we work together on how comprehensive we want the study to be. And I'll be working with Dr. Aspen on that, because the more comprehensive, obviously it costs more and takes longer. So really trying to kind of nail down what are the best areas to look to. So we're looking, I think Lynn had mentioned how our positions line up. So even looking at what is a position titled and how is that pay? How do we move from salary schedule to salary schedule? So if you're currently a teacher and you're becoming an administrator in the district, how do you move to that salary schedule? If you move within, if you're an AP and you become a principal, how do you move within the salary schedule? So there are a lot of questions that we need to address. And so I think it's kind of coming down to the figuring out what we want to include in that study, and depending on that will depend how long it takes.
And last piece, and this is to Dr. Asplund, and you mentioned your conversations with him and that timeline. I think from my standpoint of a budget for 22-23 as we go forward and look at added positions and administrators and such, it would certainly be ideal to start to have some information from a salary study perspective, have some objective study base versus any individual board member agrees or disagrees. I would be ideal. Thank you for all of your work.
Shirley?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I am really, really happy about that. We've taken some actions to reduce those costs for new employees. Because when they have to come up and spend up over $200 to, just walk in the door, that's a little rough. I also was at a breakfast earlier in the week and learned that we are actively working with the groups that are looking at affordable housing and looking at sites that we might have. So I was happy to see that. And last night, while I was putting my things together for the meeting, my husband said he heard an ad on the TV. I think it was 8 or 9 o'clock last night or something for bus drivers. So that's a good thing. And to hear, 17 something an hour offering, and it caught his attention. But one of the things I also was doing, and Dr. Aspen knows, earlier in the week before I got my packet, I called him. I said, we really need to do things to recognize our employees. We used to have a retirement recognition plan. And I think I talked to Chris Renoff about this too. And I said, we need to recognize employees for the number of hours, because I had gotten this at the last meeting, and it's a book of, little pins and sayings that you can get. And I think we ought to look at coming back to that employee recognition plan and the retiring employees. But, perhaps even like we get something from technology almost every week, maybe something HR could send out every week or month to employees. I mean, especially, telling teachers that you make a difference, you change the world, or that little starfish, it makes a difference to that one starfish, or you put them back. Something that is uplifting, especially during contract talks, because it seems so, we get these negative things out to employees all the time, and we just really need some positive things that we appreciate you, because we truly do. And, all you have to do is look through a magazine like this or other places or T-shirts to find things that we can say to our employees, we appreciate you. Another thing that I saw yesterday in the FASA news that Dr. Aspen sent out was the SEED program from the federal government supporting effective educational development. It was a $65 million grant program to districts that would help with programs that we have that are going out to try to attract more educators and perhaps build them out, or that grow your own type thing. I don't know if that just came on or how we might apply for that, but it's the SEED, SEED program, and it was in the FASA news that Dr. Aspen sent out that there might be something in there that we could even get some dollars to help us in our efforts to do what we're already doing. And again, thank you for what you're doing, because, I think we need to help our employees, and we kind of fell off that recognition thing when, the bottom was falling out of our funding and whatnot. But let's build that back up. There even is in here a bag that you could put for new employees. This is the way you can, every time they have to take that computer and that work home, if they've got something with our logo, working as one for the success of all, they go, yes, that's why we're doing it. Or one of these phrases that builds up our teachers. I think that would be very, very good. And all my ideas you already are doing. I was glad to see that. Thank you.
Tom?
So great job on this work. I've seen a huge improvement just listening to your presentation today from a year ago. So kudos to that. I want to acknowledge Lynn for a second. A couple of things. Like, you weren't here when we talked about property and casualty, but that's great work. So I know it's not part of this plan, but that is great work. I wanted to say thank you. Coupled with $274,000 that for that technology, that is awesome. Paying attention to the bottom line as you always do, but thank you for that. And the service that you provide to our employees, our teachers, all of the staff in terms of moving the biometric from 12 to 40% in 1 year, that's huge. We all know what it takes to move percentiles here. And so that's awesome. So I just wanted to make sure you got a attaboy on that.
Thank you.
I like what I'm hearing about career advancement initiatives and employee retention. Those are all connected to me as far as one big program, and hopefully it backs up into how we deal with recruitment, because if we're retaining and, when people need to be re-challenged in a job, we don't lose them. We can find ways to recapture them, and that does affect and it also affects morale, because if people really like being here, it keeps morale high. It's easier to slip new employees into a high morale environment, so I appreciate that. I would suggest perhaps looking at exit interviews versus surveys and pushing it down into the school area, not always having it to be HR, because from surveys, we all see what kind of response we get from surveys. There's really valuable information in exit interviews, because people feel free to really get laid on the line and tell you some of the stuff that you don't always get to hear. And those are learning opportunities. So if you can get those exit interviews, not necessarily from a survey, but an actual face-to-face, try and figure out how to make it be 10 to 20 minutes for somebody, so it's not a time-consuming possibility, but to really get that information. I don't know, military, from a recruitment source, I forgot to mention that. Ex-military, where people are leaving the military, can we get to them? Can we find where those job fairs are for military? And my real only question, investigations. I hear that we did 300 of them. Have you seen a positive result from them? I recently stepped into a situation with Jody where an investigation was presented to me. I got terrific. I was in the middle of two people kind of talking and said, oh, an independent investigation is going to happen, so you can either be exonerated. It's not about the people involved, it's independent. I got a really positive feedback from that. Oh, that's great, it's independent. So in terms of, has it kept us out of litigation? Has it solved problems? Is there a rationale as to why we have two? And justification as to why we have two, and are you getting positive results?
So I would say that we are getting positive results, one by the consistent professionalism in the investigations. So when people are able to know that what they're saying to an investigator is being utilized for the investigation purposes and not held against them by somebody who may be conducting the investigation who's partial to the school or the cost center. The people who are being investigated, I think, have said that that it's professional as well in our questioning, in our, it's not all through the school that we're doing an investigation. Everybody doesn't have opinions about it. And then the other part of it, I think that is being very positive, is we used to do investigations by the cost center, by the school. So then the principal would, today be doing an investigation on somebody, and then tomorrow wanting to give them a, hey, you did a great job. Well, that teacher is going, but just yesterday you disciplined me, or just yesterday you initiated an investigation on me. So what we're getting back from our principals especially is, I don't have to be that person, and it's non-biased. I'm just turning it in to the investigator. When you ask the question about two, of course, I would take more investigators, but I think that, with over 300 cases, in some cases take a day or two, in some cases could take 3 to 4 weeks, depending on what the violation or alleged violation is and the amount of people that we have to investigate. And then we have to type up their reports, involve any other agencies that we have to be involved with, DCF and law enforcement, like I mentioned earlier. So I don't know the numbers of keeping us out of litigation. I will tell you, I've been doing my job for 11 years now, and I do know that the amount of times that I had to try to explain to a lawyer why a principal did this or why an assistant principal did this compared to how often I have to explain it now has significantly decreased, because we're not having those missteps of somebody giving somebody discipline before having a Weingarten hearing, or somebody questioning the person and then still wanting to discipline them, not giving them their rights to having legal counsel present. So we've gotten out of a lot of those types of situations where we used to have to explain to lawyers why we did that and violated the rights, and honestly probably lost some cases because of not following the proper procedures. The other thing that we are doing, which I think is very, very positive, is we're not using the investigations as merely just a punishment. We are we are suggesting and asking for professional development to be done in certain cases. It's not just discipline. So professional development suggestions, things of that nature with the employee who has the allegation. So I think that's a very, very positive thing. We've also utilized mediation in certain situations with two staff members who may have had a problem in the workplace. We did an investigation, and instead of disciplining both people, had mediation, which has been very successful.
And I would also just comment as well, in addition to the administrator not having to change hats, they're able to focus on what their job is, which is being the instructional leader. So they're not having to take time out of their day to do investigations. They can do what we want them to have the time to do, which is great.
Dr. Aspen.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment and say thank you to Dr. Foster and the whole HR team. You guys have done a fantastic job, especially restructuring and looking at the different areas like generalists and our investigators. I think that has really helped us with customer service as far as the generalists are concerned. And then, as you said, Al, the investigations are very comprehensive. And I really think our 2 investigators that we have are doing a great job in there. And then recruitment efforts, you guys are really doing a great job there too, trying to bring in high quality folks. And we definitely need to do that. But hats off to all of you. You've done a great job, not only here, but this entire year. So thank you very much.
Well, I too want to say thank you because I see a different energy in Al, and I think that's great because you're probably the longest running member of Human Resources. So you've been there 11 years. Have any of the rest of you been there for 11 years? Have you? Oh, okay. Well, see, I never thought of you as being in Human Resources.
I've been around, so
Well,
I've been in finance, and then I've been in HR. So
that's what I meant.
that's
'cause
probably.
I would never discount
I've
what
been
you
here.
because you have kept me out of trouble so many times, Lynn. I love working with you, and you've always been such a valued resource to me. I know that we have to have some chats in the future about what I'm going to do at the end of my reign here and retirement in the fall. But I just noticed a bounce in Al's step these days, and. It's a hard job. It's not always thankful. And I've seen some changes in leadership over the last 12 years, I guess. And I remember when I first came into Human Resources in 2010 to sign up and fill out my packet and everything, not a single person in the building said hello to me. I walked in. I looked around. Nobody said a word. And I'm a real stickler about that. If you're on the phone and somebody walks in, you wave at them and say, be with you in a minute or whatever. So I hope we're doing better with just that front entry and look of the department, because that needs jazzing up a little bit too. But I know how hard Allison has worked, and I know her background, and I know that, she has that Wake Forest degree and then that University of Florida doctorate, and I know how hard she's worked. She's called me many times at 9 o'clock at night, and I think she's on her way home, and all of you have done a great job. I love the organization, the way it's organized, the things that are going on, Danielle. As I said, it's really remarkable what all of you have done. I know the wellness things that are being put together. If I didn't live so far away, I'd take advantage of more of those. But I want to thank you all because I think, that we're on the right track. And this salary study, I think, is so very important. So what you're saying to me, I think, means that if you're still getting it together, you're looking at the fall. That'd be kind of when you expect to have some results.
So Jody had shared while we're here. So June 21st is when it will come to you for to vote on what firm we will go with.
Okay.
And so then we'll move forward from that point. So it will take
It'll
some.
be the fall. Yeah, it'll be the fall. I mean, always takes a little while to do that. So I just want to say, thank you. A big thanks to all of you. Thank you for being here today. It's an excellent presentation. Dr. Aspen.
No, I'm good.
Oh, sorry. Bridget, you didn't have something to say?
No, I'm good. Thank you again.
Okay.
It's really good.
I knew that you were behind him, and then all of a sudden it was, okay. So that ends this part of the workshop. We had originally had a teledoc thing on, and then we talked about taking it off. Does anybody have any questions? I didn't have any questions about that. I think it's a great idea. Does anybody have a reflection on that before Lynn leaves?
Yeah, I'm here for questions. I thought it was pulled, but now that it's still on.
Well, it was pulled, but, if anybody has a question, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to know this is a good idea if we can afford to do that. I think it's and it will be on our board
Yes.
agenda for approval
Next meeting.
Next week.
month, or next time. Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Easy peasy.
I like that.
Your read ahead was good enough.
I like moving things along, moving things along. Okay, next we have up at great expense our wonderful CFO, Mitzi Corcoran, Krista Kurtner, operating budget.
And if I could, Madam Chair, I also want to reintroduce Bonnie Penner,
Please.
our new CFO.
Please do. And Bonnie is a a wonderful resource. I apologize for not introducing her, but I could not remember her last name. Now I will, because it's like Pinner Shoes, isn't it? Spell your last. Penner. It's not like Bill Pinner Shoes. Have you ever been to Gainesville? To Pinner Shoe Store? That's what I was thinking about. I used to buy all my shoes there. Anyway. Okay, so shall we get started?
So I'm actually going to have the budget team lead the discussion on where we're at and how we're doing for the 21-22 year. As you know, we'll be doing 22-23 in the May workshop. So take it over.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you should have received a packet that we'll go through for our projected actuals for 21-22. And we'll also talk about what the amended budget will look like, because you'll get those at the next board meeting. So if you have your packet, we'll just go ahead and go to page 1 of 4 and just talk a little bit about what we're seeing as far as trending. This information is as of March 31st and what we see right now. So you can see, starting at the top, the revenues for federal are not estimated to change at this point. The biggest thing that we had to come in the state sources was we had our third calculation. And within that third calculation, the bottom line changed on line 69 for about 4.37 million. And the reason it was netted at that was because even though we received an additional 7.3 million in the overall FEFP, the scholarships went up. I know you guys have heard about that. So basically, we've been watching this scholarships go up since its inception. And it's basically, when it started, it was about 175 students in 1920. And then it went up to 366 the next year. And then it was 600 for just the FFES. So, and then this year, of course, they rolled in Gardner and McKay. So we budgeted, or the state actually makes us budget what we had the prior year. So if you look at line 50, you can see that what was budgeted was the actual of 5.8 in the state's in revenue expenditure, but we actually put in on the adopted column R 7.6 because we thought, well, it's going to come in higher. We didn't know it was going to come in at 13.2 in the amended budget there. But basically they offered something called a hold harmless. So, but when we really look at that, and that's, if you want to flip to the last page, let's see. Yeah, the last page, which is the actual breakdown of the third calculation. It's called the comparison of the FEFP school funding. So if you look at how this actually came in for us, you can see that on line 7, the unweighted FTE came in as 1,477 more. But of that, about 600 of it was really scholarships. So as you go down a little bit more, you can see that even though they did give us some more money, the TSIA on line 22 didn't change, so that obviously wasn't given prorated, or wasn't given more funding. And then on 31, the teacher lead wasn't anymore. And if you go to the down to the scholarships on line 50 and 51, you can see that, you know, obviously it was a lot more than what was put into the calculation. So you can see the net of it basically was absorbed by the scholarships. And then down at the bottom on line 89, you can see that overall we really reduced $84.70 per unweighted FTE because in addition to the teacher lead and the TSIA, in which they didn't increase it, the hold harmless was only on the BSA part for the scholarships and not the categoricals. So
I have a question on that. It shows under revenues as a negative.
That's correct. So
does that mean that it's negative from the state source and that we're paying for these out of our local tax dollars?
No, what that means is that Well, basically, when the FEFP comes in, the dollar amount that they say that they're going to be giving us, they actually just sweep that amount. So, yeah, I guess in essence, yes. I mean, we are mainly paid for out of our local dollars. So that's basically how they set it up. So,
can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
So when you look at the FEFP, and you'll see a negative on the base student allocation, and you'll see a negative for the scholarships. So the scholarships are funds that are a wash. They come in and they go out. So if we do not include them in our student count, those dollars are still leaving. So it's very important for us to get a good, accurate number, which we had no knowledge of how many Gardner scholarships there were. So there was a $460-some million reserve allocation to kind of hold us harmless. But if you read the language, it's only to hold harmless for the amount of the budget deficit, not the amount of the scholarships. I think the Senate's originally had the scholarship values, but what ended up passing was just the shortfall. So you can see when you look at these lines for the scholarships on 49 and 50, there's, $7 million that were short from what we had originally estimated. But if you go to lines 43 and 44, the student reserve allocation only covered the proration from the state to the budget. So overall across the state was short for Sarasota County $2.9 million. So that's what the student reserve allocation covered. It didn't actually cover the cost of the additional scholarships that we had not anticipated. And this is statewide. I think Miami-Dade, how many did he say he had? He was tons under for what he had. So I think everyone is struggling.
So are our state dollars reduced by that amount? I mean, or do our local dollars pay for that? Or is it just state dollars flow through?
So on the sheet where you have your state revenues, it identifies all of the categorical funding because it's specific. And then you also have the state, you have the local, required local effort and the discretionary down below. And so when you take them and you add them all together, you don't have enough. There is no money coming to us from the state theoretically for the BSA. So that's why those numbers are always a negative, because we're a 90% county. So when you take our tax revenues and you modify it and you separate all the categoricals out, you're left with negative money, not positive money. So, yeah.
Yes. So back to the page 1. Just wanted to highlight the scholarships, and just to let you know, with this increase, when we were talking to the Department of Education as far as for FTE forecasting for next year, we wanted to make sure we included the trend that we're seeing. We're just growing exponentially with our scholarships. So we requested an additional amount. Like I said, we were at 600 for the FFES this time, so we wanted to make sure we increased, almost that amount again, and also because for us it would be a held harmless, would be in and out. Basically, we forecasted it, but the state was unable to meet that for us, so we didn't get the amount that we were looking for. So we did get it higher than what was recommended, but we didn't get exactly what we're looking for. So, but we always make sure we try to hold a little bit extra so we don't end up, being harmed by it. So basically, that's how the state was coming in. Just to kind of highlight some of the other changes that are in the state sources on line 66. You can see that from the adopted to the amended and projected, it's gone up. And that's that reading pilot you guys are aware of. We just didn't get the funding until after we had already adopted. And then down to the state sources, nothing's really changed there as far as revenue, except as you go down. The line 79, the federal indirect, you're going to see that went up a lot from the adopted budget, over almost $1 million. And that's basically from our ESSER funds. So we were able to collect more based upon how we were spending it, because only a certain amount of how you spend it can be indirect costs. So we were spending it more in, teachers and in contracts for the kids and things like that. So that's a good thing. So then if you want to flip the page over to page 2, just to kind of highlight some changes on that. That's our transfers in, and you can see that on line 87, grants. You had the ESSER grant was going to be transferring in to cover expenditures that we had incurred the prior year for COVID and things like that. That's what it was allowed to be used for. It's gone down a little bit because FEMA's going to end up paying more of that claim, so we didn't have to use the ESSER funds for that. Of course, the FEMA reimbursement, we're not sure exactly when that comes in, but at least it will come in. So that's how that one is. The transfer for capital, you can see that that went up a little bit, which is a good thing for how we are vetting our expenses. So as you know, we do our zero-based budgeting with all of our departments, and as we go through them and we're vetting expenditures for next year, when we do that as a part of the process, we find where we have expenditures this year that can be expensed to the capital transfer. So that helps us to get better things aligned. We do it now and then for next year. So we always kind of find some things, and software is usually one of the bigger things that we can get in there. So if you want to turn to page 3. So this is the changes that are going to be asked to be amended at the next board meeting. And the projected actuals include the negotiated raise that was put into place. As you can see, we don't anticipate exceeding the original adopted budget in our amendment. We just have to basically realign and shift how we originally budgeted. So the salaries, of course, are going up $6 million as a result of the negotiated raise. The benefits are not going up that much, and that's because things such as healthcare, they don't actually increase. And of course, we budget fully burdened, meaning that all of our vacancies are filled, and that obviously isn't happening this year. So then with purchase services direct, you can see that that's going down a little bit. And basically with the salaries, as we had to shift funds, you'll see that we shifted them from the purchase services district and from materials and supplies. And in both of those cases, the way that we budget is the schools have their assigned budget. They have their roll forward budget. And that is put into the budget, and, it's theirs to use. But as the year trends on, they don't tend to use it all. So then we are able to say that that's what's transferring into the salaries. And again, that budget will roll for them into next year. So that's how we're covering that. Purchase services charters is coming in almost $3 million less, and that's a really big part of how the salary is funded. And what that is again, during the FTE forecasting time, the charter schools will indicate that they believe they're going to have a certain enrollment, and we require to allow them to make that suggestion. But the state looks at us as one, right? So when we go to the state, even though overall we may think that we're going to come in a certain way, if the charters are taking a portion of that, whether it be 300 or 500 students, and we have to basically align theirs that way, and we know that when they don't come in that way, then the funding just shifts from the charters to us because we already have the students. So, and then energy services is coming in a little bit more, and that's not a surprise. We have percentage increase with FPL and just inflation with everything. It's just so expensive. Our capital outlays a little bit less, not too much, and then other expenses is going up, and that's basically due to our add-on FTE, which is our AP, IB, and ACE. We have a very robust program in all of our high schools, and those programs are growing and increasing, and when they do, the test cost does as well, so that's how come that's increasing. So with that amended and projected, you can see the composition of the fund balance hasn't really changed at this point till we vet it at the end. And then on line 30, financial condition, you can see that for projected actuals at this point in time, we are saying we ended at 16.53, we adopted at 11, and we anticipate coming in about 13%. So, and again, that includes encumbrances at this point in time because we have to, budget for those. But if those don't come in, it'll come in lower, and then that will roll to next year as well. So if you want to flip to page 4, because we're required to break it down for you by function level as well, it's really just the same information. It's just sliced and diced in a different way. But so all I'll just really highlight here is that on line 134, the way we budget is obviously instruction is the main, the main place we budget. So that's where our funds are, put into the system for teaching, for all the things that happen in the school. So when we have our vacancies and when we have all of the schools assigned roll forward and add on FTE funding, that's all theirs. That's lumped into the line 133. When it doesn't end up getting spent and it's rolling forward or vacancies are there, that's when it gets shifted to the other functions to be able to absorb the raises that are put into place and stay within the adopted budget.
Bridget, do you have a question?
I just wanted to confirm. So we are looking at finishing out projected actuals at a 13.18 on financial condition. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And when we go into the next budget, which is our next workshop, and which I may hold, I'm just going to hold that question. I'll talk to you before. So I just want to confirm.
So with that being said, the following page is a copy of the general fund budget amendment, which is, just basically put into the approval form. So that's what you'll be getting next board. And if anyone has any questions, no? Wonderful. Well, yeah.
Is it possible to
Just goes on her way.
get a percentage of what these appropriations are, of what the total budget is? Like what is the percentage of instruction of the total budget? I mean, I know I can take and divide one into the other and get that, but you guys can
We can get
put that calculation in and just
as a normal part of what you see.
Yeah, we can
Yes, that's-
update it and
that's-
add a
we can
column
definitely do that.
shows percentage of total. Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yep. Anything else?
I just wanted to say a couple of things. We're looking at our internal audit committee, and just mention that here. Our internal audit committee, we're waiting for our internal auditor to get back to us on the third audit that was performed. We've reached out to the committee. They know that we're waiting. And I'm going to attempt to call and find out from Rob where we are. But we have to look at what we're going to do this next year. Are we going to do 3? We're going to do 1. We already have the 10 that we looked at initially, and we're finishing these 3 of that 10. I think we still look at that same list. One of the questions that Mitzi and I discussed was human resources. Are we at a point to do an audit of human resources? I don't think we are yet. Do you?
Probably.
I mean, at some point in time, we would want to do that, but just for your, all of your knowledge, we'll be working with our internal audit committee to wrap up the third that we have had in the near future, I would say within the next 30 days.
And
Shirley?
I just went ahead and asked the question, so thank you.
I thought you were getting good at that. Like I said, I'm going to have to get the hook now. Bridget?
thank you. No, as far as the internal auditor, I know I know that they had presented in the past, but I don't know that that's necessary, or maybe it is. But is there going to be a final report provided to us at the end?
Yes, we're looking at presenting the third of the 3.
Okay.
And that's what we're waiting on. And then at that time, depending on what the audit committee decides, then we will, of course, present that third one to the board, but make a decision on how we proceed forward.
So if I can just quickly jump in. So correct, we're finishing our third audit, which is on contracted services, I believe. And then we'll have a discussion, I believe, with the audit committee on, do we need another risk assessment, or do we continue with the current risk assessment that had identified 10 areas to review and determine what areas we want to continue with, how many we think we can get through in the next year, get the recommendations from the audit committee to then bring forward here, because the auditors are already on board. They have a contract for 3 years. So we don't need to go through the whole RFP process for a contractor again. We just need to determine what the scope of the engagement is going to be for the next year.
Tom?
I think that keeping it ongoing is the wisest thing, is because I wasn't expecting to answer that question, but since it's there and I'm here, yeah, why not? So I would recommend that. And I also don't really need a presentation because I know that as a board, we're so backed up in things that are being discussed, and I'd, as much as possible, like to keep it as involved in instruction.
Yep.
So if we could get the report, as per Mrs. Ziegler, to take a look at the results of the audit, and if we have any questions, I think we can track it individually if we need to.
So would you?
I think that using the same risk assessment we've already paid and had done with those 10 items is where we ought to go as well. So I agree with you, Tom.
So Mr. Edwards, moving forward, you would, we would have an audit report. You would be, or everyone would be amenable if we just placed it on a consent agenda for you to then review and approve or poll if you need to have more discussion. Does that sound like a reasonable?
I mean, I would defer unless there's some, it's hard to say in certainty, but if things flush out, there aren't any major red flags, and again, that's the committee's role to bring forward recommendations when you go through it. I think as they roll through it, providing us with a report, and again, we have to do our due diligence to ensure that we're reading through it. And I would again stress that I hope that they, whoever's the chair of that committee and then members, if there are anything, because I don't want to just throw a blind eye where it's business as usual, but I do agree that I don't know that we always need a presentation if there aren't any necessary items that need to be drawn to our attention.
Yeah,
And
I would
that's
say we're pretty familiar with how to pull something off of consent.
Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar, I would prefer similar to what we did today with the teledoc, where it was just pulled, but we had the material well ahead of time. That it isn't. I don't see it as a healthy as a the most beneficial to have that discussion at a board meeting versus being able to have individual discussions ahead of time. I would prefer having it ahead, but not in a, I agree with my peers that not in a venue where we have to have a workshop discussion.
Got it.
Works for me.
Anything else? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Always happy to have you here. And at this time, we're going to recess for a half an hour for lunch.
Good job, Jane. Got your Elvis jacket on today?
I do. You better
Looking
believe
sharp.
it. I try to open it. I wear it all the time, but my wife won't let me.
I love it. I think it's so cool.
Oh, what do we have? Are you buying? I don't know what's back there. Oh, okay, good.
Minutes ago. We have 30 minutes, so we convene at noon-ish? Convene at noon. Is that right?
After.
Five
Come on,
after.
my darling. I need a new one of those highlighters. They don't last very long, do they? They just dry out.
I'm looking for my,
Those are nice.
what are they?
I am applying for that IT position.
Oh, you are? Good for you.
Look at those big balls you have.
I think
You got big balls, and I will not lie.
Sometimes I just wonder.
How come my chair doesn't tilt back?
It's the probably one of
I was gonna trade it for one that does, but that one doesn't tilt back either.
How you doing today?
what's up?
I'd like to call our workshop back in order this day, April the 12th, 2022. This afternoon, we'll start off with an impact fee study overview, and I'll call on Jody Dumas to begin the discussion.
All right. Well, thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our impact fee study. If the board recalls, it was several months ago in a workshop such as this where we were discussing the capital improvement plan and talking about some of the growth that the issue of the impact fee came up and the board requested a study. So with that, through several months of that ongoing study, I'm going to let Diane Caminati, our Director of Planning, kind of introduce our guest and talk about where we are. So go ahead, Diane.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
I
Dr.
can't hear you.
Oh,
Either get it closer or make sure the green light's on,
green light's on.
or both.
Thank you. So thank you, Jody, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Aspen, Mr. McKinley. Our current impact fee and fees and student generation rates for Sarasota County schools are based on a study conducted by Tyndale Oliver in 2015. In 2020, the school board directed planning staff to initiate an updated study of the school impact fees for educational facilities based on increase in growth and enrollment in the county. Planning staff, with approval by the board, commissioned Tischler Bice to conduct this study. I will now turn it over to Carson. I'll now turn it over to Carson Bice, president of Tischler Bice, to present you the study.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the school board.
Microphone.
There we go, sorry. There we go. So logistically, do we have a presentation up? Okay. There we go. Well, I'm Carson Bice, president of Tischler Bice in Bethesda, Maryland. We specialize in impact fees, infrastructure financing, fiscal and economic impact analysis, as well as real estate and market feasibility. And we've done quite a bit of impact fee work in the state of Florida. And we prepared more school impact fees than any firm in the country. And this slide here shows you some of our Florida experience. In terms of background, impact fees are a one-time payment designed to offset the need for growth-related infrastructure, in this case, school capacity. We can't use those funds for operations, maintenance, or replacement. We have to account for the funds separately and publish annual reports. It's not a tax, and the reason I say that is I can't tell you how many bodies I've stood in front of in the United States, and I've heard impact fees referred as a tax on new development. And a tax is very different than a fee. A tax is revenue raising in nature. With a fee, it's usually designed to cover some sort of service. In this case, with impact fees, we have to meet three legs of a legal stool, and that is we have to show need or nexus. So the study has to tell the story of, the school district has grown, that growth is going to continue in the future, and that growth is going to necessitate the need for us to expand the system. In this case, new school construction, new land purchases, et cetera. We also have to show benefit. And we show benefit in two ways. One is through the timing of the expenditure, meaning that we just can't collect the money and sit on it for a 10 or 15 or 20-year period. We have to spend the money in a reasonable amount of time. And then we also show benefit geographically. That's not as much of an issue in Florida with schools having school choice and the ability for students to attend schools throughout the county. So we don't typically need to get into geographic expenditure zones for school impact fees in Florida. And then finally, we have to show proportionality, and that's why you will see that we just don't have a residential impact fee. We have the fee bifurcated by single-family, multifamily, mobile homes, et cetera, because each of these different residential land uses generate different demand indicators. In this case, it's school-age public students or public school students. So there have been some recent legislative changes since your last impact fee study that I thought it'd be good to go over. The first is, impact fees in Florida have always been governed by the dual nexus test, but that test was actually codified in the Florida Impact Fee Act in 2019, And basically, the dual nexus test says that the impact fee must be proportional and reasonably connected to or have a rational nexus with the need for additional capital facilities and the increased capacity and the increased demand generated by new residential construction. And then the impact fee must be proportional and reasonably connected to or have a rational nexus with the expenditure of the funds collected and the benefits accruing. So again, the nexus, the benefit, the proportionality, that's standard with in national case law for impact fees has been codified in the state of Florida. Another change, and this is the only state in the country that has this provision, is that normally if an impact fee is challenged, the burden of proof rests on the plaintiff. In Florida, the burden of proof is on the public agency who adopted the fee, and that's very unique to the state of Florida. Most recently, there's been some legislative changes that govern the amount of increases that you can implement with a new impact fee study. And so if you're going to increase the current fee less than 25% of its current amount, it has to be implemented in 2 equal annual increments. If you're going to increase the fee between 25 and 50%, it must be implemented in 4 equal increments. And then an impact fee increase may not exceed 50% of the current fee unless you conduct an analysis that demonstrates extraordinary circumstances. And through that process, you have to give 2 publicly noticed workshops, and the increase must be approved by at least 2/3 vote of the governing body. So in simple terms, what this means is that if you have an impact fee for a single-family house that is $1,000 today, it really means that you can't increase it to more than $1,500. And if you wanted to implement the full impact fee amount, if it's above that, you would have to go through this special process to show extraordinary circumstances. And then finally, the most recent legislative changes also included the addressing affordable housing, where it's sort of impact fees, an impact fee standard that if you exempt or waive fees for affordable housing, that you typically have to make that difference up from some other revenue source. Within the statute now, it says a county, municipality, or special district may provide an exception or waiver for an impact fee for the development of the construction of affordable housing as defined in the statute. However, it's not necessary to offset that waiver or exemption with other revenue. So that's a uniqueness to Florida. Also, it's important to note that within the impact fee methodology itself, we also have to guarantee against new development paying twice, once through the impact fee and then again through another stream of revenue or site-specific improvements. For instance, if a developer comes in and donates as part of the development agreement a parcel of land that you build an elementary school on, we have to make sure in the development agreement that a credit provision is provided. And then baked into the methodology itself is the analysis of what other revenues may be used to provide school capacity. So revenues that are allocated toward future or existing debt service may have to be exempted, as well as dedicated revenues for sales taxes or special property taxes, et cetera, that may go to provide the same facility that the impact fee is collected for. So in terms of the school district's educational facility impact fee, there are 3 components. We have a bricks and mortar or school construction of classroom space component for all 3 school levels. We included the land for future schools. There's also a component for buses, and then we also give credits for existing and future debt service. Now, the first step in our analysis is to establish that proportionality I mentioned. So the first step is to calculate what we call student generation rates, and we calculate those for single-family, multifamily, and mobile home uses. We calculate those by school level, so there's an elementary rate, a middle school rate, and a high school rate. And you can see here at the top table that the single-family detached rate is 0.219 students. So the way to think about that is for every 100 single-family homes, you're going to generate approximately 22 new public school students. The multifamily rate is 0.075, and the mobile home rate is 0.021. And you may ask yourself, well, how does that compare to the rates that were calculated as part of the previous impact fee study? The single-family rate has gone down slightly, and that's not unusual given what we're seeing elsewhere in Florida as well as the rest of the country. You may have heard during the most recent release of the 2020 census data that we've over the last 10 years, we've had the lowest birth rate that we've had in decades. So that certainly has influenced that rate. The multifamily rate has increased, and we're also seeing that across the country as well, not only for public school students, but also persons per housing unit, because more folks are choosing that lifestyle where there's less maintenance, particularly as that product changes in terms of size. In many areas of the country, they are almost the same size as single-family rates, single-family units, and are becoming a more popular housing choice. It is important to note that these rates are based on geocoded data provided by the school system, so we have the addresses of these students. It's the most accurate way that we can calculate student generation rates. The other way is to rely on American Community Survey data or the PUMS data published by the Census Bureau, which sometimes exceeds a county's boundary. And so this is the most accurate way to calculate these rates. As part of the nexus or demand analysis, we look at, well, what can we expect in terms of residential construction within the county, and this is based on the school board's 2021-2022 capital improvement plan. The housing units are assumed to grow at the same rate of population, but we're projecting an increase of about 63,000 or almost 64,000 new people over the next 10 years, and about 36,650 new housing units over the next 10 years as well. Now, we also turn that into a projection of enrollment, and there's an projected increase of about 2,064 new students in over the next 10 years. It's important to note that there's been a large number of students returning to traditional bricks and mortar classroom space in 2021 and 2022 as we've transitioned from the pandemic. But it's important to note, because this is always a matter of confusion when you're looking at impact fees, is that the projections of new students have very little effect on the impact fee calculation itself. It really only affects the credit calculation, and so if it goes up or down slightly, it has a de minimis results or effect on the actual calculation itself, because the calculation is done using what we call a consumption-based approach, which is a snapshot of your current levels of service standards, your current permanent capacity, your current enrollment, so it doesn't affect the calculations. This chart here shows the current enrollment to capacity at the 3 school levels, and we've got this color-coded. It's sort of an industry standard from an impact fee perspective, as well as a school construction perspective. It gives you an idea of where we are when we say we're 85% of capacity or 98% of capacity or whatever the number, because people may say, well, if you've got excess capacity, why do you need impact fees? Well, there's a relationship between identifying the need for additional capacity, planning for it, budgeting, and actually constructing the facilities. And the way to think about this is that if you're below 89%, that's your preferred capacity situation. If you're in the yellow, that's when you're between 89.5% to 99%. So that's what we call the warning sign. And then obviously if you're over capacity, you are in the red or have the maximum capacity situation. And overall, the school system's at 84% capacity, and these high schools have the least amount of capacity. They're currently at 96%. Now, this next slide shows the level of service standards. This is based on our analysis of looking at, well, how many square feet do we have in our elementary system? How many acres do we have in our elementary system versus middle school versus high school? Because you're at or under capacity, we actually use the permanent capacity of the schools to determine the level of service standards, because that's what you've built the schools to. And so these factors shown in green are used to determine our cost per student station. This table here is relevant because you're about to have a conversation about the CIP in your next agenda item. But these show the planned capacity projects from the draft 2022-2023 capital improvement program. These numbers may change slightly, and we'll certainly modify the impact fee study after the discussion of today's agenda. But there are 4 schools contemplated, as well as school land purchases. There's the Lakewood Ranch Elementary School, the Welland Park High School, the Welland Park K through 8, and then the Clark and Lorraine K through 8. Total construction cost of about, or total planned expenditure for capacity is about $376.8 million. Now, one of the factors we have to use in determining the cost per student station is the cost of construction. We typically look at the Florida Department of Education costs, which typically lag 2 years. The cost for planned construction are coming in much higher than these, as shown in this table. The average for elementary from the Department of Education is $254 per square foot, compared to $207 for middle school and $307 for high schools, as you can see in the bottom chart.
Hold on one second. Bridget, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back. When you're doing the calculation of capacity, does that reflect the 4 schools that we are coming down the pipe for additional capacity?
No, it's just what you have open and on the ground today.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I would contend the reason there is a slump in middle school and a resurgence in high school is because we have a number of middle school charter schools, particularly in Venice. We've got 4. And I think that makes a difference. They go away to charter and they come back to us in high school.
Yep, for sure. And as you can see at the bottom chart here, construction costs in 2022 for Sarasota County schools are significantly higher than the State Department of Education, 56% higher for elementary, 65% higher for middle school, and 36% higher for high schools. Now, we also have a cost component for land. We tend to be conservative in this assumption. We don't want to speculate on what the school district may pay for land in 2024, 2025, et cetera. And so we tend to look backwards to see what you've purchased over the last 2 or 3 years, because this tends to be one of the more controversial assumptions in the calculation. But we looked at 3 different purchases, one from 2020, 2 from 2021, to get a weighted cost per acre of $122,000 for the purchase of land. Then there's also the component for school buses. This table shows your current inventory. The estimated cost of a new school bus is $140,000. So we get our current levels of service in terms of buses per student, and that's factored in the equation as well. The district does have outstanding debt for certificates of participation, so we've given a credit at a net present value rate of the current bond, or excuse me, current certificate, to get a value per student of $1,388. We also took a conservative approach on future revenue because we don't know the timing and the commitment yet, as of yet, in terms of the new school constructions, when they would occur, and what costs we're going to use and what their financing arrangements would be. Rather than speculate on this, we basically took a conservative approach that gives more of a credit than what is legally required, and we get a present value revenue credit of $15,277 for a 20-year period. And then this slide summarizes the previous slide. So at the top of the table, we have those our student generation rates, which are then matched against the cost factors here of the total building construction cost per student, the land cost per student, the buses per student, to get a gross capital cost. So our gross capital cost at the elementary level is $41,753. It's $34,586 at the middle school level, and then $60,203 at the high school level. And then from that, we deduct those 2 credits I mentioned to get our net local cost per student, which is $25,000 for middle schools, or excuse me, elementary schools, about $17,900 for high or middle schools, $43,500 for high schools. And so that gives us our draft maximum supportable education impact fee, which is $6,533 at the single family level, $2,193 at the multifamily level, $592 at the mobile home level. And so when we compare that to the results from the 2015 study, you can see that in 2015, the maximum supportable was $7,835. However, at the single-family rate. However, the current fee was adopted at much less of that rate, so it was $2,032. And so the increase from the current adopted fee schedule is $4,501 at the single-family level, $1,677 at the multifamily level, and $404. Oh, sorry, I'm skipped ahead here. Sorry about that. And it's $404 at the mobile home level. So when we compare that to what your implementation options are, the top table shows that if you were to adopt a 25% increase, you would do that in two equal increments, one in 2022, one in 2023. Your maximum fee is $2,540, which is only $508 more than the single-family fee that you have today. The increase for the multifamily would be $129, and it'd be $47 at the mobile home level. So it'd take you 2 years to get up to those maximum fee amounts. If the district decided to implement the 50% increase, the fee increase would go to $3,048, which is an increase of $1,016 at the single-family level. It would go to $774 for multifamily, which is an increase of $258, and it would go to $282, which is an increase of $94 over the current mobile home rate, and that would take a 4-year phase-in period. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question. What about charter schools? Do they have any requirements? I just wanted to get you to give some public feedback. Charter schools have to abide by building requirements as we do?
Right, but they would not pay the impact.
They do not. But they don't have to require, I mean, they can build 100
you can't-
schools.
sorry,
They can build 100 schools in a county. They have no requirements at all to fit into that community with the number of students or anything else.
Right, you are correct. Now, we do have a final slide that shows where,
Shirley, do you have a question?
oh, sorry.
Yeah, my question is on the mobile home. Where are we getting more mobile homes at? I mean, I didn't know that we were having new development on mobile homes. It's new to me.
Well, I mean, we're not anticipating much in terms of mobile home construction, but you do have a significant amount of mobile homes on the ground today. And I'm not sure if they're.
I mean, does this count new units in existing?
A replacement, a one-for-one replacement would not be charged the impact fee.
We do have quite a few mobile home communities in Sarasota County that are expanding, so we will be seeing a little bit of an increase in those.
Okay, so there are some that are out there that are expanding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just know of those that have been closing down, maybe because I live closer to the city. Thank you.
And we've actually got one more slide, correct?
Right.
So let's
Yeah, I forgot about the comparison slide. You know, one of the questions that a lot of elected bodies ask is, once you've gotten the draft results, of, well, how do we compare to our peer communities, or in this case, our peer school districts? And so we've compiled this list from our recent impact fee work on schools within the state, and I've shown in 3 different fees. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting we're not tied to this. I don't want to look sideways. Sorry about that. So we've compiled this table here. The Sarasota data is shown in gray and italicized. So what we've done is we've shown your current fee, and then we've shown what the proposed maximum would be at the 25% rate versus the 50% rate. And you can see here that, of the major school districts that have school impact fees, you are in the bottom 50% in terms of what the adopted rates are and what the proposed rates would be under the new rates. So you can see here Osceola County, that we just calculated a few months ago, is the highest in the state, and they traditionally have been. They adopt 100% of the maximum amount every time, and they're at $11,823 at a single-family unit, or for a single-family unit. And
they did it when it was easier to do it.
Right. So with the proposed legislative changes, the school districts that have adopted much less than the 100% amounts are really taking it on the chin, so to speak, in these new rounds. Like, yeah. So yeah, you would, your proposed fee is $3,048 for a single family. for at the 50% rate, and you're still, well
We're
within the
way
bottom
down the
50%.
list,
Yes,
way
ma'am.
down the list. I always say that when I talk to developers. I always say, talk about referendum or anything. I always say, well, our impact fees are really low. Shirley?
These last two slides that you had, my presentation ended on page 21. I'd like to get a copy of that 22 and 23. Did anybody else get? Yeah, we need those last couple of pages because that's possibly the meat and potatoes of what we need to talk about. Could you explain to me again why you were looking at doing the 50% of what it is?
Right. So there were changes to the state impact fee statute
right.
that limit the amount of increases.
Mm-hmm.
So you have two options. Well, you have three options, but two that most communities are going with, and that is you can adopt an increase of 25%, or you can adopt an increase of 50%. But to go more than above that, you have to do an analysis that demonstrates extraordinary circumstances. And Flagler Schools, which we just completed about 6 months ago, is the only district that I know of that has taken that route. And one of the reasons was it had been 16 or 17 or 18 years since they did the study. And when that study was adopted, they adopted a much, much, much lower amount. I think it was less than 50%. And now that school district has had stagnant growth for years, given its demographics, but it's starting to ramp up again. And so it's been very controversial with the home builders. And so they have gone through that process. And as I understand, it is still ongoing negotiation with the Board of County Commissioners in terms of what is ultimately going to be adopted.
So you're telling me, I think I'm understanding it, that there is no way that we can currently at this point change the fee to the 100% of what you're recommending.
What I'm telling you is if you chose to adopt the 6,500, I think it was, 6,533, you would have to go through this third option, which is do an analysis demonstrating extraordinary circumstances, do the two publicly noticed workshops, and then that increase would have to be approved by 2/3 vote by the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
The 50% looks good to me. And that has to be done over what, 3 years?
4 years.
4 years. So the 25 would be done over 2. The 50 would be done over 4, and we wouldn't have to do any other thing but adopt, correct?
I believe so.
If we chose to do anything above that, we would have to jump through some hoops.
And those are the numbers that are listed in those last two pages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see those.
Bridget?
Thank you so much. So just to recap real quickly, you utilize the incremental expansion methodology for this, right? And that was what we utilized in 2015. And when we look at projected enrollment against the 2015 analysis and to what was actual, do we have an analysis that would show us that?
I don't have that in front of me, no.
Okay, just because I think, well, it's not so much projected enrollment against new construction units that would supply. And I know there's a lot of nuances that's not direct, but I think that's where we get down to. And if you think about, again, the incremental expansion methodology and the purpose is truly to pay for the growth related to those new construction, I think as a historical basis, there's no better thing. Again, I understand there's variables that will work outside that, but those are all part of some of these calculations. You just eloquently went through all of those elements of where those calculations apply for these various nuances. And so if we look at that, I think that's it would be helpful for us to see of what we projected, how much and how close those projections were. The other question I have is, there's a specific length and time in which you're allowed to utilize the impact fees. Is that correct? Can you speak to that?
Well, go ahead. The Florida statute doesn't limit, like other statutes say that you have 7 years or 5 years or 10 years. Just has a reasonable amount of time.
Oh, forgive me. I thought we.
Well, we typically use 5 years as our
That may be an
spending timeline, correct? And Sheena's in the room, so I want looking for a nod just to make sure I'm correct. So we typically try to spend within 5 years.
Okay, and so and that's where the credits piece come in to your analysis of the ones that we started to collect of the 0.25 based on the allowable rate or defensible rate, I don't know what the right word is, and we have a certain amount. So yeah, I think it would just be as helpful to say, historically, this was what projected. You know, the board obviously approved the 2.25, but I think just to look at against any future projections to give us a better sense of where we stand.
Yeah, there are two pieces there that we can bring back, and one is our internal projections, and our internal departments, really finance and planning, working together, do an awesome job, so we can look at those, and then the other study that was previous to that, we could bring that too, so you can see that history.
Yeah, and then the final piece was the capacity question I'd asked earlier, and I think, and I got to go back, and I think the slide structure was a little bit different, but that was like a nice summary. But was it 86% as a district total? Was
84%.
84%. And then, but that doesn't include the 4 new construction. Those are already in our CIP, so those are already pre-budgeted for within.
Yep, and we're going to talk about that next, but they are in our budget, currently in a budget that works for the CIP, correct?
Right, so that would not be considered any kind of new, these impact fees, hypothetically speaking, the future, if there was an additional allocation for an extension of impact fees, would they be paying for those 4 schools?
Potentially, and so what we would do is if the impact fee, so the way the budget's built, and I don't want to speak for Sheenia, but I think I'm correct. So the way the budget's built, it's based on the current revenue stream of impact fees, right? And so if that changes, that would offset some of the borrowing that we have currently in our 5-year plan to make sure we can bring on this added capacity. So if the revenue stream changed, we would adjust our borrowing by that much, and that impact fee would go towards that new capacity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And then the final question is, what would that projected at capacity be with those new 4 schools? So we have a sense. And again, I know there's a lot more nuanced aspect to it, but I think apples to apples when we're looking at these. So thank you very much.
I will say this, that, there are a number of charter schools that have wait lists now, and that hasn't happened in a while. But I do know some that are over capacity to what they think is their capacity or has always been their capacity in the 10, 12 years that I've been working with them. And they have a very healthy wait list.
Shirley, did you have another question?
Shirley Brown.
I just want to point out that the law changes were in the report that is attached with the agenda, and that's on page 3 and 4, and those new pages 22 to 23 that we didn't get, I want to make sure that they get attached to the agenda also, so the public can have access to them in addition to us.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm not sure what happened there, but right after this, we'll make copies and get them to you.
Yeah, mine ended at 21, and I'm seeing nods for the rest of the district.
I saw it over the weekend and I misplaced it. I don't know if it was a loose sheet or what, but yeah, that would be very helpful if we all got that. Tom?
I have a couple of, I guess, just really questions. Can impact fees be utilized for affordable housing for the school district?
Can you clarify? Do you mean construction of affordable housing?
Yes. Okay. Can they be utilized for capital improvements? I saw that like if we had a building and we're having to change a roof.
No, sir.
No. And so what is the definition of a capital improvement?
You would have to add additional classroom capacity. So you would have to take an 800-seat school and make it 850 or
Workstations.
Right.
Yeah. I'm asking a lot of these questions for
Sure.
the general. We're sort of dancing around this capacity conversation, and what concerns me about capacity is we're very close, obviously, on high schools, and as Chair Goodwin points out, how rapidly things can change with student capacity moving from charter and back and forth. So I'm concerned about that. Is there some sort of standard of rate of capacity change? Is there some anticipation?
No, sir. Typically, that's reflected in local, construction and school planning policy. There's no, state standard. There's no impact fee industry standard related to that.
Because when I pay attention to all things in our county, growth and its rapid rate of growth is and these developments are coming online rather quickly. And do you factor those developments that are out there that haven't come online yet, but they're approved? Do you factor all that in?
It's part of the discussion, yes, sir.
Okay, so those are part of your rate of growth. They're part of your calculation of where the students are going to come from?
Yeah, they're reflected or included in these development projections here to a certain extent. Yes, sir.
Okay. The rates of what we're able to charge, let's say, for a multifamily, which, to your point, which I appreciate you bringing up, that condominiums and townhouses are improving vastly in what their value is, but yet their impact fee is substantially lower. How do you go about recalculating that?
Yeah, well, you need to be updating your impact fees, every now the state law prohibits anything sooner than 4 years. But before, a fast-growing district like Osceola was on a 3-year schedule to update their fees. We update Pasco's fees every 3 to 4 years, et cetera. But at a minimum, you should be updating every 5 years because you need to reflect these demographic changes. So, for instance, I remember around the Great Recession, there were a lot of school districts that were having flat or stagnant growth, Manatee County being one of those, and they rescinded their fees because they really weren't going to be building any school capacity. And then all of a sudden, things changed sharply. And then once you've done away with the fees, it's much harder to re-implement them. And so, these demographic shifts happen. And we see, like, for instance, townhomes around the nation are starting to have a larger household size than they have in the past. And so those 5-year or updates will reflect those.
So it's up to the school district to recalibrate that rate then? So, and would one, as a school district, want to recalibrate that while we're reevaluating impact fees, or how would you suggest recalibrating those rates? When would we do that?
Right. Well, one of the changes that occurred a number of years ago in the Florida Impact Fee Act was a requirement that the fees be based on the most recent and localized data. So at the time of the impact fee study, you would just make sure that you would update those rates. Like, for instance, you wouldn't do the study 5 years from now and use the rates from 2018 or use these rates, right? You'd want to calculate different rates because we're now 5 years on. So you would have to do it at the time of the study.
So you touched in on, I think, what will be my last question. So would we set a schedule then? Because obviously, as an individual board member, I really wanted to get to impact fees much sooner than this conversation since I am a board member, but obviously things took precedent as to how quickly we could get to it. And plus we were having the study done. Right. But how often can you reevaluate if you go above 50%, at 50%, at 25%? How often can you start the schedule over again?
Well, I believe under the new legislation, it's 4 years before you can open the study up again.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. The one area that I have been most concerned about is multifamily. I think we set it too low initially. But of course, that was when we didn't have very much multifamily. We're grossly unpopulated in that metric. So I really think that multifamily is where one of our mistakes was made in the past, for sure. Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you're looking at the projections for student enrollment, and as Mrs. Ziegler had mentioned, looking at past trends, are you taking into account the changes in as finance had reflected in the growth of families seeking scholarships for private, as well as the growth in charters or charters coming to our district? And then in that third category, the momentum or projection of families continuing to move to Sarasota, because development doesn't always reflect those three variables.
Yes, absolutely. And so finance with planning as well as others do a very comprehensive, right around the 40-day, when you do the 40-day count, they're always revising their projections. That's based on not only what planning's seeing, what finance is seeing, and for those scholarships and things, that's kind of worked into the equation, but it's also boots on the ground conversations with principals about what are you seeing in your local community, what are you hearing, and so those internal projections are usually have been very good from our staff. And back to Ms. Ziegler's question, so last time we did an impact fee study, it was also a growth study. There was a two-part component to it. We did not do that this time. And I think what we found and what we learned last time is that our internal projections for where we're going to be in terms of growth were better than the consultant coming in, and that's just a tribute to what our staff does. So the answer, I think, to all of your questions with our internal growth calculations are yes, we try to pay attention to all those factors that influence growth, because at the end of the day, if we can nail FTE at the site, we get our budgets correct. And so we're very careful to do that. And again, I don't want to take the credit for that. It's really finance and planning that does all those calculations.
And I agree. I did look closely at the 2015 study, and it was very close. My question, when you bring back the information that Mrs. Ziegler has requested, I would certainly like to see trend and projections in, particularly because of what finance pointed out with the amount of students unexpectedly growing in seeking scholarships. I would like to see those trends. I think that's a big part of this. In families seeking state scholarships for private, the trend in choosing charter and the trend in charters coming here, and keeping in mind the variable that may or may not be a board decision and may be decided by at the state level whether charters proceed and are approved, and as well as the moving in piece. So how does that all, I think that's huge, because there's a lot of change going on in options, opportunities, and it's something that's been on my mind for a while. It's hard to calculate our growth when we don't, because there's obviously people moving to Sarasota, but we're not visibly tracking the students that are leaving while the ones are moving in. So it shows our growth as projected at a certain stable point, but doesn't show us who's actually left. I know that Mrs. Goodwin talks about, leaving for middle school and coming back. I just think there's a lot of variables if we're making decisions that have a financial impact on families, that we're looking at every variable.
And just to comment to that, Ms. Rose, so the other thing that planning does, it's a very big project throughout the year. Well, not throughout the year, but at a point in time in the year is a mobility study. And so what we look at is every campus in Sarasota County Schools, and we look at where the students have come from going in, and if they've left that school, where did they go, if we can find them. And so that's a really comprehensive look. So for example, two of the schools that are really interesting to look at is Sarasota High and Riverview High. And so when you look at those two comparisons, you can see students coming out of one, going into another. They share districts, so that whole choice thing kind of plays in. So, and we track to charter schools too. So Diane and her team, Amy, do that mobility study once a year, and that's the real finite look at, okay, population at Riverview High changed, then where did they go, where are they coming from, and so we can take a look at that, and that's shared with all the principals across the district. So we do get down to that finite piece of looking at if we are losing them, where are they going?
The scholarship pieces as well, you're tracking in that finite piece?
So that is a finance question, and I have to get back with you on that.
That's
in terms
my point.
Yeah.
I was on alert looking at the differences in what was expected and what was the actual result was significant, and where does that play in, trend?
Those reports do include scholarship students that are within our SIS system, yes.
I've been talking to the Choice Office about this. I've been talking to the Assessment Office about this. So we need to come up with the three of you all getting together, but I need more information on kids coming in and kids going out, where they're going, how well they're trained when they get to us. I hear principals saying to me all this year, XYZ came from XYZ school. I will not say which. And we've just had a horrible time remediating this child. This child knew nothing when he got here, and he came from a private school or he came from a charter school, wherever. But we need to know that information, I think.
I'm right there with you, if I may. And from a whole district standpoint or a leveled standpoint versus an individual school standpoint, so we can collectively see who's coming, who's going, how many, at what level, and then narrowing it down to what particular schools. And again, if we're looking at financial impact on the school system and community, I think we need every variable.
And that all has an accountability piece in itself. Because if we have principals saying to us, hey, I'm having trouble with kids from XYZ school, we need to know that. Bridget?
Thank you so much. And I agree. And I think the mobility study, and I think we touched upon another layer of it from the academic side, and I knew you'd share that with principals, but when that's concluded, what time of year is that done?
It's done right after the 40-day counts.
Okay.
So it takes me time to do it because it's all done in GIS.
Okay.
But it's about 3 weeks out of the 40-day counts.
Okay. So can that, and that there may be some nuances to that, Dr. Aspen, from an academic standpoint, and that could be, there's a lot of data points, but I think moving towards that makes a lot of sense from the accountability standpoint, but also when we're making certain decisions from planning. So I would love to see that. But my final question, I think this may be the case, and I know I mentioned this. I know planning, you guys do a tremendous job. And if you think of this year, historically Florida, when these conversations have been happening, you feel like many people, particularly in Sarasota County or some of the coastal counties, a lot of people who are moving here are retirees. So no new rooftops are not necessarily equating to more school-aged children. And I understand when we do these impact fee studies, those calculations are reflected on that, as you mentioned. So when we have seen, and I know census data is almost outdated at this point, even though it's only a year or so later, because this year has been, in particular Florida, we've had such a large amount of people coming down, and much data, although is indicating in a lot of areas that it is more families than it has been historically versus it being retirees. Was that at all included in any of these projections?
Indirectly. Like you said, the student generation rate reflects the current demographics. So for instance, if we were to go to a suburban county in Maryland, the student generation rate for a single family house would be probably over 0.5, and it's almost 0.22 here. So that's a reflection of the demographics. Now, the Census Bureau does do a good job through the American Community Survey, which is published on a rolling 5-year cycle it's a 5-year look, but it's every year. So you can catch some of this. To your question about the anticipation of, no, it is the analysis is not one of our market studies where we are looking at the Sarasota market as a whole and what you're likely to capture in terms of different sectors of the economy. Because that's an analysis that's more than the cost of the actual school impact fee. Yeah. So it's more of looking at what have our past building permit trends been, what have our past enrollment trends been, what do we know is coming down the pipeline in terms of approved developments, what the likely absorption is going to be, and those are reflected in the projections. But what I said earlier, the projections aren't driving the fee at all. It may be 1 or 2% of the fee.
No, I think it more of is from a capacity standpoint and a need to build from a planning part. So I know there's a lot of, but I just didn't know if
that's more of the annual CIP kind of process.
Okay, thank you so much.
Tom?
So yeah, I agree that Jody and they don't want to spend one more penny than they have to. I get it, and I know that you want to make sure that your budgets are right in line, and so I didn't even ask enrollment questions because I knew better than that. But the trend that Krista mentioned about the trend of enrollment of scholarships, can we match that to your study from the last couple of years and just overlay them? The one that you were just talking about?
So the mobility report?
But it takes you a long time to calculate it. Yes. So let's not look for this year, but let's try to match those trends of what Krista talked about as she looked at the increase of scholarships and the studies of coming and going.
Oh yes, we can look back over the past few years.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of provide a little clarification. FES, a lot of the FES scholarships that are going out are students who were already in private school. So now they're taking advantage. So they were never in our buildings. So I don't know
What percent
exactly.
is that? Sorry. Do
Yeah,
we know?
I don't have that number, but state reporting probably can gather that. But a large percentage of the scholarships are from students who were already in private school, not moving from our schools into their schools. So it's hard to really know what the true impact is on our facilities. But if we can gather that information, then we'll be able to determine what that impact is. Okay.
Great. I think we've passed our time. This is wonderful. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I may ask, just want to make sure I understand the next steps the board would like us to take. So we've been asked to bring some information back regarding enrollment and enrollment projections. Are we bringing that back to a workshop? Or how do you want us to proceed with that? Or you want us to come back to that, or you want us to just provide that and then we schedule something on a board meeting? That's the conversation. What's the
Why
next
can't
step?
we have a conversation with you independently?
Perfect.
How about that for a change? And then if we need to workshop it again, we can. We may not need to, and then we'll bring it back to a board meeting if we don't, but let's do that.
Absolutely. Thank
We've
you.
got so much on our workshop calendar now that I'd rather look at this separately.
Thank you.
Just to that point, Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom.
At some point, I think we do have to have a workshop to discuss, are we going to raise impact fees? Are we not? And by how much and all of those things. So it does need to, I'm happy to have those conversations individually so that we're prepared for the next conversation.
That's what I'm saying, that rather than scheduling it right now, let's have us gather our thoughts, look at the added information we haven't gotten yet, make some assumptions, and then move forward with it.
It's us.
Next up, we have our Capital Improvement Plan, better known as CIP, CIP.
Yes.
And Jody is here with a number of wonderful guests. Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
And this is Sheena Runyons.
Yes, I was about to remember Sheena's name. I apologize. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, the two conversations are absolutely tied together, right? And so regarding the SIP or the CIP, we've been in front of you a few times now, more than we have in the past with this document, which is the projections moving out the next 5 years. And the reason we're doing that is because we're building towards the actual CIP plan, which you will get in June to be voted on and adopt. But the reason we've been in front of you so much this year, and will continue to do so, is, as we've discussed in the past, what we're seeing with construction costs is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so as we continue to move through that process, and as Jane gets into the point where we've got construction documents and we've got subs that can give good pricing on projects, and as those project price increases come to us, we want to make sure we keep you in the loop at where we are. So that's kind of our reasoning for coming in front of you today. So again, we've got Diane Caminati, Jane Drager, and Sheena Runyons. They're really your CIP team, and we're going to kind of take you through what we want to do is highlight some of the changes in this 5-year plan since the last time we were in front of you, which has not been that long ago, but there are a few changes. So with that, I will actually kick it over to Jane, who worked on the read ahead for the project updates for you, and she'll kind of highlight that. And I know you had some of this, so if you got questions as we're going, please feel free to ask. So with that, Jane, you want to highlight some of the changes proposed in the current CIP?
Sure. Good afternoon. It's good to be here. Just a couple of things that we wanted to do to make sure that we're hitting on all of the points that would be important to you as board members. We really wanted to make sure that the scopes were valid, the budgets were valid, and the timelines were meaningful. In the past, we have put what we called placeholder budgets based on historical data, not a lot of cost escalations, not a lot of difficult projects, but we really are moving into the arena where we have difficult projects, and I'll go into the details on the 5 projects that we really honed in on. And those were the new high school in Welland Park, the Sarasota High Building 13 and 14 HVAC renovation, the Goshio Elementary Building 3 replacement and partial renovation, Booker Middle re-roof, and the Oak Park 1 wing per year project. So with that said, I'll just jump into the high school at Welland Park and explain to you what we did. We actually had a third-party firm validate with subcontractor pricing the 325,000 square foot facility that we intend to build for 1,900 students with a core capacity that's oversized to 2,100 so that the school can grow by simply adding a classroom wing addition. And we included a shared central energy plant and equipment for the K-8 because those schools will be co-located.
And Category 3 hurricane.
Yes.
Although they probably will not be shelters because of the location.
What did you say?
I said, although they'll probably not be shelters, required shelters by the EOC, the county, because of their location proximity
Oh,
to
okay.
right. But so
It's a flooded area?
well, it
Could be flooded area?
Correct. I think in terms of new FEMA maps, they don't qualify to be shelter spaces.
Oh, okay.
The K-8 at Clark and Lorraine will be a shelter.
Yeah. So Welland Park, the K-8 and the high school in Welland Park, because you've got right along River Road right there. I don't believe they'll qualify to be shelters, but the new K-8 on Lorraine Road will absolutely.
So when we started the high school analysis, the first thing we did was make sure that the high school of the size that we wanted and the K-8, that is the size that we're going to build at Clark and Lorraine, would actually fit on the site and work in terms of transportation, queuing, size of athletic facilities. And as you can see from the read ahead, it does fit. Both facilities fit nicely on that site with all of the added retention. We went and took a tour of the facility. We saw that quite a bit of fill material was placed by the developer at Welland Park, so we aren't going to have as much fill needs as we have on some other sites. So that was really, really advantageous for us. And then we looked at recommendations for cost savings and benefits. And like I said, the central energy plant, doing it with the high school, you get today's dollars and not the inflated dollars. And it's a shared facility, so you know you're going to need it. We also talked about reviewing access points to the school with the developer. Our primary egress and ingress are going to be off of Minnesota Beach Road, but we also talked about alternative on South River Road. And we want to align our drives and other roads and intersections. So as part of that, will everything fit and does it work study, it's really a great site. We also asked them to plan for the long term and show us where they would put the classroom wing addition and show us where we would potentially put portables. And no one likes to hear that, but we just wanted the team to master plan that so we don't put portables where we're going to need to build an addition. So as we go through the capital plan each year, we will do this process. We will do this analysis for you so that you're comfortable with our scope, budget, and timeline. The next project was much more difficult, and that was Sarasota High. This was a project that was moved up on the capital plan due to the needs of the campus. I think it was really discovered when we did the comprehensive facility assessment with Jacobs Engineering, but probably facilities could have told you that 2 years prior to that study, so it just really moved up in terms of being in the worst shape. Those two buildings have huge open vestibules that right now present a security problem and a rodent problem because the vestibules allow for open air access into the building. So
you had me at rodent.
and let me point out a bathroom vandalism problem. We'll address that at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a security problem. Back in the 70s, when the breezeways were a really great thing at a school, now they're really just not a good idea. So we included air conditioning them, securing them, and focusing our attention back on single point of entry, kids in and out of the building in one way, circulation inside the building, class to class, as much as possible. With this, we also determined the number of classrooms that we would be able to displace at one time to do the job effectively, and we created the portable plan, which is going to average out at about 12 to 16 classrooms per phase that we would displace. And then we identified the areas on the campus to address in the future, such as the last building left to renovate there would be the old theater building. The third project we looked at was the Booker Middle re-roof. This was one of those projects that had a placeholder budget from, I think it was 8 years prior was the last time we did a re-roof like this. And this project has been designed and engineered to meet current wind loads, which requires significant structural elements. This metal roof system that we're using for this is called the Roof Hugger. This project was also hit hard by the material cost escalations and product availability.
Yeah, and I will say on that project, obviously when you re-roof, there are several options, and all of those options were looked at in terms of cost and feasibility, and so landed on the most cost-effective one, even with the budget increase, but everything was looked at.
We also tried to value engineer anything that we could, and the only way we could get from the original budget of $7.5 million to the current budget of $13 million was really to cut buildings, and then we would be creating a situation where the risk is higher costs in the future, so we really wanted to do it at one time in one contract.
So you have one building on property that is not listed.
Yeah, that's the two-story, the concretable. It's not ready for a roof yet.
Okay.
And I will say the other thing is too. These are not, if you've been to Booker Middle, if you haven't been to Booker Middle in a while, we've got soffit rusting off the building, so this is a have to do. So that's important. But I will point a good note, just a side note here, and I hope you're seeing some of these connections as these conversations come forth. But we are now having conversations with FPL through our sustainability goal in the strategic plan about putting solar on these roofs because now FPL has just reopened their ability to put solar on roofs where we don't own anything, they own it. And so this is a good conversation about re-roofing. We're partnering with potentially with FPL, and students are involved in this process too. There's a lot of connections here. We'll talk about more as we get down the road, but I had to make that side note because it's exciting for me to see strategic plan come together with some of the things going on. So go ahead, Jane.
The next one we're going to talk about is Goshio, and Goshio was originally planned as a classroom building replacement for building number 3. As our architect and construction manager reviewed the campus with the principal, several other needs arose. Those were enlarging the new classroom building to include music and art at a central location and allow for all of the pre-K, they're getting additional pre-K unit, and kindergarten classrooms to be in building 1 with the district standard restrooms for pre-K and kindergarten. It allows the clinic to be enlarged, which was another need at that campus. And it provides for specialty offices and spaces that are required for the demographic at that school.
And so if you look at that Goshio price, there's a significant increase over the last time you saw it. And so just take you through the process. So Jane called me a few months ago and said, we're at the point where the construction team feels very, very confident in their pricing. And she gave me the new price. I said, well, let's go have a meeting at Goshio with the team and with the principal because we got to drive this scope down. We need to get in budget. And so our Goshio principal is here, Stephen, today, in case you have any questions on scope, because I really went to that meeting with how do we cut this. And when we looked at what this project entails at Goshio, the added things that we're doing in the main building to bring kindergarten students all into the main building with the clinic, the pre-K on campus. And again, if you would like, Stephen can talk to more to that scope. It is absolutely the right thing to do at Goshio. So I left that meeting saying, let's see if we can get this done. And so we challenged Sheena and the budget team to see if we could get it in with this new budget. So at the end of the day, if you've got more questions about scope and why we're doing certain things at Goshio, I think the principal can speak to that much better than I can, but know that we tried to bring that scope down, but the right thing to do for Goshio is get it funded correctly. So I just wanted to make sure we made that note.
We looked at Goshio as a community school at one point. Remember that?
So we also added a new covered play area with storage and restrooms because the current covered play area is in exactly the location of the new building 3. And we don't want that playground to be at the front of the school. We also added queuing space to get cars off of Goshio Road. There's a pretty dangerous 4-way intersection that we were blocking. And then adding security fencing and enhancing the single point of entry. And then ultimately removing 18 portables that have been on that campus for quite some time. The last one of the 5 is Oak Park. Oak Park was on a We call it the one wing per year plan because we really need to work on that school during the summer months. We really need to be focused on getting design, engineering, permitting done, and then knocking it out in the summer. So in 2021, we did Building 6, which was the DAT building. I think it has a new acronym now, but we did all the lessons learned in that building and said, what did we miss that we should have done? What did we do that we didn't need to do? And really looked at that. And that's how we priced the future wings based on an escalated square foot cost. So we're ready now to do Building 14 this summer. And the price is $1.6 million. And the other years, the following years are out. The biggest year is in the fourth year of our plan is Building 4, but it's more than double the size of the other wings. So that's going to be a tricky one to get done in the summer, and we may end up phasing that because that's a lot to do, but otherwise these are very doable, one wing per year.
Sorry about that. Are there any questions on those projects that Jane kind of highlighted? And again, those are, we asked her to kind of highlight the large changes in the CIP plan at this particular point. There are a few other kind of nuances in the 5-year plan itself I'd like to go through, but are there any questions on those projects that you'd like us to answer?
If Goshio were a community school, are there any additional funding sources that would be available for those renovations?
Stephen, come on up. And I think Mitzi's shaking her head no, but Stephen, come on up. You know a lot more about community schools than I do.
So good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
So it's facilities, so therefore it would not be for additional construction. It's mainly operational. I agree.
So if there are no other questions on those.
May I?
Absolutely.
I would like to ask, what is your perspective on the community school? There's been, input from our community. I know you were almost there once, and Mr. Edwards has brought it up as a potential asset from another perspective. What is yours as a principal with where you stand right now and where you've been? I'd be very interested in that.
I think with where we are space-wise in regard to our school.
No, where you are as far as being a community school.
So at this time, it wasn't something that we were looking to entertain as a school.
When we looked at it before, and I was very involved with that, it was kind of a quick look, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Stephen,
Correct.
I mean, you and I were kind of like, are we sure? And I know Carol was involved and some other community members, and I think it's a wonderful idea. Karen Castor Dental, Dr. Karen Castor Dental, who is a school board member in Orange County, is very involved with UCF in starting these schools. I would certainly acquiesce to her knowledge about community schools more than I have, but it was a big challenge, and we just weren't quite ready for it to do all of the outer buildings we would have had to do and all of the additional space that had to be allocated to community partnerships.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add, again, I totally agree when that concept was brought forward. It was brought forward and the timeline was very, very tight, and so we didn't have time to adequately do our research. I believe some production of community schools was happening up in Manatee at the time, and so we were eager to go ahead and learn more, find out more, have some additional conversations, but at that time we weren't able to go ahead and complete any of that work at that time.
Karen?
I went ahead and asked it. It was about the community school. So it sounds like we've put that to rest, that's not anything we're looking at in the future. It keeps being brought up in the community, and I just want clarification that it isn't a current consideration or such.
Can I go?
Not necessarily taken off the table. I know there was a meeting last week before, where we looked at two different types of community school situations, but one of them, as you mentioned, this good one coming out of UCF, Dr. Amy Ellis. I talked to her on the phone last week, and she mentioned that there's some possible grant dollars there to help with that. But there's quite a bit of I guess collaboration that needs to happen between. You have to have the hospital, you have to have a couple of different agencies and then ourselves, and then on top of that, have the facility or the part of the facility that you can utilize. So I don't think it's something that is impossible, but I do think it is something that we need. If we're going to look at, we need to have some more meetings. And actually, Amy Ellis is going to be on the line with us. Might be next week, just to talk through some of that. And so I know in my past experience, there were 2 in the school district that I was in, and they both ran very, very well. And UCF helped with that, and the funding was there for 25 years. It was set up for 25 years, and there was a director at each one, and they're running very, very well right now. But it was quite a task to get them started. Yes.
So we're staying open to it from a research standpoint.
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
let's
thank you.
look at it.
That's good clarification. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions on those projects, I have just a couple more actually on the 5-year plan that you had as part of your read ahead, just smaller projects that I wanted to highlight for you that we may have discussed in the past, but I just want to make sure we're mentioning them, that we're able to get in the plan. About halfway down the column on the left is the McIntosh Middle Farm upgrades, and so some of the conversations earlier today about sustainability, and this is a project that's specifically tied to our Goal 5 sustainability plan. And so again, when I see kind of all these things coming together, I get excited that you've seen the fruition of the strategic plan start to take shape and some of the practical things we're doing. So I say we, but it's really Trip Jennings, who has worked on what the farm looks like. They've got a great concept. He's worked with community members, Sarah Dan in food service. And so this is a plan that gets new barns out there. It gets a state-of-the-art facility so that we continue with that particular process. So we've got that in the budget at $3.2 million. We'll kick that off this summer if the board's okay with it. And then as you slide down a little bit farther, Sarasota High tennis courts. So we, as you know, several years ago with Sarasota High, we eliminated tennis courts off of the site when we did a lot of the rebuilding at Sarasota High because we just did not have the space for it. David Jones has been approached by the city of Sarasota. They've offered a partnership, which we could consider. This would take care of that, our side of that partnership, if you want to pursue it. Basically, we would build tennis courts at Payne Park. We would build them. Jane has gone ahead and priced those tennis courts for me. They're in the 5-year plan here, funded for this next year. And then there's no formal agreement in place, but my conversations were that the city would then maintain them for the longevity of the courts. That's a great partnership typically for us. So anyway, that's the initial conversations, and it's laid in there if you would prefer to go in that direction, what that would look like. And then last time we met, there was a lot of conversation about STC Phase 3 because that had fallen off the radar. And so as you can see, we've gone ahead and placed that back in the budget with conversations that Jane has had with Ron and his team from STC. And it currently first year funding would be in 26-27. That could be adjusted if the board wished to, but that's our first stab at getting that back in the budget. And that's based on real conversations and real scope and walkarounds with Jane and team in Northport at that facility. So with that, those are the other couple of highlights I want to make sure were on your radar. And if there are any additional questions, let me know.
Trying to follow the rules to be recognized.
Shirley.
There you go.
Jody, I'd like to thank you for, we get these emails every now and then about why don't we do solar on Macintosh roofs, or why aren't we doing, more electric buses? And I know these people get frustrated because they come to us and we can't tell them, well, we'll do it. We can't do it tomorrow. We have to do it in a year or 2 years down the line. And I appreciate you keeping those thoughts and those people in mind. It's just frustrating for them because, I don't even remember who they were anymore who came to us, but I know that you continue to listen, and I appreciate that. The There's one thing that's hanging. Did we ever redo that lease with the circus?
So ball's in their court. So I had a conversation not too long ago about we were supposed to go out and take a tour. Actually, Dr. Aspen and I, and then take a look at that agreement with them. And so we've communicated that we're ready to go. You let us know, and so we're just waiting for that invite. So that's currently where we are, as far as I know.
I know with the improvements they've done, they're using that facility a lot more, and they're talking of perhaps increasing their footprint beyond our roles and maybe partnering with the high school on some other things. So, keep those things going. And we've got a lot of exciting things going on in our district. And I truly, truly appreciate that you keep those people who contact us in mind when you're building those things. I know they're put away in your mind somewhere, that you're working with those things. And I truly appreciate that you bring those things forward as time permits. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would remind everybody again, though, it is truly a team effort. So where I forget, the team remembers. So it is really credit to everybody here. So,
Jody, you've got a rebuild of garden on the same site. So that's determined now that we're going to build it?
No, in fact, that's part of the conversation we need to have here in the next several months with you is what do we want to do there? No, the pricing reflects if we went either place, but we just have not made that decision yet. And I had a conversation with the principal a few weeks ago, and because she wanted to update staff, and I said, we're just not ready to do that yet. We still have to have those in-depth conversations. So those are on the to-do list, is to kind of come back and brainstorm that with all of you about what's the best move on that particular
I
site.
ruined a pair of shoes out in front of that school. I mean, it can get so mushy that you feel like you're in a swamp.
Yeah. And
I didn't realize it when I walked out, and we were doing a picture from a fire truck, and it was kind of like the whole school was out there. It was a real mess, but I think that should be carefully evaluated.
Yeah, we still have a lot of analysis doing that, and certainly we'll come back to all of you with what that might look like, but we're not there yet.
Bridget?
No, that was one of my questions because I see it as a placeholder. But then my question then now goes over to the North Fruitville, the magnet K12. And I know we talked about that before, but that's totally off. We're not seeing that at all in the next 5 years.
No, and Diane, jump in here from a planning perspective, but really what we're seeing is the need for the elementary school site to relieve Tatum Ridge, and so that's in the 5-year plan, is that Lakewood Ranch site. So again, I think just what we're seeing in growth on our current campuses, more importantly, is the elementary school at this particular point, which is reflected here.
Right. No, and I was not. I know sometimes when we do year 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not a guarantee, as I'm sure many principals can attest to, but we get there eventually. But when it's completely removed, that's why I wanted to clarify is there any?
So Sheena's sitting on the side of me, so it's just, you can't see it currently, so we have it sitting, what year am I looking at? So it is currently pushed all the way out to 35, 36. So our plan goes way out. You just don't ever see it.
Okay.
And obviously those are major planning years, but that's where it's sitting as a placeholder. And again, we'll adjust that, but that's, if you looked at the rows that we didn't give you.
So it didn't completely disappear, because then I'd say, well, why did we spend $643,000 if it went away? But is that, and by the way, is the 643, is that plans, design, preliminary, or is that impact fee credits?
That's probably left over from the purchase, sitting there from the purchase. So the money's moved into that account for the land purchase, and we just haven't cleaned that account up yet, so that'll flow back in somewhere else. So that's just leftover money. Does it make sense?
Okay. Yeah. I just want to keep that on our radar. So thank you.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, whether it's land purchase or whether it's completion of a project, once those budgets are finished up, Sheena works very closely with Mary Carr and with Jane to make sure we bring all that leftover money back into the capital fund, so it's reallocated after that.
Thank you.
I think I'm next. While it's not often that I get all of you in a room together, and it's not an accident on me that we had impact fees backed up to capital improvement. So what I would kind of like to look at, and if I could have Mitzi nod her head, I don't want it to be complicated by any stretch of the imagination, but I would like to look at the capital improvement plan had we been at $6,500, and how, because now it's at $2,000. If we had been at where we're supposed to have been, because in there we lose money because of debt service as well. So if we, and it's just a hypothesis, you know, as we look to discuss impact fees, these 4 schools are going to cost us a lot more money than they should have had our impact fee conversation been had previous. And I just want to kind of have a comparison to had we been at $6,500 and then what the debt service is going to cost us in general. It doesn't have to be a super detailed down to the 11th cent, but just a comparison to look at the whole 5-year plan. If we can have that. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll work to get that back to you.
You've done good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Where were we? Are we done?
I think we are.
Great.
All right. Thank you,
Good job. Great points to ponder. Thank you all. Next up, we have our elementary progress monitoring, and that will be led by Dr. Brandon Johnson and Kelly Ellington, along with lovely, beautiful educators. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You guys are doing a wonderful job staying on time. I appreciate that as well.
Oh, heavens.
So Mrs. Beachy will actually be back in a minute, but I actually wanted to introduce the team first. Of course, as you guys know, we have Kelly Ellington. Over here representing Lakeview Elementary, the principal, Lisa Wheatley, Andrea Tirabassi, and Kristen, I'm going to butcher your name, McClenathan. Yes. All right, and so.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just so you guys are aware, of course, we are looking at our progress monitoring tool and problem solving. And I essentially want to set kind of the purpose of this particular meeting. One, it is aligned to our goal 1, maximizing learning for all students, of course, as well as strategy 2, which is MTSS, and then strategy 3, which is our PLC. What it is not at this time is we are not going to go in detail with data like we did our previous work session. We will come back to talk to you about not only school grade, high ready, progress monitoring, triangulating all of that data. We will do that in a different work session. So I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that at this particular time. The biggest pieces I want you to hopefully take away are that we do have this particular tool. This is the first tool we've had it district-wide, which is phenomenal, which aligned with when we had our new standards as well as our new ELA adoption. So being able to do that all at once has been phenomenal. And our architect over here, Mrs. Beachy, will actually walk you through all of it. Of course, at the end, if you have any questions, and then we have our fabulous Lakeview Elementary team. Well, they're actually here to kind of explain to you how do they utilize the tool. Because to me, we can explain all day that we have it, but it's nice to actually hear what it looks like in practice. Okay, so without further ado, Mrs. Beachy.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm very happy to be here today. The last time
Is your mic on?
It is on. Can you hear me okay?
Speak. Yes, that's
okay.
good.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome. So the last time I was here, I had the opportunity to speak as part of the Goal 1 team. And what I'm here to present today, again, perfectly aligns with our Goal 1 to personalize learning and accelerate growth for all students. And in particular, it really supports Strategy 2 to maximize learning for all students through a multi-tiered system of support, and Strategy 3 to implement a collaborative framework that ensures high levels of student learning by engaging in that PLC model. So, excuse me. So I wanted to just provide an overview today for you of our tool, how it works, and how it was developed over time. Okay, so our first consideration when we were considering a progress monitoring tool was to ensure a device that would allow for several layers of problem solving to occur. So when I think of that, We want problem solving to be able to occur at the teacher level, at the school level, as well as the district level when we're looking at the data that we're collecting. So when we think about that, if I look at the teacher's perspective, the teacher's purpose for that problem solving is really to refine student instruction. And that could begin at a grade level PLC, where they have common assessments to look at data trends on how students are performing across their grade level, to look at, is it a curriculum that we want to look at? Is it instruction we want to look at? But what trends are we seeing that we can address as a team? Going a little bit deeper into that teacher perspective, it also allows the teacher to dive into his or her classroom to see how are my students in particular responding to grade level instruction. And with that, the teacher may decide to do some tweaks to their instructional block, adjusting time for particular domains of instruction, or adjusting instructional strategies to better meet the needs of his or her students. And as we go a little bit deeper into that student, not only do we look at how am I adjusting my Tier 1 block overall, but also how I can adjust for small group differentiated instruction by the data that I'm seeing, as well as finally going down to the intervention level at a singular student level. Broadening that view when we look at problem solving from the school response, this allows the school leader to really look at what trends are we seeing across the school from that K-5 perspective. Do we see an area that we really want to target professional learning as a school community? Also, it gives the leader the opportunity to really look at, does our schedule, does our staffing all together provide the environment for our teachers to be most responsive to our students? And then when we take that out to the district perspective, we're looking at that information as a curriculum team to, again, target what professional learning do we see district-wide that our teachers really need that level of support. We're analyzing our curriculum and how students are responding to that, and if it's meeting the needs or if there's a need for a supplemental curriculum to be in place, as well as continuing that through all those various lenses. So that was the first consideration when we were thinking about creating a progress monitoring tool, is will it provide those 3 levels of problem solving? So the second consideration we had is that we were entering an era of new standards. So we had our new BEST standards. We also had a new curriculum with Benchmark Advance coming in for our literacy. And this was a perfect opportunity for just us as a district to align our practice and assessment to really help promote problem solving across all those layers. In addition to that, we wanted to provide both quantitative and qualitative data measurements for our school teams in order to anchor in that problem solving. So the tool that we're going to take a look at provides that quantitative or that data element that we can really do some evidence-based decision making. But when we pair that with our PLC conversations, the conversations we have with our school leaders, and then also we have a new tool this year called the Literacy Walkthrough tool that really focuses on gathering qualitative data. We can pair all of that to really have very valuable problem-solving conversations. So this next slide just gives you an overview picture of our third consideration. As we were developing the tool, we wanted to really consider by grade level, what do the teachers need to know about their students to really have those deep levels of problem-solving conversations? What are we looking at by grade level for our teachers to determine, is our instruction really having the impact that we're looking for? So you'll notice at kindergarten, first grade, and second grade, there's a much stronger focus on foundational skills. You'll see domains such as phonemic awareness, phonics, concepts of print. And as we move forward into our upper grades, we move more towards that comprehension lane where we're really focusing on the students understanding the text that they're reading. Okay. When we think about progress monitoring, one of the most common barriers that we have that breaks down for intervention or for problem solving is the over-reliance on a single data point. With this progress monitoring tool, we're really able to look at various domains and see how students are performing to ensure we're really seeing the full picture of the child and to be able to respond in a way that will best meet the need. So not only is it that singular data point, but it also provides a more granular look, so we're ensuring that intervention, when it is needed, is correct. Okay. All right, so this is a quick, just a picture of the progress monitoring tool. And as I created this, again, it was a dream of mine to be able to have a progress monitoring tool that would be simple and easy for our teachers to use. And as they're inputting data, they would see information appear automatically. So the color coding that you see kind of gives the teacher an idea of how students are responding as data is entered into the spreadsheet. So if you want to go ahead and click one more time. You'll notice at the top of the progress monitoring tool some of the domains that we mentioned. So you could see that we have the fluency domain. As you go across, that's the, I believe, the phonics domain. Moving across, you can go ahead and just kind of highlight real quickly through those. So the various domains that we discussed, and then on the end is actually the collection of our iReady data, again, so we can get that full picture of the child's performance. The color coding shows us the green indicates a student is meeting expectations. If a cell remains white, it would be that that child's kind of performing in a watch zone, meaning that they're not quite in the area that we would consider intervention at this point, but somebody we want to keep a close eye on. The yellow would be our first level of problem solving, and for the iReadies, we indicated also a pink coloring that would indicate most likely a high level of problem solving is needed. Then as we take another look at the data, go ahead and click one more time. You'll notice, again, as I talked about the different pathways of problem solving, when a teacher looks at this through the vertical lens, we can see overall how the class is performing and what tweaks I may want to make to my Tier 1 instruction based on that current data. Go ahead. When I look at it horizontally, that's where I can look at a student through the intervention lens. So I can look at to see across the board how that student is performing, and when those data points line up and are really painting a picture that this child needs support, we have a really good, solid picture of that child. And again, back on that vertical piece, that's where some of the small group instruction and the differentiated instruction is also supported. You'll notice as we move to the intervention, at the bottom of the progress monitoring tool, there is a link that goes directly to our decision trees. I'm just going to give you a few reminders about that. Our decision trees were created to help our teachers determine where would be the best point for intervention to begin. So often if a child is struggling, you may see a child struggle across several domains, and the decision trees are full of kind of if-then statements that would allow a teacher to determine what is going to be the most strategic entry point for student intervention. Then along with that, this year, there was a new component added called our guidance documents that link directly off of the decision trees. And you'll notice that there's several pages on that screen, and each one of those pages align with a domain on the progress monitoring document, somewhere K-5. So as a teacher finds that need for intervention, they can dive in deeper to find resources that will support the intervention, as well as tools to progress monitor an intervention. So we're going to take a little closer look at that, so that will paint a little better picture for you. So in this example, I'm looking at a student who is proficient in phonics. They're reading grade level text both efficiently and effectively, but the reading interim and the iReady overall is showing that the need on the student is still not performing up to grade level when it comes to the area of comprehension. So the teacher is looking for intervention support in comprehension. So I'm going to go ahead into the guidance document now to take a look at some suggested pathways for intervention support. Go ahead. Click. You could click a couple times there. there. So the white area on this document highlights some of the decision making that I referred to, and the yellow columns, those refer to Tier 2 pathways that are available for intervention, as well as on the far right side, the tools that would be available to determine is the intervention having the impact we want to see for that strategic support. The pink column, when we look at that, those are Tier 3 pathways. So again, another layer of instruction that would be provided to the student if Tier 2 isn't having the desired impact. So let's go ahead. So I'm going to show you a couple of the resources that are highlighted for that comprehension support. The first resource that you see there is from our Benchmark Advanced curriculum. It's actually an intervention material, and what I really like about this particular resource is that it's a perfect pairing to Tier 1 instruction. So meaning if I'm teaching theme in my Tier 1 core block, and I'm noticing from my differentiated work and the whole group instruction the child's receiving, they're struggling. So we are providing that second layer of instruction at Tier 2. I can go right to this resource, highlight the same topic we're studying in Tier 1, provide that second dose of instruction at Tier 2, and go ahead and click a couple times there, Kelly. Within this resource, it has both the teacher lesson plan to help scaffold that instruction. It has a student passage to anchor the work in, and it also has typically a graphic organizer to help the student frame their thinking. The same thing at the Tier 3 level. Again, this is rigorous grade level text that would provide a third opportunity for the student to revisit that same concept area of comprehension. So a third look, again, rigorous text that is supported both from a teacher lesson plan that's included, and the student resources are all available. Okay. So that's kind of a big picture of what our progress monitoring looks like, and I'm really excited to have our team here from Lakeview to just share a little bit of their experience of how they put the tool into action this year.
I was on the whole time. Okay, good afternoon, school board members and Dr. Asplin. It's just really a pleasure to be here today to speak about the Lakeview team and our teachers and support staff and what we've been able to do. I do want you to understand a little bit more about these wonderful ladies beside me. Andrea Tirabassi is our behavior specialist / ELA coach / data coach / intervention specialist. So she basically does everything. And then this is Mrs. Kristen McClenathan, who's a third grade ELA social studies teacher. We departmentalize in third grade. So, you know, this was a big year for ELA with the, like they said, the rolling out of benchmark, the rolling out of the new best standards, and the rolling out of the progress monitoring spreadsheet. So at the beginning of the year, Andrea and I sat down with Amy to talk about, okay, let's look at our progress monitoring data so far, and let's talk about what are the patterns we're seeing, what are the trends we're seeing, and how do we need to guide the teachers this year. So when we did that, Amy asked some great questions. And what we realized in that meeting was that the model that we have at Lakeview in 2nd through 5th grade is we have 2 AWC classes. That's advanced work. That's our gifted and accelerated students in each of those grade levels. And then the rest of the classes are our regular ed students. So when you're talking about a grade level team of 6 teachers and you have 2 classes that are AWC classes, then you've got a third of your students who are in AWC classes. 2/3 are left with regular ed. Now, in a typical classroom, what you're going to have is a heterogeneously grouped students. You're going to have 15 to 20% of your students who might need Tier 2 interventions, about 5% who would need Tier 3 interventions. But because of our model, we were going to have, and we've had, 40%-ish of our students in those classrooms, those regular ed classrooms that were needing Tier 2 intervention, about 10% needing Tier 3. So it was a huge aha for me to have Amy point this out, looking at it from a different lens, and me say, okay, so now what? Because Amy was like, you can't meet the needs of your students with this model, Lisa. And I'm like, okay, but I don't know how to change it. What can we do? So what we did was we thought about, she said, okay, well, you're going to have to either completely not do this model, or your AWC teachers are going to have to jump in and help with the interventions. So we went to team meetings, the three of us. We met with each team and we talked about the data and we showed it to them. And the teacher was like, yeah, there's no way we can do 40% of our students on Tier 2 in a 30-minute intervention block. So everybody in that room was like, yes, we have to think differently. We have to do this differently. So under the umbrella of we all own the student, it's not just my kids in my class. This was a total shift in thinking this year for our teachers. We own every student on this grade level, no matter what we teach, and we're going to help them meet their potential. And we're going to help fill in these gaps. And you guys know what we've been through with COVID, and the gaps are greater. And so how can we all help? And I mean, it really was mind-blowing and amazing. Our AWC teachers were like, yes, we want to help. There was no pushback. And so we had to redo how we think about things, and we did. And so we also, at the same time, we received the Jump Start grant funds, and so we hired 2 retired teachers to come in and provide intervention support. So we had multiple people helping with this new way of thinking. So we had the teacher buy-in. We knew who the students were that needed intervention. And then we had to decide what is the best intervention to meet the individualized students' needs in a group setting. So that is when Ms. Tirabassi took over and did a lot of work with our teachers. And I do want to tell you this little fact that our model shows that in ELA, from the iReady data from AP1 to AP2, in ELA, the amount of students meeting grade level expectations went from 53% to 79%, which is a 26% increase. And in math, from a 42% to 77% of our students meeting grade level expectations, which is a 35% increase. So we're very happy with what we're seeing. And I was telling team leaders yesterday that we were going to be at this meeting, and we're here representing them. We're here representing the teachers and the work that they've done that has been phenomenal, and their dedication, our students. So, but we couldn't have done it without Andrea being at every meeting and leading them through this process. So.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be sharing, can you see? Okay, a little bit closer.
The light must be green.
That is, can you hear me now? Okay. All right. So good afternoon. I'm going to be sharing today how we use data to guide our PLC meetings this year. So we kicked off the year with Amy coming into our school, and she met with every grade level. And using the progress monitoring spreadsheet, we looked for trends and any patterns that we saw, both in strengths and in deficits. And she guided us with some action steps going forward to help address those deficits. After that really big important meeting where she sort of set the tone with our teachers, over the next couple of PLCs, we used that decision tree that you saw, and we began to problem solve and group students into intervention groups of similar skills instead of by classroom teacher, which is how we've done it in the past. So once those groups were made and we had our new motto where we all own the students, then we assigned teachers to those specific intervention groups. And we picked those teachers based on expertise, teacher expertise, on certification, and comfort level also in teaching specific skills. As Mrs. Wheatley mentioned, we also used our Jumpstart money to hire the 2 retired teachers, and having them also providing interventions allowed those groups to be smaller and more individualized, to be more skill specific for those students. And once those groups got off the ground, then we completely restructured our PLC meetings. We intentionally began to focus on progress monitoring those students that were receiving the interventions, and always trying to problem solve whenever we saw something might not be working, either a change in intervention or maybe a change in intervention teacher, scheduling, many different places. We set up a schedule during those PLC meetings where every teacher would have an opportunity to share at PLCs about their group. They would share data, how their students were doing on their progress monitoring points. And for accountability and communication purposes, we created intervention folders for every student where intervention teachers would mark attendance, any anecdotal notes, the data points from progress monitoring. And that folder really was crucial to bridging the gap between the intervention teacher and the classroom teacher when they were different. So then in December, after our AP2 diagnostic data and the teachers were adding more data points to the progress monitoring spreadsheet, we circled back. Using Jumpstart funds, we gave every teacher a substitute for the day, and I met with each grade level for the entire day, and we looked at all of our groups, we looked at our fresh data, and we sort of did that whole process again that we had done at the beginning of the year. So, and because of my role at Lakeview, I also serve on the school-wide support team. And I do want to mention that this progress monitoring spreadsheet has really become crucial in those meetings because we are able to dive deeper into each student using multiple data points, and it gives us a bigger picture as to how the student is performing in multiple areas instead of just one specific area, and create that gap analysis between the student and the expected performance and the student and his or her peers. So that's really been helpful for us as well. So that leads to the classroom level.
Thank you for having us here. As stated earlier, we measure students' understanding of content through many different assessments. As a teacher, that gives me such confidence to have my instruction data-driven. I can make informed educational decisions and what I know my kids need at that moment of time. So my role as a 3rd grade teacher, especially for reading, is to evaluate my students not only as a whole class, but also as individuals, and how I can create group assignments with like needs. And then I really have to analyze how they respond to those assessments and how they learn, and what I can do to improve and keep bringing them up. So I look at their skills, I look at their levels, and I make sure I really concentrate on the different domains as well to make sure they're getting exactly what they need. After the first iReady diagnostic, I was able to identify a very common challenge in my class, and that was in phonics. I noticed, with the progress monitoring sheet she had, looking at it as a class, that a lot of them were below level in this area. So what I decided to do with this data is to spend 5 to 10 minutes every day just doing some various phonics activities to make sure that they were learning. In 3rd grade, that might be multisyllabic words, the different syllable types, but it was phonics instruction. And then not only that in whole group, but I was able to further tailor their needs in small group instruction, which is still tier 1. They're still on grade level, but we're coming back and I'm really working on what they need to make sure that they keep progressing. So I am making sure they're learning with formative assessments and everything we do in the classroom on a daily basis. I saw significant growth in that, so I was really excited for AP2 to come. And then once that second diagnostic test did come, it did show that the students met educational growth and they met their goals. So as a result, they increased in reading proficiency 39% from AP1 to AP2. 7% of the kids were originally considered at risk, and now none of the kids are in my class. And then also focusing on phonics as an area of need also even impacted their fluency. It showed that there was a 13 increase in fluency proficiency in my class with this Tier 1 adjustment that we did, that I got from the progress monitoring data. And as mentioned earlier, the common motto of us is we all own the student, and we all feel passionately about that. And it's so nice to get to know all of the children that aren't just in your class as well. And so as a team, every week, we're able to have discussions using this progress monitoring data and have these detailed conversations about their performance. So we are digging into the data, and we are planning with the students in mind, which is so important. My role is to take all of the third grade students that require intervention in basic phonics. So we were able to do a quick phonics assessment to figure out where in that area they needed, and I could start there to make sure that I was getting what they need and was able to scaffold. But even though these are grouped with similar needs, I'm still differentiating even in that because of the constant progress monitoring we are doing. It's all based on data. So if a student is meeting expectation, we know it's working, we keep going. Maybe they're even exceeding expectation, we're still going through because it's working, it's filling in those gaps. If it isn't meeting the expectation for whatever reason, we're able to come back as a team with Ms. Tirabassi and Ms. Wheatley, and we say, okay, we need to look at what we're doing. If it doesn't, we need to change the method or maybe the grouping assignment. We look for the type of intervention and maybe even the amount of instruction that they're getting in Tier 2 or Tier 3. And the goal is just to make sure they're having enough progress toward meeting the end result goal. So with my intervention group, with the basic phonics that I'm doing right now, after several weeks I've been meeting with them and I'm analyzing their regular formative assessments, they're making tremendous growth. I have one of their folders here that we use for it. We take attendance, we make notes, we talk about all of their data that we keep track of. And doing this, we're able to identify exactly what these students needed according to the baseline identified by the progress monitoring assessments.
Thank you, guys. So that concludes our presentation. Of course, open for questions. I do want to say that Lakeview, of course, is doing a wonderful job, but we are seeing that trend across our elementary schools, utilizing that tool, looking at individual students, looking at the decision tree, and then coming up with interventions, and of course, using the Jumpstart funds that we have not only this year, but of course, for next year. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mrs. Beachy and Mrs. Ellington. So questions, of course.
Yeah, before we get started, what do you think about the bestest standards?
We love them.
Well, you know, I know where they come from, and I know I've heard lots of things, but I just want to make sure that, you know, students are thinking and learning critically. And I haven't heard a lot. I mean, when we went to Common Core in 2010, it was like everybody pulled their hair out. And we had Doug Fisher in here, you know, almost a weekly basis doing work and working on things. So I just haven't heard that much, so I just wondered how it was going.
I can just say that from our team's perspective, the team's work, the ELA specialists have done a lot of work with them, unpacking them. They've done professional learning with the teachers, and their comments, and now looking at the math best standards as well, their comments are very encouraging, and they like the progression along the grade levels, the vertical progression that they're getting at. All the resources that our group's working on to provide to will help the teachers dig in a little bit more. Our math specialists, 2 of them are working at the state level on the teams that are working with those standards and helping provide the institutes this summer for the professional learning. So we've had some really good comments and feedback on them, so exciting.
Wonderful.
And what's also exciting is we have the resources now, like our benchmark advance with the ELA resources and intervention resources that are aligned. We haven't always had that, and so that's been a real plus this year.
And are we doing more with phonics? I'm a big supporter of phonics. So that I think is a really good thing.
Phonics, and as Ms. Wheatley said, phonemic awareness as well. And again, we have the resources now that we hadn't had in the past. So,
well, I know Lakeview is a great school, and I have a great leader, and so I'm not surprised. Shirley Brown.
I hope Mr. Wilson, who complains about us not meeting the grade level on all of our elementary students sees this today, so he can see that. But I'm just thinking that, you know, we require teachers now to post their lessons all in advance and put them all out there and, you know, list all their library books now and do all of this other things. And this seems like a lot of work. And you know, for your school where you were surprised that you needed it for 40%, well, what about some of these other schools that need it for 60 or 70%? It seems, especially those schools where it's needed the most, the teachers are stretched the most. You know, and I hope we're giving them the resources to do this. But I went to school and we got a mimeograph sheet. Here's the test, fill it out. Teacher would grade it, and then that would be the end of it. You either passed or you failed. And now there's all of this intervention, and I'm just, teachers are, I think, are being overwhelmed with what they have to do. And of course, now this year, we're not even going to reward them for doing well last year. But and you're a teacher, maybe you can respond to this, but I would imagine that we're asking teachers to do a lot more.
Nobody said teaching's easy. I feel like you have to have informed decisions with what you do, and it is extremely difficult. It takes time, and I'm so lucky to have the leaders. We really focus on this as a team once a week. But to know your students is to know your instruction as well, and if what you're doing in class is working. And so it's kind of the driving course I need to take. Without it, I feel blind. So even though it is a lot of work, I feel more confident, and it's more exciting too to see them progress as they are, because you're meeting them where they're at.
I in that little book I had, there was one that, you know, the easiest part of teaching is, or why I love to, is because it matters. The hardest part of teaching is because it matters.
Absolutely.
I'm just in awe of what our teachers are asked to do and what they do.
Thank you.
From what it was when I went to school. And I think
that was the Civil War.
Could I add on?
Well,
to that
it was
for just a
actually
second?
Vietnam, but
I just wanted to add on to that. I know when you look at the progress monitoring document, it can look a bit overwhelming, but a component of those, what I'd like to call quick checks that we have on the progress monitoring document are not complete assessments. They are components of an assessment that we've pulled out that would provide a good indicator for the teacher to let him or her know that the child is meeting that expectation or not. So it might be 5 quick questions that they're asking. It's not a full-blown assessment for each of those domains that you're looking at. So I just did want to provide that clarity on that point.
Karen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Johnson, Mrs. Ellington, Mrs. Beachy, and Principal Wheatley and your staff. You've knocked my socks off, literally. Incredible model. I think that, you know, you're working so smart. It's just so impressive. And I think it's rewarding for teachers once they get in that groove to, as you've noted, see the progress. I just can't compliment you enough. This is like so exciting. May I ask Dr. Johnson how embedded this is across schools?
So I know Amy's smiling because we get to review it. You mean the actual tool, the progress monitoring tool? It's
model. This is an exemplary model that's.
It is. And Mrs. Wheatley and I had our beginning of the year meeting where she explained everything she was going to do, and I said, make sure you have buy-in before you start going there. The actual tool is 100% embedded because they have to use it, teachers have to use it. The actual model within the PLC is why we're bringing in not only Solution Tree, but working through that process, Mrs. Rose. We see stellar examples, I'll be honest, from school to school, but really grade level to grade level. Our goal is to be consistent across all grade levels, all schools, from pre-K all the way up to 12th grade, right? Within content departments or even grade levels. So for me, I have seen that pieces of it, but where they are actually at is where we hope to get everyone, which is the big piece that I know they alluded to but didn't say is they share students. right? When we talk about all means all, the fact remains, AWC or not, when we put all these students on that particular sheet and we start looking at domains, we look at experts in that group grade level, have discussions at PLC and say, if it is Mrs. Rose who is the strongest in this area, then that's where these students will go during that time. And if Mr. Edwards is strong in phonics, then that's where they'll go. And we will still have other groups with enrichment, which is nice, right? So we're not leaving anyone behind. And then even our middle students, based on the skill that they need, we will still push. To me, that is the model we hope to get to. It's in there. But to say it's every school right now, and it's not the case, which is why I think part of that strategic plan is, right, that strategy 3, we need it to be everywhere, because when that's the case, you saw the percentage raises that they're having already, right, the impact on student achievement.
I think, too, continuing to be cognizant of planning time in our contract and how it balances out with being able to employ these instructional systems and progress monitoring systems, because giving more planning time if needed per teacher and principal and school district feedback may allot for increased systems having an impact on instruction. So I know over the years, it seems like, at least I know at the middle school level, we just continually decreased planning time. And at some point, where's the balance to get the most rigor in the instructional process? So I'm sure you're keeping tabs on that and getting feedback from your teachers. Looks like Principal Wheatley has.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on that, because that's another thing we used our Jumpstart funds for, because we had whole day planning sessions at AP2 to look at the data again, to go back, do the QPAs, which is a phonics assessment, to make sure we knew where to do those interventions. But it was a whole day of the whole grade level. And so we used that money to pay for subs so the teachers could do that planning. And that's one thing they've been very appreciative of this year. We've used whole days and half days of planning time to help the teachers. If you ask teachers what they want, they say time every single time. And so it's providing that time, and the Jumpstart has been huge for us with being able to give the subs and then having Andrea there to guide them. It's just been extraordinary.
And something to keep in mind if and when we don't have those funds, how that balances out. But I can't thank you enough, and Dr. Asplin, it's impressive.
Bridget?
No, I agree. I think, it's so encouraging. There are a lot of different key elements that I saw here. And Mrs. Wheatley, I really think from the get-go explaining of, we did this review and then I said, oh my gosh, I've been doing it this way and I didn't know, and now we need to reassess. And that honesty is great leadership about pulling everyone in, but the buy-in, and is something I think, particularly sitting up here, and that's always my worry, because I'm an employee outside of this, and so there's nothing more frustrating when people who aren't on the front lines are saying, oh, you should do this, and that buy-in's not there because it's wasted resources, time, and moral excitement. So the comments that were made here today are really exciting, because I think that when you have buy-in, there is, you do deliver the results. So yes, and I don't diminish the work that, and the magnitude of work that all of you have had on your plate, always as teachers, but particularly in the last 2 years, but the energy and the excitement. And so I appreciate your comments about, like, I know it's a lot of work, but it really brings in the excitement. I don't want to use the word validation because I think that's probably more negative, but I think, but the energizing aspect of saying, like, it's rewarding. I mean, that's the really, so I am very encouraged, and I did have a comment on the Jumpstart funds, and I've said this a couple of times. So I am so excited, and I keep hearing that, and I think that what's so great about them is they provide that flexibility, and it's not so much you have to have the exact planning and know exactly, the based to your FTE and what your enrollment is, so you can have that flexibility and respond in real time. And so as ESSER funds, I know this, I mean, we always talk about this almost like 3 years, but I will, for as long as I'm here, be pushing on that to see that as we budget, that, I mean, those are outcomes that are hard to diminish. And I think that brings that autonomy to the school-based level. So I'm really hopeful that those continue. So thank you, everyone.
Dr. Asplin.
Well, I want to say thank you for being here and discussing all of this today. I am so happy to hear everything that you were talking about. And I'm very impressed with the PLC process and the collaboration that you have with your teacher groups, and the fact that you're analyzing the data to the level that you are, and then redistributing or regrouping your students as needed, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And then, as Dr. Johnson said, making sure that the proper teachers are teaching the proper students with different things that they need to learn, especially in tier 3. But I appreciate everything you said and what you do on a daily basis, and you all are amazing. Thank you for being here. I do agree with Ms. Rose. It is time that our teachers need, and I know part of that is something that we included in the contract that we're going to be working through some language. We want the teachers to help us with that, because at the end of the day, we want the teachers to own the collaboration, because it's all about that, getting together and analyzing the data, knowing what's best for their students. And the Jumpstart funds are going to help us with that. So we will continue that. But I'm just so impressed with what you all have done, and I'm so happy to hear that you are sharing students and regrouping and analyzing the data and talking to each other. I think that's amazing. And the fact that you actually, after looking at the data and looking at your master schedule and so forth, kind of took a step back and said, we need to do something differently and not the same old thing we've always done. So Ms. Wheatley, that's awesome. So thank you. And Ms. Beachy, I appreciate it. And Ms. Ellington, everybody. And so thank you very much. Great job.
Tom.
So you've heard me say before, I'm not an educator, but I just watched a really incredible afternoon or day from our HR rehabs who deliver the best possible people, who ultimately deliver the best possible student outcomes. You just watch the whole program come together about the strategic plan and all the components coming together. And to echo what Mrs. Rose said, I've been hearing PLCs, and for the community, it stands for Professional Learning Communities. Yes, PLCs. I've been hearing this for the year that I've been here, and this is what we're going to do. And I've passed a huge dollar amounts for Solution Tree and Barancik Foundation going to the Ritz and all those incredible PLCs, and to see it actually come to life, and it's not a theory anymore. It's congratulations, Dr. Aspen and your team. Well done.
I again want to say thank you all for being here and presenting this today. It's really important, and the only thing that I want to leave you with is don't forget about kids with dyslexia. And I don't think iReady does the job with dyslexia, and it's 1 in 5 children. And I know we've got some new plans. I'm really happy about that, because I think we need to work on that in the near future. So other than that, swell. That's an old word, right? This was swell. So thank you all so much for being here. Lisa, it's always wonderful to see you. Thank you. And next up, we have a new charter school applicant. And this will be led by Denise Cantalupo and Millie Wheeler. This day has only been like 4 days, right? Sort of like 4. But who's counting?
If I may, Madam Chair, I just want to, I know that you have, you had a lot to read there, especially with the charter application as well. And
with the masters, the 2 days went by pretty fast. But yeah, it took me a couple of days to get through that and other things.
And looking at this document, 80-page document, and you could tell probably through reading it and seeing the comments that were made by our staff, Denise and her staff really spent a lot of time, a lot of quality time on this to really comb through the information and have some great questions and great suggestions and recommendations and so forth for this particular application. I just want to commend them for a job well done and all the time that they spent. And Millie, you as well. So thank you very much, Denise and your team. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Aspen, members of the board. We're here to discuss and review the Charter Review Committee's preliminary findings of the proposed charter school entitled the College Preparatory Academy at Welland Park. And as Dr. Aspen explained, we provided a pretty in-depth overview to give everybody a real guiding kind of light when we're starting talking to the applicants, and so that you would have the background to ask questions. Before I even start, though, I want to thank the CRC committee. We couldn't have done that without the Charter Review Committee, and literally it was members from every department at the landings. Without their expertise, their insight, we could have never delved into it that in deep. So I'm going to attempt to, we have a nice group of folks here, both from the Florida Charter Educational Foundation. I believe we have Laura Cole, Dr. Cole. And from, I don't believe Dr. Chandra is here at the moment, correct? No, okay. And we have from Charter Schools USA, we have Rachel, and forgive me for mispronouncing names, I will, Windler Freetag, good, not bad, Rita Weaver, Jessica Verdier, Jana Peterson Raskin. Good. I have less people and more names, so somebody's missing. Sarah Capwell, Derek Kelvinson, that's the Charter School USA Florida Director of Development, and we have on Zoom, hopefully, Herbert Spector, who is a finance manager, and Shari McCartney, who is their legal representative. So just to give you, it's a very detailed process, so I'll try to go on with the timeline from where we started to where we are. So we've had several charter review meetings. Last week on the 5th, we sent everybody their detailed review of the application, including the applicant, and all the associate superintendents, the school board, and the superintendent. The documents sent were a summary of our findings, a detailed evaluation report, and we also a proposed site map. Today, we're going to discuss these preliminary findings, and the school board and the applicant may engage in discussion about the proposal, application, and hopefully have some nice dialogue, initial dialogue. Tomorrow or thereafter, or shortly thereafter, we will have a written response from the CRC to the comments that we made about the application. On the 20th, we'll have a capacity interview with some members of the CRC and representatives from the proposed charter to sort of clarify any other questions that the board may have or we may have. 3 other CRC meetings are scheduled for April 22nd, May 6th, and May 20th to review the written responses from the charter. And at their conclusion, the review committee will complete the evaluation and determine final evaluation ratings and provide those to the board. And if all goes as well and scheduled, on June 7th at that board meeting, the school board will act to approve or deny the application. Just to give you an idea, we don't use our own rating system. This is a state-provided rating system, and it has 22 standards and 2 addendums that we must rate as met, partially met, or not met. The CRC, we chose specific members of the CRC with the expertise in very specific areas to rate the particular components. And then after that, we gave an overview rating of each of the 5 components of the application. So if there's any further questions on that, I can discuss that. Millie, I have to say a big thanks to Millie Wheeler. Couldn't have done it without her, and Kelly Anderson, who is like a workhouse in the back over there, without her tremendous work in this. So Millie's going to go over just a brief overview. This isn't everything, but some of the things that we identified, big picture things.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So as Dr. Asplund mentioned, I think you all received your 80-page overview, which isn't much of an overview. I know that's very comprehensive. So I'm just going to hit a few of the high spots that the team revealed when reviewing the application. So we're going to start with strengths. We do want to note and commend the applicant provided a very comprehensive, well-organized application with information on each standard. It was very clearly aligned to the application standards from the states. So also they did provide, this is a high replication application, as you know, and that required letter was also provided in that document. The application provided information about a specialized schedule to assist low learners with what they refer to as a success block and extended time in both reading and math. And the application provided information about a comprehensive PD plan. Some concerns we've broken down into the individual areas in the application. I'm going to start with the education plan. The team felt that the mission was generally related to career education, but did not see its relationship in their educational plan. The population proposed to be served is different than the school to be replicated. Observations of the school to be replicated in the other county did not indicate implementation of their evidence-based reading plan. The application did not indicate any targeted career and college education focus. The goals mentioned in reading and math were ambitious, and others were normative and not criterion-based. Review of the application indicated that the review of the school to be replicated had compliance issues in both ESE and ELL. The ELL plan in the application was not clear and did not appear to follow statute. Moving on to the organizational plan, the governing board and management companies do not reside in Sarasota County. Both agencies on the application are involved with many schools, and there is a perceived lack of individual attention that is a concern. Given the current shortage in our state of instructional and other specialized staff, there's a concern about attracting staff in a plan that appears to have a lesser compensation package than Sarasota County Schools currently offers. There is a concern about student recruitment, given that Sarasota County Schools will be opening a comprehensive K-8 school within about 1.5 miles from the proposed site plan. In the business plan, the Charter Review Committee reported a concern about the applicant's lack of transportation plan. There's also concern about their proposed security applications and the ability to attract an SRO, given their budget allocated. The budget revealed computational errors, underestimated allocations for services, and inconsistencies. And finally, back in regards to the high replication, there is a concern that the proposal did not present a school that substantially replicates the school that was identified. And so that is a summary, and now we open it up to the board and to the applicant for discussion.
Shirley Brown.
I have the same questions that the review found, and that is, why is yours unique? You talk about a career in college preparatory, but what is it about your school that is actually doing that, especially in K through 8? What are you doing? It doesn't seem to be there in the mission or in the coursework. And then also the PE times and the transportation, I also have questions about.
Don't answer all at once.
You do have to hit the button on the mic, but you can.
Good afternoon. Which question would you like me to respond to first?
Well, what is actually so unique about your school? I mean, you're talking about career and college prep, but you're talking about K through 8. So what are you offering that's different than what our other schools are offering? It doesn't seem to be encapsulated in your mission or in your coursework.
So some of the specific details that end up getting identified are, once we have student population, they're part of that decision-making process with the parents to finalize what the actual coursework would be, especially in those advanced classes in the middle school level and some of those CTE classes. But some of the overall general differences is that there is an overall focus on wellness and health, starting from kindergarten up with social emotional learning, a true curriculum that we utilize, as well as, again, we do have a big focus on advanced curriculum, especially now with our best standards, starting that advanced curriculum in 3rd grade math. But the CTE classes, many of our schools do offer. We also have opportunities to extend the reach of our best teachers. So throughout the state, we use a lot of mobile opportunities for students to provide advancement, even if they're in a regular classroom, to personalize their learning. So a lot of the resources and supports that we have really target where an individual student is and advance them or scaffold the instruction based on their needs.
Following up on what you said, that you look at the social emotional learning. We've been getting some kickback about that, or pushback, I guess we could say. So you will be open to minorities, and you will be open to perhaps persons of, the LGBT community. You will not be discriminating on them, but you won't be pushing for them. Apparently, 'cause there's some questions in our community about our social emotional learning and our equity. How do you propose on responding to that?
Well, we follow any statutes regarding those guidelines. But in regards to social emotional learning, it's about an individual student and making sure that their mental health is well taken care of. And also our staff. We do a lot to ensure that our staff is able to collaborate with each other, communicate, good culture in the building. So it really is about the whole child as well as the staff. They're part of that whole process.
And I guess what we're fighting right now is those, we've got parents and or children who are part of the LGBT community, but then we've also got parents that say, no, we don't want to hear about that, especially in K-3. How do you overcome that?
Well, we are open enrollment, so we are open to all students within the county as well as cross-county boundaries. So students that are eligible to attend the school are where it's an open lottery system. So all students are welcome that apply.
And I would hope that those questions that were asked, that when they come back, you'll be able to answer some of those. I mean, I've highlighted them. I won't go through them all, but a lot of them have to do with the specifics. And one of them is the PE, although I'm not sure, are charter schools required to have the same PE that...
So we do have the same PE requirements for physical education. So we have guided PE and PE built into the schedule. What we're exempt from is recess as a separate statute.
Oh, recess is the one that you don't have to...
Correct. But we do have physical education and guided PE built into the schedule.
And then the transportation one seems to be, especially down in that area. And then you're going to be, I think in competition with the school. We're going to be building a K-8 school down there also. So I'm looking at that. But one thing that concerns me is right now, almost all of our charter schools have local boards, and you won't even have a local member on your board, which concerns me. Even now, I mean, we get letters from people that are upset about, or a letter to the editor, about something that happened at a charter school, and we like to at least notify the board of the charter schools. You need to look into this. I mean, will the parents have access to, and here is our board, and this is who you should direct your questions to, so they don't come to us?
Absolutely. And if you'd like to hear from our board members, she can add to that, but absolutely.
And how will they be responsive to our community?
For the board, well, good afternoon, board members. Bring it closer. Okay, now I'm on. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. Every time I come to Sarasota, it's like I'm coming home. I was a resident here for over 30 years, and so I'm so honored to be able to serve this amazing board for over 8 years. And so I just, as representative...
Where do you reside? Please, ma'am.
I reside in Tampa, but I have connections here in Sarasota, and we're always actively looking, and we have 2 prospects from the Sarasota County area. I still have family here, professional relationships. I am the president and CEO of a CDC in Tampa, but we partner with entities here in Sarasota. So again, we have 2 prospects that would love to be a part of the board, and so that would never be a problem with not having representation for the Sarasota County. I love this area. I'm here at least twice a month. Love the different restaurants. I was just at Bangkok Thai. I, again, just honored and have great relationships here in this area. My ex-sister-in-law is an educator, has been an educator here for over 30 years, and so she's excited as well. She's still a part of the Sarasota County school board system.
Dr. Asplin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to piggyback off Ms. Brown's question about, being a charter school and having that special niche, and yours would be college and career. And you mentioned CTE classes. What types of CTE courses will you offer?
Yes. Not yet. There we go. So some examples that we have offered in the past that we look forward to exploring here would be a mixture of the CIW for informational technology, also maybe Adobe is an option, and then within the Microsoft suite as well. So those would be the informational tech options that we're most comfortable with so far, but we're willing to explore more as well.
All right. So is that, since this is a replication of, I believe, Clay County, are those the CTE classes that they have in Clay County that you intend to bring here?
I believe that they started with CIW a few years ago, and I believe that with COVID and a little bit of turnover, I think that went on pause, but I believe that they're reinvigorating that in the fall.
All right. And they earn industry certifications through those?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. The two things that are most important to me are finance and curriculum, because those are the two most important things in any school, as we all know. You can't run a school without a budget and without an earnings, and you cannot teach children without curriculum and without knowledge. I know that you're notorious, as Charter Schools USA are notorious for riding around or flying around in jets, having plenty of cash, plenty of money, and doing a lot of things on the state level, and I appreciate that. But I also hear that you have a tendency to take your local schools and at the end of the fiscal year to sweep any reserves that are left in those schools out and give those to the Charter School USA principal. I would hope that you would have something in your contract and in your statement with Charter School USA that would cause that not to happen. You know, it's always good business to have 2 or 3% left in reserve at the end of the year, because we all know what's going on now is crazy time. So, you know, I've heard this from a number of directions. I also know that you didn't want us to go to Clay County and see the school there. Why?
Hi, good afternoon. I'll take that. So it was we did invite the staff to come to visit Clay County School. Unfortunately, the date that was chosen was also the date that the school, you guys can hear me, right? The date that the school was having their district site visit with Clay Charter. And at that time, we felt that that would be a lot of pressure on the school. And so in order to preserve that school and the students and the staff and that integrity of that visit with their district, we offered other dates. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to make that work yet.
I've got it. Okay. I did talk to a school board member in Clay County, and she really didn't have a lot of intimate knowledge of what's going on there, but I did tell her a little bit about some of the things and some of the facts that we had gathered about noncompliance in ELL and noncompliance with, you know, some of the gifted issues. So I'm very concerned about those. But I would just say that, you know, it is imperative that you have a very strong finance and budget. It's imperative that you have a very strong curriculum, and you don't do it as you go, that you have it in place and that you're ready to go. There's going to be a lot of competition. There are going to be a lot of people in this area that think that public schools are the way to go. We are a great school district, as you all may know. We just passed a referendum by almost 85%. We're very thankful to our community for that. That's the 6th time we've done it, and we have a grade of A since 2004. We want to keep that. Charter schools help us. And I've been a very big proponent of our charter schools. Most of them are nonprofits. Most of them are not-for-profits. And it's the for-profit part that really scares me a bit. So I would just say that one of the things that you mentioned was teachers, and how do you get teachers in the school district who are certified, that want to come, that perhaps have gifted certifications and other things that are necessary to teach at a high level in elementary and middle, and if your salaries are not commensurate with what ours are, and we're starting teachers this next year at $50,000, and with a, you know, a wonderful resource of medical insurance and other things that, you know, taps out at about $11,000. So I would say those are concerns for you. The other thing, I guess, that I would say just firsthand that is of concern to me is the driveway and the look of the school and the bus loop coming around. I think you're going to have to look at that one again, maybe, but it could be a rather tight frame. And you're going to put in an early learning early learning school as well on the same property, correct? I see.
That might be in the plans that were proposed to the Sarasota County Building Department, but not as part of the school.
Not as part of the school.
Correct, not as part of the school.
Okay, but that's going to be on the same property as your school would be.
I believe so.
Yeah,
if the
it
site
shows.
plan is
It shows
approved.
it. Who put this together? Did you put this together, Denise? This is all the schools in the area. It looks like we're missing one. Student leadership. I don't see SLA listed, do you? So that needs to be fixed. But we have a lot of schools. We have a lot of middle schools in South County. A lot of them do have wait lists right now. They're going great guns. For a long time, we did not have that situation in Sarasota County. With the recession, this was kind of like ground zero. We had a lot of builders and developers who sort of either went dormant or quiet in 2006 to 2010, and they've all come back really stronger than ever now. And land is quite expensive, very expensive. Welland Park is a great area. A lot of the people in Welland Park are retirees, but now we're finding with the Braves there and others that, this is a very popular county. So I look forward to getting more answers from you as well. So, Dr. Aspen, do you have other questions?
Just to piggyback off again off what you said, Ms. Goodwin, as far as the location is concerned, I know when you're creating your application, I'm not sure what the timing of it was, but did you know that we were building a K-8 like 1 mile away from where you are? And then given the fact that teachers, teacher shortages and the fact that we do compensate our teachers pretty well, just wanted to bring that to your attention if you didn't know that, because we will have a school, another K-8 about 1 mile away from there.
Yes, sir, we knew that.
Okay.
We were approached by the developers of Welland Park, and they also met with you. I believe that the timing of your K12 campus, the high school was going to come online in about 2 years, and the K-8 was going to follow up the year after that.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. Does the Charter School USA have high school models? Are you strictly K-8? Is there any plans for the future, or will this always be a K-8? It's multiple questions. Do you have high school charters?
Yes. We do.
What's your plan for, given this was approved?
So typically, this site plan or this school application is for a K-8 school, and so that's all we'll ever be able to have there unless we come to the school board and ask for an amendment to add grades. But typically, Charter Schools USA, I'm working with the Florida Charter Educational Foundation. For example, about 2 years ago, they opened up a high school in Hillsborough, but that was only after they had several successful, fully enrolled K-8 feeder schools.
Is that the only high school? You have others? So is it fair to say that you do look at a high school if you have successful K-8s? Is that part of your?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That would be the long-term plan, especially with the growth that's happening in Welland Park. It is 55 and older is growth there, but ages 30 to or 25 to 45 have been growing annually at a rate of 13 to 15% there. So yeah,
if they can get a permit and get it built with the shortage in supplies and labor and pieces and parts to build a house, it's really hard.
Well, they are bringing a lot of houses online every year.
Follow up, just one more question relative to that. Is the 9-12, is the high school a separate facility, or do your K-8s become K-12s?
Do you want me to answer?
It's a varied model, but go ahead. Yeah.
So it depends on the local community. So in some communities, we do have a full K12 where it might be one charter in one building. In other areas, it might be started as a K8 and then we added the 912, but made one building 612 and another building K5. We're able to increase enrollment in the K5. So it really depends on the demand and the needs of the community.
Is it, so it becomes one campus or two separate facilities in different areas?
It depends. In some cases, it is two separate facilities. In other cases, it has been one. In some cases, it's right on the same campus. In other cases, it might be half a mile away. So it really depends.
So you don't have a long-term strategic plan of it being majority K-12s?
You mean for here in Sarasota?
No, in general, for your model that you're coming as a charter USA. I'm really trying to look at what are your trends, which gives me the ability to, have more predictability of where you might go in the long run if you have success.
It would probably be to open up another K-8 school if this had a waiting list in a few years, and then a high school thereafter. So, for example, the last school we opened in Florida was a high school in St. Lucie County.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
In looking at this plot, I don't think you have room for a high school on that plot. So unless
Correct.
I'm not seeing the whole thing, you don't have room for it there. And that would make a difference. But you have 40 schools in Florida, correct?
60.
63
60?
Yeah.
at this point, yes.
63.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in 40 counties. No, there's 40.
14.
About 14 county school districts.
Okay, 14, 63 and 14. Mrs. Brown.
A couple other questions I would like some clarification on. One of them is that proprietary report card. You wouldn't let us see that. I mean, I hope that gets cleared up. I'm not quite sure what all that is about. And another thing that concerns me is that you'll be leasing the facility from some developer or contractor who builds these. And I've seen in previous places that, they build them and then the developer or the contractor will put them all together and then we'll sell them to someone else. Well, we got these buildings leased, and then the price goes up to you, and you really have no control over what those lease dollars are going to be or what they're bringing in. So, I mean, I have a little concern about leasing the facilities, not only leasing the facilities and then getting capital dollars, state dollars for that, and then, wait a minute, the dollars are going into this facility that we don't own. And how do we get that back? But more importantly than anything, the third one is probably the one that is the most important, and that's our local referendum dollars, which are about $1,500 per student that will be going to your schools. We have some members of our community that really don't think we should be giving our dollars to charter schools. Well, that's been decided. The state says we must. On a per student basis, we'll share that. What would really upset me is if those dollars left and were part of the calculation that goes to Charter Schools USA. I would like some sort of assurance, if I could get that when Charter Schools USA looks at their 10% or 12%, what they're going to take from us, that they look at those FEFP dollars and not the local referendum dollars. Because, I mean, even though we raise 90% of our dollars for the schools anyway, it's those referendum dollars that we really, really are wanting to hold on to. And we want you to be able to tell us, this is how we use those dollars. And if 10% goes off the top to go out of state, it would be upsetting to me. So I would like some sort of a reassurance that those referendum dollars are going to stay in the school and you're going to tell us how you used them so we can tell that to the public when we have to, re-up the referendum. In 4 years, it'll probably be 2 years, though. I mean, we need that reassurance to get the support from our community.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I'll take that one. I think I wrote down it was a multi-questioned question. So, but I think I'll touch base on all of them. So the first one you had, you said a proprietary report card. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. I'll look in the application, but yes, we, CSUSA shares with the governing board all of the school results on what we call a quarterly report card, which includes a lot of information. Our CSUSA's education model is proprietary, but of course you will be able to have full visibility and access to those results. The other thing was the leasing. I'm not the finance or the facilities person. I'm the director of governance, but I can assure you that the governing board, having 11 schools, has a history of making sure that they're responsible with their property. And when they, if they were to purchase it from someone, or if the developer were to bundle it in some sort of way, we would have our team review that to make sure that it is in the best interest of the school and of the governing board and the stakeholders of Sarasota County. The other question was referendum dollars. And so I'll say that we are very transparent. This governing board, Florida Charter Foundation, is very transparent with their financials. Charter Schools USA obviously is their management partner. We create and manage those funds on their behalf, but the responsibility lies with them, and we are very transparent with what we spend and what we budget and allocate certain dollars. And as you said, there are revenue resources. There are multi-level streams of revenue, and so we do account for all of those things that are statutorily required. And so if it was a referendum that was specific towards teacher salaries, then we would have that listed out in our financials, and the board would review that and approve that in their budget, as statute requires us to do. I hope that helps.
Our referendum, it's in the language, how we kind of use that, and it's more of when we go out to the public to ask them, we promise them and tell them this is how we're going to use it, and we've got an oversight committee that looks at those dollars and how they're used. So I would hope that you'll work with us to show us how those are used.
Absolutely, we look forward to being a partner with the board and the county, and to make sure that we spend the tax dollars on the Sarasota students wisely.
Thank you.
The application is really with Florida Charter Education Foundation, which all of you represent, better known as FCEF out of Fort Lauderdale, which is also where Charter School USA is located, and Charter School USA will be running the day-to-day operations under FCEF on the school. They will pay the FCEF has an entity that builds schools, and they will build the school, and they will own the school. And Charter School USA will lease the school and will pay rent and pay for other things that might be included, as along with, I said, the end-of-year reserves that might get swept into Mr. Hayes' account down in Fort Lauderdale. At any rate,
that doesn't happen, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Well, it did happen in the past.
I can only speak to what's currently happening, and
Okay,
we
well,
are
good.
very
I'm glad
transparent.
To hear that
Yes,
doesn't happen,
ma'am.
because that really puts the school in jeopardy. However,
Agreed.
This explains it. So you have a certain person that builds the school. You have an asset there, and then the actual day-to-day running of the school and the amount of money that is paid. Like technology will be done by FCEF normally, and some of those kinds of things. So that's kind of the partnership, the relationship. We're not accustomed to having charter schools like this. We're accustomed to mom and pops, as we call them, which are under the consortium of charter schools, which is one of the two entities that is very involved in charter schools in the state of Florida. So just wanted to express that and make that clear. Dr. Aspen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question, kind of a concern, I guess. With the records that we had from Clay County, it looked like around 40% of your teachers' certifications were out of field. Someone want to talk about that?
So I'm going to assume you're referring to the report that we received, where they noted that the governing board had approved approximately. I don't know the exact number. I didn't look at it, but I'll take that your number is correct. Like the district has said many times, and we've also experienced staffing shortages and teacher shortages, and from time to time you have to assign a teacher to teach out of field, and so the appropriate process by statute is for the governing board to approve those out of field waivers.
All right, and then I also noticed, and just so you know, they have to be publicly given to the parents. I guess it was in there that hadn't happened, so I guess that's something that you will do.
I'm going to look into that because my understanding was that there was notification sent out to the parents. I know that the specific report cited the website, and I'm not sure if they require it to be posted on the district. I know that the rule is a little vague on that, but definitely I'm glad that I was able to see that, so I'll look into that. Yes, sir.
Karen?
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. Am I correct that you referenced 60 schools in 14 districts? Is that correct? Can you just talk about the Florida school recognition grade of those 60 schools? Are they all A schools, range from A to C? Can you give us any insight of your history of performance under the Florida school grade recognition program?
I'll speak to that. As you know, COVID, the last 2 years, we haven't had grades issued, but in 2019, I believe we were rated as an A district. If you were to take the grouping of Florida Charters groups, so CSUSA as a network was rated as an A, but Florida, this particular governing board that's before you, they had all A's and B's in 2019.
Is that encompass the 60 schools?
No, they have 11 schools, and so we were rated by the DOE, I believe, as an A, as a charter network, as an A for the 60 schools.
You believe?
In 1819 for the state of Florida, all of our schools, we had 83% A's and B's as a state. No D's and F's.
And then I'm assuming that you would have figured out your grade equivalence in 2021. It's there to be done. Do you want to reference that at all, your grade equivalence for the 2021 results? I mean, it's all relative with COVID.
Right, with COVID, but we don't have that data in front of us. We dropped just like everybody else in the state, but I don't think it was as big a drop as what we were anticipating. But I can definitely get that data
that
for
would
you.
be nice to have. When you say drop to D's and F's, or drop from
80% A's and B's to I think
it was 67.
67% A's and B's.
And any D's or F's?
Not on record, but based on the numbers, a couple.
Not on this board.
Not on this board.
Not on this governing board. I believe one in Miami.
But because under this governing board, that information would be interesting to me, just to see what your track record is from the perspective of the 11 schools and the 60 schools. For me, it brings predictability of what you can, what you're offering, Sarasota.
I would even suggest that what would be a greater predictor would be what we score now, because those drops happened over COVID, where everybody dropped. The DOE held everybody harmless for that reason, right? And so I think that we're happy to bring that to you, number one, now. But two, I think what we'd love to be able to bring to you is where we are projected to go versus where we're at during COVID. So I'm happy to bring that data to you.
I would like to see all of it. That's my request.
I can do that for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
If I may, just to clarify, in the charter application, there's an applicant worksheet, and it lists the historical records of all of the schools that we manage. But just to reiterate, the Florida Charter Education Foundation is the nonprofit governing board that will hold the charter with the school district. They currently hold 11 charters.
Schools.
Yeah, so that's really the network, and that's we're replicating the high-performing Clay Charter Academy, which is also one of their schools.
So what about the other 60 that are in the network? You referenced 60 schools in 14 districts. So you all represent 11 schools, and are there 2 or 3 or 4 other boards?
Oh, there's many other boards. We work with municipal charters, and we work with several other governing boards. Probably, 15 in total.
Okay. We don't have any municipals, but I know some districts that do.
One of the things that I certainly would like to say, if I have the opportunity to, is the FC board is a nonprofit board. We drove here ourselves. Through the 8 years, I've never turned in a reimbursement for travel because I'm here to serve. And so along with myself, I have an amazing board that we all work together. Not only do we visit the schools during our board meetings, but we actively are a part of the schools, their different programs, and we follow up going going to the different schools outside of that. So along with me, that serves with me as the vice president of the board, is Rhonda Chanda. He is in the Broward County, but he is an adjunct professor from Nova and Southeastern University. Alongside is our treasurer, Randy Walker. He is the senior vice president of a financial institution there in Broward County, as you know, where they live. And so before each board meeting, he goes over the financials with the CSUSA financial department to ensure that everything lines up, everything is correct before it is presented. And if he has any questions or concerns, those things are brought before the board publicly. And so those things are addressed. Alongside Randy Walker, we also have the opportunity to serve with Dr. Steve Noble. And he is the Executive Director of Early Childhood Learning in the Pasco and Hernando County area. So we work with him with things that we are looking to do in early childhood learning, but he's an active part on our board as well. And so alongside him, as a director, we have Mr. Eric Johnson. And so he is the Executive Director of Community and Governmental Affairs with Hillsborough Community College. So he's been very instrumental with our high school in getting college courses within that high school. So we have an amazing team that has a great relationships, not only with our management company, but we have a great relationship with our principals. We ensure that we have the right person in the right position for our children, because that is our priority. Our main priority is to make sure that our children are being served well, that they are part of a successful learning community. I know many of you, and even Ms. Karen, concern was to make sure that we are progressive, that again, we are successful in those learning communities, and to give our children the very best education possible. And so we believe in parent choice, to be able to have our parents be able to choose where they want their children to go. But at the same time, we're all working together to ensure that is the case.
So where are the 11 schools located? You mentioned someone in Broward, so would I find schools of yours in Broward?
Yes, you will.
I'm sorry.
Dade.
Sorry. Miami-Dade, so they have one school, a K-8 in Miami-Dade County. They have two schools in Pasco County.
Yes.
And then they had the one school in Clay County, and then the rest of the schools are in Hillsborough County.
All in Hillsborough, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one other about transportation. I know Ms. Brown had mentioned it before. So what's the plan for transportation as far as buses and everything?
Work this right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good. I'm Sarah Capwell. I'm the Deputy Director for the schools in this area or region. And I know many of you have had some local concerns. I actually reside in Hillsborough, but in what they call South County in Apollo Beach. And I spend time at each school that I supervise. And this would be one of the schools, should we move forward, that I would supervise. So I travel, and I currently have 11 schools. And I travel to each one of them biweekly to ensure processes, including transportation. Of the 11 schools I currently supervise, only 3 utilize transportation. 2 of them are in 100% free and reduced lunch areas. And then one of them is our high school, because it's a feeder from our other 4 K-8s in the area, who are all located in subdivisions, much like Welland Park, and they do not need transportation to be fully enrolled. Their enrollments range from anywhere from 767, I think, to 1147, and they're all fully enrolled without the necessity of buses. Where we need it, we do get it. As I said, we needed it to have the feeder to the high school to make sure that our kids in K-8 could continue within our system and our model through the 12th grade if they so chose. And then we provide it as a service to our parents. So I wanted to address that to you. Should we need it, we would pursue that option, but it has not been a necessity in our schools as a whole. And then I also wanted to mention that you had some current concerns earlier you'd expressed regarding how parents would be able to communicate. That is one of the roles that I have. In my position at Charter Schools USA allocates for us to have deputies within the areas where we operate. And so when parents have concerns, we do ask them to reach out to their principal first. And then they also have the ability to reach out to their board. And it is in most of all of the schools I currently actually supervise, it is posted on their website, the liaison that they should contact, and they reach out via email and or phone. And then I also make my email address available to parents. I spend a good portion of my time actually just, sharing how our schools are doing with parents. So those are some of the local contacts that parents have and ways in which they can communicate with both the board as well as with the management company and ensure that our staff are fully supported as well.
And so with safety, do you usually go through the sheriff's office for an SRO, or do you have guardian system? How do you work that?
Each district, we work differently with each district. For instance, in Hillsborough, they prefer that we work with their the SROs within the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. So we contract out with them. In many of our schools, we work with another company called Dynamic, and I am two other counties in Manatee and in Pasco. My schools utilize Dynamic. They're also needed should there not be an arrangement within the county itself.
You have a school in Manatee?
There we go. Okay. Yeah, we have actually one. No, not with this board. I am so sorry. I supervise them, but they're not with this particular FCEF board. They're with a different board.
Okay.
I know sometimes the nuances are a little bit, they cross, and so it can be confusing. But
Big job.
Yes, yes.
I just had one other follow-up, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Ziegler. So you say in transportation you don't normally need buses, so that means you're looking at kids in Welland Park who walk. My question is, how do we get a diverse population if we're looking at upper middle class neighborhood and not having transportation available?
We actually, the majority of our students actually that I've experienced, actually their parents bring them. That's why we accommodate the car loops that we have. It is part of the sacrifice that many of our families make because they're making that choice. I opened personally a school under this board in Waterset, which is in Apollo Beach where I live, in 2017. And I would say that only half of the population actually comes from Waterset itself. They come from areas around Gibsonton, Waimama, all the areas, and so all of our schools are substantially more culturally diverse and have higher free and reduced lunch rates than the area schools around, including those that are A and B schools that are predominantly Caucasian and higher socioeconomic.
Thank you. Bridget?
Thank you. I wanted to wait so I flushed out some of my questions. So I appreciate it. And that's why I was sitting silent, felt like I was watching a tennis match. But I think that first of all, I want to say thank you to the CRC committee. I know that's as I mentioned before, you guys, it's a lot of work, and I appreciate all the work that you do, and it's very comprehensive. And there's a reason for that. And so when I look at this personally, I think, well, there's two things. I think that I think Sarasota County's district managed schools offer phenomenal options. So I do think from a competitive standpoint, you're up for a fair hill to climb. But that being said, I also, when I look at these, I look at a couple different things. And we haven't had a model quite like this in Sarasota County. So I think that perhaps is where some of I can't speak for my fellow board members, and there's areas where we differ, but the passion perhaps is coming through. But I do appreciate your interest and your coming forward and your professionalism today. But when I look at this, at the end of the day, these are our students, and the most important thing to me is continuity. Obviously, as Mrs. Goodwin said, is where it comes down to the financial and the curriculum capacity aspect of where we have seen unsuccessful charters in the past. I do understand the model, so you have a financial model that is a little bit different than a mom and pop model. So from the financial continuity standpoint, I'm maybe making some assumptions. I'll ask some questions. So that isn't necessarily as much as my concern. I don't I am not validating some of there's a lot of things that are written about me that are not true, so I can't guarantee that everything that's out there, but I don't know what the statements are about the financial aspects, so I appreciate if it's gonna be transparent, that the families who are investing their time and choosing this manner have that option. I'm a huge parental rights advocate, so my questions really center around that, outside of I wait for the outstanding questions that the CRC will present back to you, which highlight the financial and the curriculum components. So when it comes to, I understand to a degree how the model is. So I understand that there's normally, and we recommend the same, a chain of command. You go to your school-based administrator, and then you'll go to the executive director, and then to the superintendent, and then to the board. Tell me how a parent would go to a board meeting.
So our board meetings are publicly noticed at each of our schools. As Ms. Cole mentioned, the board travels to the various schools to have board meetings on site at the school for those stakeholders who aren't, say we are in Sarasota County, for example, and somebody doesn't want to feel like driving from Hillsborough, but they go to a Hillsborough school. They will go to their school where it's publicly noticed. They will attend at the school where we will Zoom in. They have an opportunity for public comment. We have a public comment process, and then they can sit there and with the leadership at the school and attend the board meeting that way.
Okay, great. That's good to know. Okay. When it comes to retention, and I don't know if this has been provided. I did read through a lot. I don't know that I got through every single page, but I know that there's a follow-up. So when it comes to retention under the current governing board of the 11 schools, can you give us I know you're comparing yourself from Clay from the model standpoint for, I think that's more a procedural aspect, to be frank, but I think when you look at all the 11 schools, can you talk to me about retention? Now, I'm assuming there's each, so there's K through 8 and such, so I understand mobility plays a role, but I'd be very curious to see what your retention rates are at your schools. I think obviously there are outstanding circumstances that will create a need for a student to leave, but I would just be curious, do you have that data? Can you provide that?
Retention for students?
Students. Then I'll go to staff, but students, yes.
Yeah, we can provide that data. I don't have it in front of me, but I know it's substantially similar to the high-performing Clay that we're replicating.
And then would be the same when it comes to staff. Again, it comes down to continuity and filling. And I know in the job market, it's very challenging as labor workforce issues. We've discussed that as well, but I think we could all make those, ancillary adjustments and evaluate it that way. And then it comes down to educational outcomes. So when I look at this, I want to make sure there's transparency. Parents understand what their choices are. Like I said, I think we offer some of the best schools in the state. And so when it comes down to, I just want to make sure families understand what they're walking into, and so that they can make an informed decision that's best for their child. But then understanding that continuity. So that final question on continuity is, how many of the, if any, how many schools have closed under this current governing board?
None.
Okay, thank you. And then how many under Charter School USA under management? Now, and again, I know there are variables to that, but I think it's important to address these things head on.
So when you say closed,
whether it be for,
right. So there are a variety of ways and definitions of closure.
Okay.
And Derek, you can probably help me on this. I think another governing board has the charter still. It's in abeyance because they're looking for a different facility. In Florida. And I think that's the only one. Well,
unless you go back 20-something years.
Right. So within the last...
double check the charter application to ensure, but I think there's some documentation in there on that applicant worksheet that I referenced.
Okay, and that being said is my point is that even if it's 20 years ago, what was it? What did you learn? What was it? And so that we understand those pitfalls, because education's a journey. So even in the business operational standpoint, I want to make sure those things are addressed head on.
I'll just tell you specifically that within the last several years, we worked cooperatively with the Osceola Education Foundation to give those 2 schools that were K-8 schools, that were charter schools, to the school district. So they became school district schools.
You're saying Osceola?
In Osceola.
Okay.
Okay.
I know Osceola. I could check that out.
And sorry, I told you I waited, just wanted to get through this. The final question, well, transportation, and I know you mentioned this. It is something I think is so important when you think about the best programs. We call them classrooms on the moon. If you can't get there, then how great is it really for these families? And while I recognize from a data point there may be some, but I really want to make sure that options are available to all families in all socioeconomic classes across the state, across the various areas. So that is a concern of mine, but so can you talk me through how you evaluate that? Because in the event transportation's not on the table, that may prevent someone from seeking your school. So how do you gauge that when you do a market assessment or what have you?
So I believe there is one bus budgeted for in the application. And historically, what we've done is we look at demand, right? If we have applications, right, and Rachel, maybe you can jump in.
I can speak specifically to the FCEF board that I supervise down in Dade County. And
org chart, you gotta figure out where everyone stands.
and that school currently has about 8 buses, but every year we go through a reevaluation to look at the ridership to determine whether or not we either need to add buses or remove buses.
Okay. And then two more things. The ESE, Exceptional Student Education, and ELL, ESOL, both are very important to me personally. And so seeing that is something that you guys seek as a major focus, particularly down in that region, that area, and it actually English as a second language it's not necessarily Hispanic. It's a lot of Russian and Ukrainian. And so it's about serving this region, this population. That's who we represent. And so I'd just like to get more information on how you plan on that. And then my final question is, do you have recess for elementary? It may not be required, but I'm curious. I want to know.
Each school is different, but yes, we do have recess.
Because if not, you should post that. Because as an elementary parent, I don't know that I'd be down for that. So, all right, that's all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Shirley Brown.
And I promise this is my final question. While Bridget was talking, I wandered a little bit, and I was remembering an article I read Sunday in our local paper, which is a USA Today paper, and you may be aware of the article, and that was about how charter schools were using, I don't know, is it the PPE or PPE? I don't know, funds. Did charter school or did your organization apply for those funds, and if so, how were they used?
So the PPE loans through the federal government, the Charter Schools USA is not eligible to apply for those. If the governing boards applied for them, I don't think this governing board did, and I don't think any of the governing boards that we partner with in Florida did.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? If not, I think that is it. Denise, if you'd like to come forward.
Well, we have nothing to add except thank you very much, and we'll proceed through the timeline as we just discussed earlier, and we have a document for you to sign before you leave, indicating that we will go through the process, and then on the June 7th meeting, we will have the final vote. Are there any questions for us? Okay, thank you.
I would just like to thank everybody for this time and for allowing us to, present the application for replicating clay, which we hope to substantially bring, that to Sarasota and work in collaboration with you and Denise. And they've been fantastic. They do, like you guys say, they do a fantastic job. And so we're just really excited to come to Sarasota. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Safe travel. And that's the last item before we get to member comments, which is always a good time. But before you all start, I've got a few things that I want to include very quickly in member comments. One of the first things is that we have a leader who did very well in his last evaluation, and we haven't talked about a raise for Dr. Aspen.
I think we should give him what we gave us.
What? You think we should give him what we gave ourselves?
Yes. That was nothing. I'm kidding, Dr. Aspen.
Zero, right? Well, at least we got to keep our salary this year, which was, questionable at best. Well, I was looking at that, and we gave a 5.25% to our administrators. Dr. Aspen is a high performer. So let's have some discussion about that. Tom, would you like to start?
I think that this is a good place to have that conversation for Dr. Aspen. I wasn't prepared to have it. I didn't know it was coming up, so I'm looking for the words. I am concerned about our look at administrative raises in general, matching how we focus on what we do with instruction and classified. So that model, in my opinion, is not sustainable. But having said that, I think that Dr. Asplin has done an incredible job. And if this is the last year that we follow that model, I think he deserves at a minimum that amount.
Herding cats. That's what he's had to deal with. Do you like cats? No. Okay. But it has been rather hurting cats. Tom, I agree with you about that we need to really look at this model. I think that we need money to go to administrators or cost centers and be given out applicably, but not everybody gets the same amount. I never in business ever did that. Bridget?
So a couple things. I feel like since 2014, been talking about the administrative piece, and I'll go back to, and even something Mrs. Rose mentioned earlier, there is a process that I think we're backwards when we go to budgeting, prioritizing, strategically focused. We have a strategic plan, so that I'm very excited about what I saw today. But when we look at, even the evaluation aspect, we're kind of kicking this, we're not doing this in a strategic, in a proactive way. So I know that there perhaps are some reasons to that. I don't want to continue down that path. So even when it comes down to, prioritizing, we are allocating additional financial means to outside, we talked about some of these things today about retaining or recruiting, and I just want to be more thoughtful from a budgetary standpoint, and in that goes into strategic compensation for our administrators based on our goals, and that goes to the superintendent all the way down to the various school-based administration, especially when we're talking about when it's the part where, and this is not, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but since it was brought forward, I'm going to. The part, and I don't want to dismiss at all any position and the work our administrators did this past 2 years. I know it was hard. So I just want to put that out there. But when I think about the discussion for flat fees versus a trailing compensation trend when we were talking about contract negotiations, it feels frustrating that we didn't necessarily approach the administrative standpoint that same way based on their totality of their cost, the amount that they're actually paid, based on where they're at on that pay scale. That's just a complete imbalance. And so if we're going to put this in place and we talk about our educators who are on the front lines, it's very backwards. And so to me, to not really even have that conversation from the administrative standpoint is kind of a sucker punch, and it's frustrating, and I just have an opportunity to say it, so that's it. As it pertains to that would go all the way up to the superintendent. I think it's unfair as a board to superintendent that we haven't outlined what that looks like, what success looked like, and then compensate for it. And I don't think that's a good model for any organization. So, my plea is that whatever we determine, and I don't think that's something we can do on the fly, we can put something together, and what's the process here? You bring it forward. But at the same time, can we please use that time to bring forward a contract that aligns with the strategic plan for the following year so that we don't have this in arrears kind of conversation?
Dr. Asplin has one more year on his contract, and the contract is not clear about compensation. And so I think that we need to address that. I think we need to address this summer. Like now, we're going to be having a salary survey anyway. In HR, so this is probably a good time to do both. I think that we do need to put some effort into this for futures because it isn't sustainable at all.
So if I may, I think
Dr. Asplin,
are you on there?
No,
right ahead.
please go ahead. I'm not in a hurry.
What I think, okay. What I was going to say was, first of all, I appreciate you bringing it forward, Jane, I really do. And I think what I need to do is maybe maybe we need to bring the contract forward so everybody can see that, or I can send the contract to you so you can remember what the contract was. And then you're right. I think it does say in there that since this is the end of the second year, I think by June 30th is when you have to decide if we're going to, you know, after that third year, what's going to happen. And so that conversation is going to happen anyway. So what if I go ahead and send you a copy of the contract so that everybody can take a look at it, and then we can then have a conversation at that point?
Is that agreeable to everyone? Shirley, you're next.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You know, what does the contract say? I mean, because if we're talking about giving him the same what we gave the administrators, I mean, we're going back to July 1. And are you talking about going back to July 1 to give them a retroactive raise for this year, or are we talking about giving them a raise for next year? And I think we need to look at the contract to understand that. I mean,
Well, I think you're right, and I think we need to get our ducks in a row on this and on other administrators as well.
and Easter is a great time to get the little ducks and chicks all in a row and keep those bunnies herded.
Absolutely. But you know, I think that this is a good time to look at this, and Dr. Asplin and I had discussed it, but I wanted to bring this up because he's been here almost 2 years, and I always worry, is he going to stay or not? You know, I mean, I want him to stay, but he certainly was a high performer in last evaluation. We're going to evaluate him later in the year when we have all of our assessments in, and so I think that this is a good time to have that conversation. And we might want Mitzi in with us a little bit before she leaves, along with Bonnie. So, yeah, I think this is a good time. Karen?
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. I thank you for bringing up the contract. I would really like to make this an objective piece versus an I think piece, and something that we can take the contract apart, look at it for the future, and look at some objective pieces in there. And, you know, I wasn't sure if you were referencing this year and retroactive back to June, or you were talking about next year, and so forth and so on. So I certainly appreciate the things that have been brought up to make this an objective procedural 1, 2, 3 process.
Tom Edwards.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that you brought that up, because here's what I honestly, and this is not a fault, this is just an observation conversation. It surprised me when we didn't have an evaluation for the superintendent when I got here. And now we're finding out that their compensation and criteria weren't built into that contract. For that level of a hire, quite frankly, that would never happen in corporate America. Right. So I'm sort of rolling backwards, and what I'd like to try and see, we've started the conversation for the superintendent that the evaluation matches the strategic plan. The last thing I'd like to try and do is add that contract conversation, because frankly, as we all know, superintendents do come and go, as do school board members. So we want to try and button that all up so that it's in place and would require certain just modifications as we go along if there's a good model to that. While we're at that piece of it, it wasn't, again, a plan that I wanted to talk about, but while we're there, we get into this sort of debate on when do we add administration, and we want the dollars in classrooms and so forth and so on, but we sit here and we look at a capital improvement plan and we know that enrollment is going up, and so we're not anticipating staffing levels as in that growth model. So administration, frankly, has to match the growth of our schools. If I look at, if I'm working backwards, I heard all about planning time today for those PLCs, and the teachers need planning time. Frankly, one of the reasons why I'm not super against hiring administration is because I'm in the landings often, and I see the work that they do, and I understand what they're doing, and I know what Dr. Asplin does. The guy works all day long, 7 days a week. And so having said that, I think the model of the budgeting process, administrative processes, all of and hiring need to be connected into the strategic plan as it relates to the growth model. So I'm not asking for that to be done today. I'm not asking for it to be put on a workshop, but I am saying that we've got to start looking at the expansion plan as it relates to administrative positions.
Very good. Bridget?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, so again, because I think we talked about this when we talked about the evaluation and lining up, and so we're a couple months in. I get we have a lot of things to do, but to get out of this trap where we're talking about something and we're not getting it done, can we just add it to our next meeting? We have the contract. I mean, it's scheduled.
Let's do it next meeting.
Nip it in the bud. And if we are.
Can't wait on this one.
Well, the other part is if we are changing, and that's what I said before, I believe his contract highlighted it was a June, we had to make a decision and evaluate by June 30th. But then there's been discussions that we would be waiting until after the data is back in. So we need, that needs to be a mutually agreed upon contract that's let, and we can't, we're at are we in April?
Yes.
So can we just, I can't control the agenda, but that should be on the next, I don't even care if it's at the bottom of comments at the meeting, so we're actually moving forward outside of a workshop.
It becomes a priority.
Yeah.
So we may even have to have a special workshop. Who knows what we'll do? We'll fix it. But that has to be done. But at the end, it's not always good when you're old. When you're old, it's not always a good time. Shirley Brown, how come your name always comes up in red?
Because I'm special. I'm still thinking of those ducks in a row, which makes me think of all those little peeps lined up in the stores right now. It's too much. I'm thinking while we're looking at administrators versus staff, while we're looking at that, maybe we could look at what the ratios are in Sarasota and compare that to other school districts in the state. Because I know at one time we were, people complained about all the administrators, but what is the percentage, because if we're growing.
Very low when MGT did that study in 2012.
Yeah, where are we now with administrators versus staff? And maybe when we look at the budget or something, we can look at that. And I know sometimes there's grants that pay for special things, but give us an understanding of that. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Karen?
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. Do any of my peers recall the last time there was a salary study? I think I'm asking that question because, we talk about opinions of administrators, whether it's coming from the teachers' representation, community, schools, et cetera, those are just opinions. When we have this dialogue or a proposal and a budget, it would sure be nice, and Mrs. Brown alluded to one piece of objective data, I think it would significantly decrease debate if we had the ability to have some objective input. When was the last, and a big piece of that would be a salary study. When was the last one that occurred in this district? Does anybody recall?
I think the MGT study had some of that in it, and then we did some others.
We didn't do a salary study, but we looked at administrators, and for our size district, we were very low on administrators as compared to other comparable size districts.
So that would have been when I was at Sarasota Middle. That was quite a while ago.
Yeah,
At least 7+ years ago.
We just heard.
So I think that's probably part of the challenge that brings debate. We don't have some objective things to be making strong financial decisions.
But we're going to we heard from on the strategic plan that they're going to be doing a salary study.
Post the budget.
Okay, we're going to work on that. That's going to be number one priority. I have a few other things if we can change the topic. It's, 3:30? We're doing pretty well. As we all know, we had a child who passed away in Northport a couple of weeks ago, and I've been talking to the Northport city manager, and they are planning to have an outreach to the community about this event on April the 28th from 7 to 9. We've talked about doing something, I think, in May, and then maybe others are doing something in June. There's going to be a multiple approach to this, but they're going to have mental health counselors and some people there to talk to parents, to talk to community members, and they really are very, very serious about doing this. This was just announced this morning as I was driving here or trying to get into my car. The phone was ringing, and that's when I found out. So I wanted to give you all a heads up on that. That happens to be a day that I'm planning to go with one of our curriculum folks in science over to the Space Coast. We're trying to get more interaction with some of the Space Coast folks, and so I'm taking someone over for that. So I may not make it, but it'd be great if all of you could go down to Northport for that. And I wanted to mention Dee Weber. For those of you who may have known Dee Weber passed away, and there's a funeral for her at 11 o'clock at Church of the Palms. Shirley, do you know any of the details of that? Dee Weber was probably one of the greatest volunteers we've ever had at Booker Middle and other North County schools. And
Yeah, she started the Christmas stockings at Booker Elementary, too.
She did a lot of things, and she was always shaming me because I wasn't in North County schools enough. She just was a giant when it came to kids. And so, you know, my heart goes out to her family. For any of you who can make it to Church of the Palms on Saturday morning, that would be a great thing. So, anyone else for another comment?
I just want to say thank you to all of our district level folks and our school folks who participated today in this workshop. Great job, as always. Thank you very much. And thank you to the board for the kind words. Appreciate it.
Well, hearing no other things being said or no more announcements, I just want to wish everyone a happy Easter. Shirley, have that Easter egg hunt, dye those eggs and do your usual. Get those placemats out and have a great time. But to everyone else, happy Easter week, and we're adjourned.